Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you may be across the world. Thank you for joining us here for another stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour. We're in Taipei for a second day of action. High seas coming to light. Howling Minds in the booth, joined by Brian Gottlieb. How are you feeling, Brian?
I'm feeling fantastic, my friend. We had an awesome day one. I saw everything I wanted to see. I saw those gravy slogfest mirrors. I saw Scurv make his successful debut after stowing away in packs for so long. The hype is at an absolute peak, but we're going to try and even one up it today.
Yep, absolutely. I've kind of had the pleasure of floating around the player base since yesterday, and the energy is just really palpable. Yeah. I think people were excited for a first peak with the world premiere, always kind of what that event does the best. But today, they've got to get their teeth stuck in. We're playing a call-in. There's a lot of things up for grabs. There's a lot to look forward to. And knowing our players, they don't want to do half a job.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm sure they went back to their hotel rooms at night, studied the full spoiler, started speaking, started having these conversations. I know you, as you mentioned, speaking to a bunch of players, you know this metagame is already starting to develop, the opinions already starting to be made, and I will tell you, I haven't seen consensus. Nope. I think people are all over the place.
I don't think I've heard the same opinion twice. There's definitely a lot of different branches of thought, and I'm looking forward to those kind of getting ironed out as we amalgamate towards the end of this calling today. Let's take a look at what all these players are going to be playing for this weekend. There's all kinds of goodies up for grabs at a calling for Flesh and Blood. Prizes all the way down here to 32nd place, $20,000 in cold hard cash available.
Not bad. Put that in your pocket. Go ahead and finance your next trip to play the game and see the world for sure.
Not just that, though, of course. Gold foil legendary EA Stonewall Gauntlet. Heck of a prize card up for grabs, and a selection of Pro Tour invitations for our top 8 players as well.
Yeah, of course, the gold foil legendary, a huge part of the calling stops. Everyone wants that premium one in their pocket. Stonewall Gauntlet, I think maybe has a little bit more to do in this meta with some ninjas picking up some tools recently.
I'm definitely excited to see what Stonewall Gauntlet can do as we head into the rest of the format. CC, of course, changing pretty dramatically in the near future. Plenty to look forward to when it comes to Flesh and Blood. This Stonewall Gauntlet, as kind of alluded to here. Most importantly, maybe not mentioned by us, the World Tour points that are also up for grabs here. I know there's a lot of players who have made their way out from the European region who are scrapping for these points.
Yeah, that race starting to heat up, and just seeing so much more travel this year. So much, oh my God, that person's here? You know, I've seen folks like former Pro Tour champion Arthur Trehay coming over from France. So many folks who are in the midst of this Player of the Year race now. You have Brody Spurlock, Alex Kitsu, all these players really putting their nose to the grindstone and trying to get these finishes to climb up that leaderboard.
That's just the joy of a structure like a World Tour. Let's take a closer look at exactly how that all comes together. The incredible competitive scene that we have for Flesh and Blood today. $1.5 million available across the year, across 120 destinations.
I gotta say, Scott, I've been to so many of these destinations, and Taipei really up there with the best of them. Beautiful city, incredibly welcoming people, a great local community, which honestly we're going to feature in our first match here today. I don't want to put spoilers out yet, but yeah, we're going to take a good look at the Taiwanese community and see exactly what they're capable of.
Looking forward to learning more about the players we have up for grabs today. Of course, if you're looking for something a little bit more local, anything to grab for Flesh and Blood. We, of course, have the World Championship coming up later this year in Philadelphia. 2 Pro Tours, London in our rearview mirror, unfortunately, but Singapore not so far away, and a selection of incredible events across the world.
Do you know, I had never been to Asia before the end of last year when I went over for the World Championships in Osaka. I am going to be taking my 4th trip to Asia when it comes to Pro Tour Singapore, and I can't wait. It's been such an amazing experience adding this part of the world to my history with TCGs, which was actually, Scott, the reason I started playing TCGs. As a young kid, I had no means of travel. I didn't know how I was ever going to get to see all these places, and I used competitive card gaming to try and open the door, and I never quite made it to Asia, and now I'm spending so much time here, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity.
That's incredible to hear. It's a similar story here. I don't understand or really think I would have ended up in the APAC region very often if it hadn't been for TCG. It just brings us all together across the world, and it's amazing to think about the implications of that, all because of the Flesh and Blood World Tour. If you're looking for a stop near you, well, we got plenty of ones on the docket. Of course, first up, Las Vegas for the U.S. National Championship.
Yeah, and somehow I am getting on a plane shortly and heading over for that one as well. I used to live in Las Vegas, so a bit of a homecoming for me, going back to that town. And of course, hosted many great U.S. National Championships and card tournaments in the past. I would say a somewhat historic venue over at the Westgate now, and really a fun one. I like being in that casino. The action picks up even after the tournament ends, believe it or not.
Yeah, plenty of goodies to look forward to there, even if you're not qualified. A full-blown calling, high C sealed deck and booster draft. So if you haven't had a taste of this set so far, perfect opportunity for you to do so in Vegas. That Battle Hardened will feature Classic Constructed if you want a taste of these new heroes on a competitive level. Just after that, one that's a little closer for home for me. I'll be in Bologna the weekend of June 13th to 15th to bring you all the action of Classic Constructed there for the very first time since the release of High Seas.
Good stuff. Looking forward to seeing what our European players can do with this set.
Absolutely. Battle Hardened there will be sealed as well if you prefer to crack some boosters and see what you find inside. Houston shortly afterwards, Battle Hardened for Classic Constructed there. Kuala Lumpur, similar story, and Bucharest as well. Plenty to look forward to here.
Yeah, I am so excited for the local communities to get their shot at Battle Hardened play in all three of those places.
Big one coming up after that. August 8th to 10th, we will be making our way to Auckland. Now, this might be the event I'm the saddest about not being at this year. It's something very special with Welcome to Rafe Alpha coming out for what might be the last time in quite some time.
Still time, Scott. Still time to book your tickets. Get down to Auckland. I will be there as well. My new hometown down in Auckland, and we're going to roll out all the stops for our players if they come and join us down in Auckland, starting with that 2 calling weekend and WTR Alpha draft pods. Worked really hard to bring that to the players. And like you said, Scott, could be your last opportunity to get a look at this for quite some time.
If you fancy set 2 instead, that Battle Hardened will feature Arcane Rising First Edition as well. If you're a Kano enjoyer, maybe want another taste of Azalea in the near future, Auckland is the place for you. Lucerne coming up shortly after that. Battle Hardened, Classic Constructed, Kansas City. Full-blown calling there, all the Classic Constructed to look forward to. Rounding things off at the end of August there in Perth as well. So plenty of events all across the world.
Yeah, what a world tour. What a great job Trevor Baker and the organized play team has done putting together this schedule, giving us the opportunity to travel like this and play our favorite game in the world.
Of course, there is something else to look forward to very, very soon. The National Championship season is almost upon us. Players took all the time to qualify over the last few months. 47 different national championships in 47 countries. We're going to see champions qualifying for the World Championship, players from across the globe setting themselves up for the best opportunity to become a household name in Flesh and Blood.
These are always the events that I think mean the most to players, Scott. Being able to say, I am the national champion or world champion of Flesh and Blood. It doesn't matter if you're connected to TCG communities or not. That feels big. It feels way bigger than saying something like a calling champion, because you have to go ahead and then explain what a calling is. If you're the national champion, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. I am the best player in my country.
Absolutely. It just feels heavy. It just feels tangible. I've said it numerous times before. It's so much easier to share an accolade like this with your family, who maybe aren't quite as deeply invested in TCGs as yourself. There's a connotation of a national champion, of a world champion. And that level of prestige is going to be befitting our players in just a few weeks' time.
Yeah, and for me, as a fan of Flesh and Blood, I can't wait to see what this national championship meta looks like. There's so much change on the horizon. There's still, even after all of the Living Legend ascensions we have seen this year, so many heroes on the cusp, and I think the format going to be shaken up even more, to say nothing of the addition of High Seas.
I cannot wait to see how things play out. I'm also looking forward to scoring some of these promo cards this time around. Conqueror of the High Seas is a card you kind of got to have.
Yeah, this is a big inclusion as participation promo. This will get your High Seas collection started off just right. You are going to want to have this if you have any plans to play a pirate.
Looking for a scrap, also a perfect choice for this set. Very thematic. Love this EA treatment once again. This card sees tons of play across the board. And available for anyone who turns up to play in the festival, I believe.
Yeah, one of my favorite generics looking for a scrap. Feels like just the right mix of power, deck building constraints. A really nice card.
Absolutely. June to July, whole month long, 47 different national championships. I want to talk about a few of our previous national champions, because these are the faces that have become marquee milestones of their country. People like Dan Mackay in New Zealand, Mud Kashi back in United Kingdom for me. Evan Herndon in the States. Jacob Trossing making a charge on that World Tour leaderboard in Sweden. And my favorite photo from these, Xing Sang from Hong Kong.
Xing Sang, very surprised by the bright lights of his photo opportunity there, but representing for Hong Kong, and we know that's one of the toughest regions in the world, and Blue Pitch out in force this weekend here in Taipei.
Honestly, just look at the joy across these players' faces. It just goes to show how much an event like a national championship really means. And I'm really looking forward to crowning 47 more champions in the near future. We do have to, of course, discuss the elephant in the room heading into that national championship. There's a lot on the line, a lot of discussion about which heroes will make it where and to which national championship. Dash Inventor Extraordinaire might have slowed down a bit, but she's certainly in reach at this point.
Yeah, I'll say she looks better than she has kind of over the last year or so, and I think it's absolutely in range that Dash can go ahead and wrap it up in this national season, and I would say the same for New and Azalea. I don't know if those heroes are going to make it all the way through, and it's something we're going to have to pay very close attention to on a week-to-week basis.
Yeah, definitely got the Azalea in my eye as well. I think a lot of people are looking at that Death Dealer, that signature weapon from Azalea, maybe has some implications with Marlynn from High Seas, and whether we see those come to fruition or not might depend if she's still around.
Yeah, it has ripples beyond just the hero itself. Of course, taking Death Dealer would be a dramatic shift in how Marlynn is going to influence this particular Nationals metagame.
Cannot wait to see how this Living Legend leaderboard progresses as the national season continues. But there's a more important metagame I want to talk about right now, Brian. We have our calling day one metagame, 4 heroes to choose from. Marlynn coming out on top on the first day of competition.
Yeah, overall though, to me the story is balance. And you know, I kind of gave a bit of informal poll to our fellow casters when these numbers first showed up. I said, what do you think the most played hero is going to be? Unanimous response was Puffin. Everyone really had eyes on Puffin as sort of the default for this format, the simplest way to go ahead and go about it. Players turning it on its ear right now, and Puffin actually the least represented of the 3 core heroes. And then there's Sneaky Scurv, stupid, sexy Scurv down there, 10 Scurvs in the mix in this metagame.
Scurv feels like such a wild card in this event. I've spoken to players across the room and there is just no unified consensus on this. Is it the best hero you should be hoping to open when you crack open those packs? Is it maybe a curveball depending on the pool you find yourself with? How many Scurvs were even opened in the first place for these players to have the choice to choose from? It's all a bit of an anomaly, really.
Yeah, all great questions, and we just don't know right now. We have to go ahead and let things play out, and we will see just how often Scurv is appearing in packs, how much he's going to have an influence on this metagame. Is he an oddity? Is he a rarity? Or is he something you have to be thinking about as soon as you sit down to build your deck?
This was definitely a bit of a surprise to me to see Marlynn coming out on top. Gravy not too far behind either. Really good distribution across the board here, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this evolves heading into day 2 of competition, and whether the opinions change or whether these players are more interested in playing the same heroes they've been repping all weekend.
Yeah, Scott, I know you had the chance to sit down and talk with a lot of the players. How does this particular metagame representation line up with what you were hearing? Do people think Marlynn is the best deck in this sealed format? Is it really just about pools and how the cards are coming together?
I think some opinions definitely changed yesterday based on the gameplay Marlynn has to offer. We saw a lot of games being quite grindy, being quite deep, very intrinsic in the way they played out, and the evasive damage offered by Marlynn thanks to her Chanon is a ringing endorsement of why you might want to play that hero. It kind of lets you avoid, to some extent, those endgame board states with evasive damage. I think it's definitely convinced a number of players to pick her up today and leverage that power for themselves.
And what do you think, Scott? Do you think we're mostly looking at Harpoon Marlynn when we see Marlynn today, or is there a chance we'll see some Redline Marlynn?
I think word is pretty quickly getting around that there are multiple ways to build Marlynn in this format. We've seen primarily the Harpoon basis for most players on camera so far this weekend, but the likes of Nick Butcher, a few others I've had the chance to chat with so far, really loving these Redline builds, very low on arrows, making the most of nimblism, other front buffs they can leverage, Ravenous Rabbles with those pile of reds, and just looking to crack gold to make those arrows and make the entire deck function.
There are so many questions we have to answer today, the least of which is what to do in sealed, who's the best hero. But then we move on to even new questions tomorrow when we move to the draft format, and I think it's a total reset.
Well, I don't know about you, Brian, but I'm not particularly interested in waiting much longer. I want to see some gameplay. I want to see what these players have learned tonight. But I also want to open some prize packs. I want to open some high seas for myself.
Look, I didn't come all the
way.
way to Taipei not to open packs of high seas. Let's get to it.
It's fair. I think I love being in the booth, but being in the booth has come at the downside of not having the pleasure of playing all that much myself and not opening that many packs of high seas. So I'm certainly eager to. I want to crack some before we get started this weekend. So if you've not had the pleasure of seeing these boosters, of course, the Japanese print run of high seas here, what are you hoping to find inside one of these, Brian?
Well, you guys already got a Polycranker yesterday,
That's
right?
true, we did.
Yeah, so what else do we want to add to our collection right now? I think a gold-baited hook would be a nice thing to pick up. I think that's going to be an important legendary for all these pirate heroes, so adding that to the collection could be good. Obviously, as casters, we all share our collections, right? And we all are reliant on the same pool, which we only build from these decks, these packs that we open on camera.
We've heard it's a unanimous thing for casters. So, Angry Bones Yellow, second shot. We got some good golden cog generators. Anything that stands out to you, by all means. What are you looking at if you were, I guess, drafting this pack, Brian? Feel free to give us some input.
Yeah, I don't know if it's what I necessarily would pick here. I'm maybe even leaning to something like Rally the Coast Guard, but I will say I think that Blow for a Blow. Was it Blow for a Blow?
Blow for a Blow?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting card, frankly. Oh,
no, we had Life for a Life. Had Life for a Life.
I'm going to talk about Blow for a Blow anyway. Who cares what we open? Blow for a Blow, I saw a little bit of concern. 2 cost for a very similar effect to Life for a Life. But cleaning up 2 allies is going to be so important in this format. And I also want to point out some unpreventable damage staple to that. If you go ahead and just send 4 into an ally, that 1 damage can go anywhere you want, and it can go face, so it leaves some vulnerability to Gravy in the late game.
That's worth knowing. Yeah, definitely something I think our players may be slowly catching on to, the kind of evasive damage you can work with there. I'm a big fan of this Bluefin Harpoon, not necessarily if you're limited, but this thing shines, which is great for a Harpoon, but I think these cards have a lot of implications in Classic Constructed.
I would agree with you, Scott, and I do think even in Limited, I'm looking to pick these up to go ahead and make my Harpoon Marlynn deck sing a little bit.
Absolutely. So, not a bad start. Let's try and crack a couple more packs for good measure.
Yeah, I demand a legendary, Scott.
Yeah, I'll try, Brian. The problem I have is I'm not used to plastic boosters anymore.
You shifted over to paper.
I live in a paper region and also have clumsy thumbs.
So. Hopefully someday soon every region can be a paper region, but we continue to work on that.
Alrighty. Burly Bones to start. I've been really impressed by this one. Draw back the hammer, Ricardo. We definitely saw on camera a few times yesterday. Overperforming Salvage Shop, similar story. Kind of impressive in those end-game board states for Marlynn. Copper Cog, Universal. Definitely Unlimited, I should say. One that's a big fan. Foil Siren is safe harbor there to wrap things up.
Crash Down the Gate's capable of putting out some big numbers, too. I want to watch what this card does over the weekend. I'll also point out Quick Clicks. I think that's a really important equipment when we start talking about Redline Marlynn builds and maybe some Redline builds of other heroes. Getting this unconditional go again just by playing a Nimbleism can be quite strong. Yeah,
I have to admit, I was overjoyed to kind of see these Nimbleism supports in this set. Nimbleism, a card that's had a soft space in my heart since, well, Welcome to Wraith, truthfully.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to see it not only finding a home in a limited format once again, but the implications of cards that benefit from it in Constructed, maybe the implications of that going forward.
It's a cool little sub-build around, right? It gives you something that isn't necessarily a pure archetype, but some incentive for drafting well and maybe even for opening well and sealed.
Absolutely. Speaking of which, Swiss Strike Braces had these ones myself in the hotel room
There's
last
the
night.
combo.
These ones are a bit good. I'm a big fan of these.
You put those 2 equipments together and you have your Nimbleisms, you have the start of a very, very good Redline Marlynn deck.
HMS Marlynn. Oh, we have found our stowaway.
Stupid, sexy Scurv. One more time showing up.
I get the feeling that one might catch on.
I hope so.
Scurv showing up with his stupid, sexy face. And a nice Gold Hunter Marauder. I have to admit, the foiling on these yellows really does pop, actually. I'm impressed by how good these ships look.
Yeah, I think this whole set looks jaw-dropping, honestly. And foiling is a big part of that. I do think the foiling on this particular set has really stepped up its game. And frankly, our cameras have also stepped up their game, capturing that foiling really, really well.
Absolutely. Love to see it. Alrighty. I've been teasing the folks at home for a little too long. I can satiate myself on packs for a little bit longer. Shall we see some gameplay, Brian?
I'm ready. I'm ready. Right. Let's do it.
Send it down to the floor. Get things started here for Calling in Taipei. We're going to kick things off with a returning champion from these World Premier Callings. On our right-hand side on Puffin, taking on Lorence Chung, also on Puffin.
Yeah, Puffin Mirror to start the day. We know it's the least represented hero, but it is going to be how we get things kicking. And we have a couple of folks local to the area. A couple folks from Taiwan battling. As you mentioned, took down that Part the Mistveil World Premier Calling in very impressive fashion. A bit of a world traveler. I'm used to seeing him all over the globe and routinely in the mix when we get to the late stages of these tournaments.
I want to get your opinion on something real quick, Brian. Going first here, if you have a choice in this format, what are you looking to do?
I'll be honest, Scott, I think it depends so much on deck construction. And I think like almost everything in the High Seas format it's variable, it's contextual, and that's what makes this format so interesting and really has amped up the depth here. You have to ask yourself these questions all the time, and there's no default answer. And if you're able to go ahead and push some big numbers, it can be quite good early on. I'll also say that when you're playing against something like a Gravy, you may be more incentivized to play first because these kind of attacks on the early turns can get through more reliably.
I've been really impressed by players' willingness to attack on turn 0 of the game in this format, to kind of get the up on Treasure Island. Of course, having to manage that resource very early, threatening to make a gold for free on that first turn of the game. And a card like Cogwork Zeppelin that we see in play here doesn't have its effect online right now, but is a pretty good way to utilize those buffs in these early turns and kind of force that through.
Yeah, I'll call out one more resource that you have to manage as well, fatigue. It's important in this format. You need to be thinking about it. You need to be planning around it. And that means when you go ahead and claim 3 cards from your opponent for your 2 on the first turn, that can put you ahead in that very important race.
This is quite the statement from Lorence Chung here, dedicating the entire hand and the unicycle on the feet there to cover up that 9 points of power and make sure Treasure Island doesn't trigger. I get the feeling we might be seeing a hotly contested battle over our macro here.
Yeah, and let's see if OO wants to use that as a moment to shift strategy. I realize it's only turn 1, but having gotten 3 cards very early on, it may be time to start thinking, okay, let's think about my pitch deck. Let's just play to that late game a little bit. Let's be patient. Maybe we'll build up Treasure Island. You have to consider all the variables.
Couple of goodies in the hand here for Lorence. We do see a walk, the plank on the side there, just slightly out of frame. Pitching away, a handful of cards to throw it across. Not the most efficient hand, but this one is going to be threading that breakpoint, which is very important for Treasure Island.
Love that 7 breakpoint.
You know, I love this from OO, actually. This is a sign of a very accomplished and veterinary player. Taking a moment to just consider every card that goes into pitch zone. Of course, this set brand new. These players had the chance to experience it yesterday, but I know I found myself there was plenty of cards I wasn't aware of in the set when we sat down. So happy to see them taking a moment to just read these cards that are almost certainly coming back during the second cycle of this game.
I want to talk about the on-hit from Walk the Plank for a little while. Tapping a hero is a big deal. It is worth a lot. And as Flesh and Blood players, we tend to think of things in terms of numbers. This may be worth a full point, honestly, taking your opponent off their hero ability for a turn. And in a lot of scenarios, it can be worth a lot more. I've seen spots where I just can't get hit by Walk the Plank. It will ruin everything I want to do.
Yeah, Walk the Plank definitely feels like a card that is very impactful in a matchup like this with Puffin. The reliability of making that golden cog to draw a card means you are potentially taking away a ton of value if you manage to connect. In this case, does score a hit. We do find ourselves making a gold token courtesy of Treasure Island. Not a bad start to the game here, but maybe a few too many reds to work with for Lorence here. All right, we're going to be pilfering in the wreck here. In this case, another 7 coming across. This is definitely a marquee of some of the early gameplay we saw yesterday. These threatening breakpoints is very efficient on these 2 card hands and fantastic for threatening Treasure Island.
I actually want to focus in on a different zone right now, Scott. I want to talk about the pitch zone, and OO pitching one of my favorite cards to pitch in the early game. It is that Battalion Bark Blue. Having this in your deck when you come around to second cycle is so important for so many of the late games that you're going to be trying to set up in High Seas Limited. Yeah,
we saw it time and again yesterday. Battalion Bark, just kind of the ultimate payoff for those late game scenarios when your deck is flush with blues. And getting it back into that pitch stack seems very, very important from OO here. You can see Lorence definitely in the blender a little bit. We kind of got the proclivity in the early turns. They are very worried about keeping Treasure Island protected and turned off. And we see them cashing in a very valuable 7 power attack themselves in order to get the most out of Rally the Coast Guard.
Yeah, and 3 cards committed as well. So again, monitor deck sizes. Think about this from turn 1. Be considering how many cards are left. Can you play through a fatigue endgame? Lorence, again, a lot of cards committed to the defense this go around.
Going to see our first activation of Puffin here, cashing in that gold, turning it into a golden cog. Will be cranked to allow us to continue the turn. The follow-up, going to be a bit of an interesting one here. Only 2 cards to work with for Lorence, so looking to get the most out of their cogs. Will indeed be firing that blunderbuss in this case and giving it go again.
We saw a bit of Spitfire early on in the world premiere yesterday. Players here preferring blunderbuss. And again, more questions to be sussed out. What is the default weapon for Puffin?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the blunderbuss myself. The more we've seen it, the more I understand exactly what it's capable of achieving. Allowing these kind of full games to come to fruition where you can just go wider than you might expect with Puffin.
And I want to point out Treasure Island has started to build up. 3 counters on this card. We know how important it is for these late games, and it looks like a 4th counter going to be joining the fray here.
This just feels like, slowly but surely, the most important factor in some of these games in High Seas Limited. Treasure Island doing exactly everything I kind of hope the macro to do. Just defining the format, definitely something you have to consider at every stage of the game. And causing a bit of pressure for OO here with this follow-up for 5 points of damage.
If you remember back during our Rosetta preview season, we revealed Sanctuary of Aria, and we said that in the future, macro's going to have a big impact on limited formats. Treasure Island was where we were at that moment in time. Very much had it in our internal sites, finally able to share with the world now with the release of High Seas.
Expedition to Blackwater Strait, not the preferred expedition. A lot of people looking for the Horizon to threaten that 7 point, but 1 for 5, very efficient. I think it plays very well with the blunderbuss in particular here. Go again, spending 2 resources on the gun. Definitely a very efficient turn here from Lorence.
Yeah, splitting up that damage can pay dividends, especially in the Puffin mirror where there are a lot of 3 blocks present.
Okay, we see again equipment being cashed in here, not for their effects, but to utilize those blade break 1 points a block here to stifle that Treasure Island a little bit longer. 4 is quite a lot of counters at this point, Brian.
Yeah, building up, and it feels like one of those games. We talked about 2 modes of games, one where Treasure Island gold is traded back and forth, and one where it comes down to a big Treasure Island payout. Maybe this is setting up for the latter. This is a nice way to engage with that for OO. It is Scar for a Scar, so offering both breakpoint and go again here.
Another old school favorite coming across the line. Scar for a Scar, very intriguing in this format. That tension between wanting to take some damage to leverage go again, but not wanting to take damage to allow your opponent to take gold from Treasure Island creates a very interesting deck building and gameplay puzzle as the game continues.
I want to shout out unicycles here from both of these players. I think that's a big part when you're looking through your Puffin pools, something that can draw you to this hero. We saw Shoma Yamamura use unicycle to a complete blowout on day 1 of the world premiere. Those type of plays are not uncommon when you have access to this equipment.
Absolutely not. Unicycle quickly becoming a fan favorite. Definitely an all-star if you're looking to play Puffin in this format. That battle worn, definitely very impactful. Lets you cover up those pesky breakpoints before getting full value out of the equipment later on. Lorence here taking the time. See the steamboat in hand as a yellow being offered up to the block. It will potentially be the headpiece joining in here to, again, keep this breakpoint covered. We are not interested in losing this fight over Treasure Island.
Yeah, and the counters continue to build up. Trying to deny OO from any gold whatsoever is Lorence so far.
Chain is closed by OO. The follow-up here going to be pitching away to fire the Arsenal. It will. Okay, I love this card. Draw back the hammer. One of these gigantic buff effects that is best utilized with either gun from Puffin, but a significantly larger amount of damage than Lorence might have been expecting here.
Yeah, the curve's really nice here. Just able to go ahead and activate that blunderbuss and come in for 6. Perhaps 2 more cards being demanded from Lorence if he wants to continue down this route of gold denial.
See Lorence doing the math here, considering their options. We do see a few galvanized. We see a galvanized card, the old wrench in the hand there. A couple of block 3s as well. So a few options to consider here, but I get the feeling that Lorence is defensively inclined, but there's this increasing tension. If you continue to deny Treasure Island, how do you go about scoring that treasure for yourself?
Yeah, I think this is what players have to continue to understand, continue to learn as time goes on. And it's hard once you've committed to this gold denial plan, you kind of get priced in because the number of gold you're denying gets higher and higher as turns go on, and Treasure Island picks up more and more counters.
Lorence here definitely taking a moment to breathe it in. Feels like a very impactful decision point. That Scurv in the hand, one of my personal favorite cards from the set. I love these abilities that potentially have go again or might be slightly larger to threaten Treasure Island as the game goes on. Definitely part of Puffin's toolkit that I'm most eager to explore, and we've seen players making the most of on camera so far.
Yeah, the modality's worth a lot. Lorence really having a hard time with this defense decision here.
This is a real testament to the depth of this format from what we've seen so far. These players just, there's not an obvious route. This is a new equation to consider. We've not had a puzzle like Treasure Island we've had to solve before. There's no heuristic to draw on to find a quick, easy solution. And so you're having to consider these things in the moment and reevaluate based on your opponent's decisions. And it creates these very interesting turns where there is a lot of pressure points. And we do see Lorence committing 2 cards here to keep things in check.
Yeah, I was debating really hard on exactly what card he wanted to end up on this arsenal next turn, or maybe just wanted to fire gun potentially, which I think makes a lot of sense with the loaded up Treasure Island.
Tough old wrench here, being used on the defense to generate a fresh golden cog, but I've been a surprisingly big fan of this card in general. That 4 in the bottom left corner, pretty reasonable on offense as well.
Sure, yeah, the numbers are all there. Puffin with cogs versus Puffin without cogs, very, very different.
We do see things closed on up. Going to be moving back to Lorence here.
Man, I don't know if I'm going to try and deny OO gold. You see that man's Rolex flashing down there in the feature match area. That looks like a guy who knows his way around gold for sure.
Somebody came prepared to fight for treasure, absolutely. So that's Scurv in hand. We do see lurking Lorence, considering here whether or not it is better off served as a bullet inside that blunderbuss.
Yeah, I think that's what we debated on the last turn. It was just, do I want the power red into my arsenal, or do I just want to go ahead and fire off here? But it looks like maybe we have a different plan, getting some resources from chest here.
Okay, the Buccaneers bounty being cashed. I quite like this. I think this Cloud Scurv here, definitely a bit awkward for OO to respect. There is an awful lot of gold available on this treasure island right now, and there we do have that cog in play, courtesy of that tough old wrench. So this is threatening to be 5 points of damage. There's no easy way to blunt this for just one card.
Yeah, it is face up, though. We know the turn's not going to continue beyond this point. I'll point out, there is the unicycle, but not really much you can derive from here. Only once per turn instant on the Cloud Scurv. If there were something, excuse me, Scott, if there were something like the Spitfire here, then maybe you could look at another option. And you see why that particular weapon offers some new strategic possibilities. But it is blunderbuss here for Lorence.
Yeah, seeing that more and more, actually. I think the blunderbuss is definitely the weapon I gravitated to early for Puffin. And the more we've watched games this weekend, the more I think those corner cases where Spitfire has a lot of potential really do come to light. There's some interesting ones in the hand for OO. We see the Sirens on the side there. Some got life to be gained. A blue copy of the Cogworks Zeppelin. Sky Skimmer of their own, the zero-cost version of this Scurv. And, well, a yellow copy of their own lurking in the hand as well. So some potential go again here, but no cogs available. Does make this hand a little bit awkward for OO.
I got to say, though, Scott, there's something very satisfying about defending an attack for 5 with a 3-block and Sirens. It just feels so clean, so good, getting that life on the back end. I don't know, it just brings a little warmth to my cold, dead heart.
Yep, scoring some bonus advantage. Similar story with Fiddler's Green in the set. A few ways to kind of cover up those pesky breakpoints and not lose any value in the process. And we see that from the Sirens here on OO's side, keeping that treasure island ticking on up once again, but gaining some advantage in the process, going all the way back up to 20.
Yeah, speaking of not losing value, players also committed to not losing life in this matchup. 20-19, very, very healthy life totals. And I am hard focused in at this point, Scott, on fatigue implications for this game. I think that is the direction we were heading, and I think the person who is able to keep a card in deck is going to be able to go ahead and run away with this one on the back of that Cogworks blunderbuss.
Time to start watching those pitch zones. If you're joining along at home, you'll want to see what's coming back as this game goes longer and longer. It will be that Sky Skimmer to start here. Now, this is the perfect start to a turn for OO. This card threatening to either present 5 points of damage if all they care about is Treasure Island. Oh my God, comes from our players there as well. Or potentially going wider courtesy of that go again. That golden cog, very pivotal here.
Yeah, and is this the moment where Lorence just has to kind of fold and pack up and let OO have the Treasure Island gold? You can't defend forever. There is a clock facing you against these Puffins.
We see Lorence Chung going through the same thought process here. Copy of Nimby at the front of the hand. Either Jack be nimble, I think. Might be Jack be quick lurking in the hand there. There's nimbleism payoffs. Fantastic cards. So a few options to work with. Hand defends surprisingly well. So this is going to be a very tough choice here, I think, as to whether we continue to commit to this plan of stifling gold for as long as possible, or whether it's time to stake a claim.
And again, Lorence in the blender. I will say every single defensive decision you make is so much harder with Treasure Island as part of the mix.
Yeah, I kind of had this pleasant discussion with a lot of the players on the floor yesterday. It almost feels like every attack in this format has an on-hit. It's something you have to always be conscious of. And we know how we feel in Classic Constructed in similar formats about those pesky on-hits that turn up late on the combat chain. Well, this is no different. Every attack plays that role. And in this case, we're seeing once again Lorence Chung committing to shutting down Treasure Island and refusing to let damage sneak through. It will be go again, gifted to the Sky Skimmer as a result. OO's follow-up might cause some problems here.
Just going to be a blunderbuss for 2, but that's still asking for another card if you were all in on this idea of keeping OO off gold.
Really impressive stuff here from both players. I'm so intrigued by their initial understanding of this format and what's important, and we kind of see that playing out in full effect as this game continues.
Lorence could look to just defend an arsenal here and keep kind of passing the buck down the road before he commits to implementing his own plan, but he's got to do it sometime soon, Scott.
It will be that Battalion Bark offered up to shut down 2 points of damage from the blunderbuss here. Lorence Chung left with 1 card in hand. Golden Cog about to expire.
Okay, that card's just going to head to Arsenal.
It will take a passive turn, okay. So this might be the time that Lorence needs to set up, find a way to go wide, provide pressure themselves. Instead, we see another hand here from OO. Scar for a Scar, looking a little problematic given that early healing from Sirens here. Does not have natural go again, but all in all, plenty of options here.
I think looking at a blue go again ship, that also doesn't line up all that well here, so OO might have to work a little bit to put together a good turn here. Tough old wrench, Expedition.
The sloop at the front here, unfortunately, not quite coming together. Brian, as this format kind of evolves, how much do you expect this to be something our players are considering? Do you kind of naturally run out of these go-again sources eventually in these games? Is it worth kind of staking a claim to your opponent will draw a hand they just can't convert with?
Yeah, that is very, very valid. And it also shapes how you play as Gravy Bones as well. You try and just get them to the point where they're no longer able to clear multiple allies in a turn cycle and then start accumulating small amounts of advantage turn after turn. So I think you're spot on, Scott. There is a real limitation in the amount of go-again in this format. But I again want to call out what I think has proven to be the most important zone in this match. It's the pitch zone, and that Scar for a Scar being stashed away for later, and we'll look to see if OO can manipulate the life total to get this big burst at some point and start challenging this Treasure Island, which has now picked up 7 counters.
Couldn't agree more, Brian. Very impactful pitch zone there. Both of those attacks going to be offering go again further down the line. Both players will need to be cognizantly aware of the implications of that overpitch. For now, 6 points of damage coming across from this tough old wrench, and it will finally be time to score some gold. Not all of it. 3 block in this case, going to soak up some damage. But OO scoring that gold that has been so aggressively denied this game by Lorence Chung.
Throws the rolly in the sky, waves it side to side, and adds 3 gold to his side of the arena. And I have a feeling, again, that's going to pay dividends in the late game.
Awestruck by the poetry, quite frankly. Lorence here, considering their options, it will be a blue copy of Rally the Coast Guard being thrown here. This is slowly becoming one of my favorite cards for Puffin here. Golden Cog generation on a buff feels very bread and butter to this hero.
Yeah, I think it's just so important to keeping Golden Cogs around, but also potentially getting paid on that Puffin ability, which, by the way, Scott, neither player has gotten to draw a card from yet. And what are your thoughts on where this Puffin ability stands right now? How big of a part of the games that you've seen played has this ability been?
I definitely think it's been back and forth. There's a lovely +4 perk up in this format that is able to untap your hero, and I found that's the best way to enable turns with Puffin, kind of utilizing it twice, getting 2 golden cogs, drawing a card as a result. But otherwise, you do have to work kind of hard to decide how you want to best use your golden cogs. They need to serve a lot of roles for a hero like this, and so you don't necessarily have the freedom to crank them if you want to be able to use them for other things, keep them around to tap for other attacks. And that does sometimes mean we're drawing a little less cards than you might expect.
Good call out on that perk up. I do think that is the best of those pumps, the 1/4 pumps. If I'm playing Puffin, I'm looking for as many as I can possibly get my hands on.
Okay, Sky Skimmer for 6 in this case, threatening to be 7. That's a bit of an impactful number here. How do you go about blocking an attack like this, Brian? Do you need to concede Treasure Island in a spot where your opponent can still go wide, or is this the kind of attack you're intending to respect?
I'm not putting myself in a hole to deny Treasure Island here. At this point, I've got mine. I've got my 3 gold. Whatever you can do, I think maybe I can do better. And I just want to go ahead and defend sensibly here. If Lorence picks up a gold, that's not the end of the world, in my opinion. I will say it can potentially pick up a draw on the back of that second crank of the turn. We have cranked already for that first cog that was generated. So potentially gold here does offer Puffin activation. But even still, have your eyes on the long game. Think about where this game is headed and ask yourself, is it really that meaningful if Lorence picks up 1 extra card here? I have 20 life to work with, and I think OO's quite far ahead on cards, and that's what I would be focused on if I was in his seat right now.
Fantastic call out there as well. I think that gold definitely very important. Some great ones in the hand here. HMS Barracuda quickly becoming an overperformer, not necessarily for this matchup, but a fantastic ship nonetheless. We see that Scurv and a pair of blues to join it, so some large attacks, but not a lot of flexibility in this hand for OO.
And does OO want to take the risk of giving a bit more gold here? Has something like that rally the rear guard to have some modal defense available, react to whatever it is that Lorence does.
It definitely feels like a shift in pace for OO as a player. They've been quite hasty so far, not necessarily hasty, maybe just quick, efficient. They understand the format, and this feels like the first time they've really had to slow down and contemplate their decisions.
Yeah, and OO is going to defend for 5 here. We're going to see the activation of the skimmer, and we're picking up go again here, so that means single gold to be generated.
So the instant speed ability, of course, still available here on that rear Coast Guard. We've both done that now. So some thoughts to be had by OO. Realizing, of course, go again given. We now have that confirmation of what the intention is for the rest of the turn. Do you want to give up another card to stop this point of damage coming through?
OO says no, I believe. Reaches for the pen, takes the damage. That means gold does head the way of Lorence Chung. And I wonder how important this draw is here for Lorence. Is he looking for something in particular? Does he even want to use it? Does he need to take a gamble here?
There's definitely some thought to be had about conserving that gold to maybe enable a card draw on a bigger turn later down the line. With only an arsenal to work with here, we might want to make sure we have a crank available on demand. Instead, closing up the chain, firing off those fish fingers, going to give a little bit of extra juice to the next attack that's coming in this turn. And we'll be following up with that arsenal coming across. It is going to be Jack Be Quick. This card, very impressive so far, in my opinion. What do you think of this one, Ryan?
Yeah, if you have the Nimbleism synergies, this card is legit. The Nimbleism decks are very good. Jack Be Quick is 100% part of that.
4, somewhat pressing here. Once again, Treasure Island, not a once per turn deal when it comes to taking damage. Some more gold potentially available here for Lorence Chung. We will be committing the 3 block in this case, scoring another gold for our trouble. And I feel this is going to open up a lot of options for Lorence in these coming turns. Now that gold is not necessarily such a stifled resource, we might see a few more aggressive cranks from Puffin.
Both players operating with gold now. Over on OO's side, we're going to see what the small hand looks like. Is going to generate a cog to kick off the turn. Does crank and gives go again to the gun.
This feels like a very bread and butter play from what we've seen from our Puffin players so far this weekend. Utilizing the gold to just guarantee go again on this blunderbuss leaves you with 1 resource available to leverage those powerful 1-cost attacks. Makes for some very impactful small hands across the game.
Yeah, 2 is annoying. It's just annoying in this format where 2 is actually 2 damage and create 2 gold tokens. That's the best weapon of all time, Scott. We've never seen a weapon like that before. And it's quite often that here.
2 and 2 on a weapon is pretty good.
I've heard.
Stat line, I've been told. Yeah, absolutely. So a difficult decision here for Lorence. Hard to know exactly what the follow-up will be in this spot. A bit of an awkward hand by the looks of things. Maybe a few too many attacks to work with. It will be that pill for the wreck, jumping in front. And we will have that perfect play here. Expedition coming down 1 for 5. Threatening an awful lot of damage here in Blackwater Strait.
Clean resource expenditure from OO. 2 into 5. Getting a lot out of his hand again and asking for a lot of cards from Lorence. And Lorence now has picked up that Nimbleism, which could have done so much earlier on. Maybe gotten to an even higher break point on the back of that Jack Be Quick. But is losing out of a bit of value with its late appearance here.
These players slowly scoring the spoils of an early defensive game. Gold tokens flowing readily and freely. as damage is finally starting to connect.
Yeah, it took a long time, Scott.
It really did, yeah. For a minute, I thought we were hitting double digits on that Treasure Island. We got to 7. It was very impressive. But I think this turn's quite impressive from Lorence Chung as well. That nimbleism you alluded to previously, pretty flexible, and we do have the ability to pair it with an attack here, I believe.
Puffin.
Yeah, is that a 0 cost? Looks like Puffin going to be the activation here.
Crank.
Hog is cranked for the trouble. Looks like a Sky Skimmer to me, so definitely pairable with this nimbleism. We will see it fired off.
Yeah, another great hand coming together here. These sort of small-ish hands are finding a lot of value for both these players.
This is a very impressive turn. Nimbleism here, threatening to juice this straight up to 6 from the Sky Skimmer, but of course that golden cog that was made courtesy of Puffin, giving the flexibility to present the extra point of damage as well. Straight to 7, I should say, maybe even 8.
Yeah, 2-card 8. Very, very nice pickup for Lorence.
We're seeing both these players very big fans of Sky Skimmer. Another one lurking in the hand of OO as well. Another Rally the Coast Guard, another massive overperformer so far early in the weekend.
But I feel like the tone has shifted here, and now Rally the Coast Guard is intriguing to me as just a 3 for 7. I care about how much damage I can pull out per card. I want to go ahead and produce these 1-card 7s as much as possible because I think Lorence's deck is getting a little thin, and you may be able to win via fatigue, but damage fatigue. Just offering consistent numbers and just demanding Lorence offers you cards turn after turn. And there you see Lorence taking account.
Lorence realizing the jig is up. This game is going to be about a value of attrition. OO considering how they want to navigate this best. So we see those 2 Sky Skimmers. They will have an available cog to leverage them if they want, courtesy of Puffin's ability. And that big 3 for 7, we see no blocks. Okay, a statement being made. OO willing to take the hit to try and take it all back.
Yeah, OO has spent this entire game using his life as a resource, preserving that life. And now there's the moment where he's able to finally find this 4-card hand that I'm sure is going to combine very well, offer a load of damage here, and that might be exactly what he needs to go ahead and demand cards turn after turn, and there's not many cards left, Scott. I feel like from basically turn 1 of this game, OO started to play towards this state, and I will tell you, High Seas is about long-term game planning. You need to know where you're headed, where your ship is pointed to, what horizon are you trying to claim, and I think we're witnessing the horizon that OO has been pointed to this entire time.
Masterfully navigated by both these players as the game has continued. Really want to call out that unicycle you mentioned before here. That second Sky Skimmer in the hand may be a little innocuous, looks like a card you can't get the most value from, but the ability to untap that cog means this turn can go 3 attacks wide.
And there should be a little gold refresh by doing so, or I think Lorence will just end this turn at a precarious life total.
Would you see that golden cog being tapped for the first time, taking 4 points of damage from the Sky Skimmer, scoring a gold for the trouble? Players there just confirming life totals, making sure everything is above board.
Oh, plenty of gold available, but now we see that unicycle finally put to good use.
This second Sky Skimmer likely to come straight across the line once again. Will have the power of threatening a break point or go again. Instead, going to be utilizing, I like this a lot from OO. Understanding the game is going to be about fatigue and attrition. Saving those cards for later and making the most of the natural go again they can get on their Cogworks Blunderbuss.
Yeah, it's done a good job at utilizing that Cogworks Blunderbuss and putting Lorence in uncomfortable spots with the 2 damage it offers and slowly taking away that life total.
Lorence here declaring no blocks.
I want to say I focused a lot on OO's game planning. I do like how Lorence is setting up now. He's recognized the point where he does have to push, can't defend forever. Defended for a long time, maybe too long. We'll see if he can go ahead and now take this moment to just take a bunch of damage and see what he can fire back with.
I think the evolution of game plans and what our players are aiming to do in this game has been incredible to watch. These players have been learning in real time and making very deliberate decisions. We see that card drawn courtesy of Puffin here. Looking to find maybe additional tools, but looks like perhaps...
Yeah, I don't think OO's super pleased with what he found here. He, I think, was looking for just a blue to go ahead and fire off clean here and protect the arsenal.
Yeah, it looks like we were maybe trying to find additional options to go alongside our rally here, but this is still a pretty darn efficient turn. 7 points damage to end things here. Not quite threatening lethal, but would be quite the disparity if it manages to connect.
I think OO just actually wanted to pop another gold in that scenario and float an additional resource, and that would have allowed an arsenal to be preserved, possibly. But drawing a block here just put complete ends to that plan, and now it will be pitched instead. But still, for OO, you've done your job. This was the spot where we were supposed to go ahead and challenge Lawrence's life total. Lawrence is going to fall to 1 here, and now for the rest of the game, you have to defend. And how many cards does Lawrence have left? The answer, not many. It's getting thin over on that side.
This feels like the big turn for Lorence Chung. This 4-card hand is going to have to do an awful lot of heavy lifting. We'll kick things off by turning a gold into a cog, courtesy of Puffin. We do see Scar for a Scar in the hand there. Very potent one when you have 1 life to work with, unsurprisingly. The Sloop also there, another Sky Skimmer perhaps, with plenty of go-again options here. Going to be a massive turn for Lawrence. Is going to demand some respect from OO.
Yeah, I think you have to get a card here. You really want to take a card from OO. If OO is able to just take a bunch of damage, maybe give that last point of defense on his side, I don't think you've done enough here. You might be very close, but you really, really want to take a card.
Card taken by the looks of things. Blue Sky Skimmer defending incredibly well as well. We'll take a point down to 10 for OO. That gold secured for Lawrence here.
Good micro win here for Lawrence. Players maybe getting some awareness of the time. It is tight.
We are indeed down to the wire on this one. Deliberately played. Players making the most of every second available to them. We see that cog being tapped to utilize the Cogworks blunderbuss once again to go again. No blocks declared. No worries with Treasure Island anymore. Happy to take the damage and try and get this game over with. OO down to 8 here. Looks like maybe a tough old wrench lurking in the hand as the follow-up. That Sloop will be pitched to enable it. 6 more points coming across here. Really big turn. Lots of damage presented by Lawrence here, but noticeably not enough to force more blocks.
Yeah, choice is up to OO at this point. Can go ahead and just take the damage here.
You can see that consideration on OO's face there. Take 6 declared. We are looking to get this game over with this final volley of cards. You say very limited resources left available to Lawrence here. Limited amount of time as well. These players are going to need to find a way, some evasive damage, another go wide turn to get this game locked up and start this event with a win.
Yeah, and our clock is approximate, maybe slightly off, but we know that the game is going very, very close here. So let's see what OO fires here.
Okay, looks like a total of 5 cards left for Lawrence, 4 to work with and 1 in deck. We're going to see that Puffin ability used once more. Gold turned into cog. Going to enable the go again on this blunderbuss. This feels like this very important sequence in these endgame turns. Players enabling go wide turns, courtesy of your hero ability. Definitely very potent when there's so little life to work with.
Lawrence does have a 2 block here, but Lawrence has 1 card left in the deck. And what you're going to see here is just another attack from OO. And if you get all the cards here, it really doesn't matter what is left beyond that. I think OO has done the job, has played this fatigue game from the beginning, going to claim all the cards here. And with just 1 card left in deck for Lawrence, I think the writing is going to be on the wall.
Yep, that Battalion Bark scoring a full handful of cards in order to stay alive. That golden cog will expire. Final card will be drawn up. All OO needs to do is present 2 sources of damage. Lawrence showing them as much in this case.
Shows the defense, and Lawrence goes ahead and scoops here, and OO picks up the W here in round 1.
Bloody Sky Pirates.
Masterful stuff by OO there. Honestly, masterful stuff by both players. Incredibly impressed by the flexibility, the adjustment of game plans as that game gone on, as the understanding of what was happening kind of ebbed and flowed like a high sea, some might say.
A very apt analogy, I'll say. I think OO got there a little bit faster, and that was the difference. OO was on his plan very, very early on, trying to set up for this end state. And I think it was just kind of uncertain on the other side. You know, how long can I protect this treasure island? Am I comfortable giving up these cards? And at some point, just too many cards have been committed to the defense. You need to find your own offensive numbers in the mid game.
That sounds like a fantastic way to learn the format. I can't think of a better way to start, really. That felt very informative for players that are joining us today, most at home. And in the same way, I felt like both those players kind of demonstrated knowledge they gained yesterday from the World Premiere.
A great point, and that's why you show up for that World Premiere, is you want to be ready when it comes time for real competition here in the calling.
Both of those players, legends of the feature match area, but they're, of course, not the only legends in a game of Flesh and Blood. We have some new Armory decks joining us very soon. Armory deck legends. These are familiar faces making some returns here, Brian.
Yeah, the first living legend Armory decks on offer exclusively at San Diego Comic-Con. If you are headed to that event, you're going to want to get your hands on this Viserai deck, on this Prism deck, doing something new, something special for the folks who are going to go ahead and head out and participate in that event. I should say they're not exclusive to SDCC. They'll also be at Gen Con the following week. So 2 big conventions on our agenda as LSS. I'll be at one of them. I'll be appearing over at Gen Con, playing a little bit of Smash Palace with the folks there. Ooh. But I will also be picking up these Armory decks.
Yeah, I might have to call in a favor myself and see if I can secure these 2 famous faces. Looking forward to seeing what the future of these heroes looks like as they continue their story in Flesh and Blood. Legend Story Studios, of course, plenty of work here with Weta Workshop. Looking forward to seeing everything that's on display at these shows.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, Scott, this is a big damn deal for Flesh and Blood to show up at San Diego Comic-Con. Maybe one of the most important pop culture events in the entire world. Wait times to get a booth at San Diego Comic-Con are near infinite. It takes sometimes decades to go ahead and get your foot in the door there. LSS kicking down the door, showing up with our friends at Weta Workshop, and we're looking to put on a heck of a show for you at San Diego Comic-Con.
Can't wait to see how that plays out. If you're lucky enough to be joining the show yourself, booth 3613 between D and E. Nice and easy to remember, nice and poetic. Go and find yourself one of these Armory decks as soon as possible and make the most of this convention-exclusive product.
Yeah, some cool stuff there. A couple of new headpieces for these 2 heroes. Those are going to be available in gem packs as well, so I want folks to know if you can't make it to San Diego Comic-Con, you still have a chance to get your hands on the cards that are present in these decks, but the deck themselves only going to be available at these conventions.
Makes a whole lot of sense. Great taste of Puffin to kick things off today. I'm sure we'll have some more heroes turning up very soon. I'm sure the folks at home are very interested to see what we can do with Mr. Bones, so I might be able to arrange that for them.
Graveyard Q Bones showing up next.
You heard it here first. Gravy Cubones, the official name of Gravy Bones, if you're looking for an additional drop of lore from Brian Gottlieb.
Quintarius.
Okay. Okay. Feel out of my depth a little bit now.
I didn't just put a disclaimer out. I don't think this is official. Folks, sometimes I just say stuff, and I honestly don't even know what I'm saying. And I know many of you have postulated that already. In this case, yeah, I don't know what I'm saying.
No such thing. Yeah. He knows everything, I promise. Welcome back to round 2, folks. It's been a pleasure so far. So this weekend in Taipei, Howling Minds, Brian Gottlieb. Looking forward to bringing you some more action with some heroes we haven't seen so far today. I know everyone's excited for Mr. Bones, and we're going to have them in the feature match area.
First impressions of Mr. Bones, what were you thinking yesterday?
I was really impressed. That mirror match seemed intrinsic. It seemed like there was a lot going on that will take players a moment to kind of get to grips with. We saw 2 copies of Whaler Humperdinck finding their way into the yards early, neither of which had an impact on the game, and instead kind of they set the tone by lurking in the graveyard forever, and it kind of created some interesting board states that are worth managing. But I'm very excited to see how they play into another hero, which we've not had the chance to see so far on camera. I'm hoping it's Marlynn. Is that right?
I'm not sure who the pairing is against here. I actually think it's Puffin and Gravy this go around. But I do want to point out the Gravy player is putting Tam, and I had a chance to talk to his teammate prior to the event today. I was speaking with Ching Sang, and he said he has a little bit of a leaning towards Gravy thus far. So maybe Blue Pitch starting to figure out what they want to do with Gravy and coming to the table with a plan here in just day 2 of this format.
I'm very excited to see a player like Pudding showing their prowess this early in a format, especially if they have a tendency to lean towards a hero already. But I want to open some more booster packs, Brian.
Yeah, let's do it.
I want to open some more high seas. I've not scored you a legendary like you deserve at this point, so we're going to keep opening packs until I can remedy that problem. You said gold baited hook was the one you're looking for, right?
Yeah. I mean, if I'm going to be playing Pirates, I think I need to add it to my collection. So.
All right. So hopefully we can find one a little further down in this pack. Trade in a lovely reprint card I love to see. Yo ho ho. Fiddler's Green, and a Scrub the deck in this case.
So you continue to disappoint me, Scott. I don't know if I can find forgiveness in my heart, but I'll give you another chance if you want to open another pack. Go ahead and get right into it.
It's not like I can disappoint you further, honestly, Brian. So you know what? We'll take another shot. See if I can remedy this.
Already furious, so why not just keep it going and see if we can get to where we need to get to.
If you never see me on a broadcast again, folks, you know who I upset. Let's put it that way. All right. Let's take another dive down into a pack of High Seas. Cuddy Shark. Been a bit impressive over the weekend, actually.
I think so, yeah. I talked about flexibility of Cuddy Shark, and we've seen that on display so far. Blue Golden Tipple also looking nice for our Gravy players. And we've missed again, Mr. Scott.
What do you mean? There's a cracked bauble right here, Brian.
Okay.
As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing else you could want from it. Anyway. You know what? One more. Give me one more chance to remedy this problem.
This is your last chance.
This is my last
chance.
chance.
If you do not do better here, I will throw you out of the booth, and I'll do the next round with Hayden. I swear, Scott.
Wish me luck, folks. I like it here. All right. Gold Wing Turbine. That's legendary in my eyes. Rigor Mortis.
Yep.
Good one. Blue Nimbus, clearly an all-star. Line.
Yeah.
DV.
Okay. Well, tell you what, enjoy your last round in the booth, Scott. We will do one more, and then I've had enough of you for the day. You did say you don't have the best pack luck, and you have lived up to that thus far.
What a way to go. I had such a promising career, but unfortunately, it might be over. You know what's not over? This event. I want to see some more gameplay. I want to watch some Gravy. I want to watch some Puffin. I want to watch some Putting Tam down in the feature match area. So let's make our way down. It will be Gabriel, Grosset on the other side. Puffin, a hero we've seen a few times now. What should we be expecting them to be doing differently into a hero like Gravy Bones?
Yeah, it's all about ally duty. How are you cleaning up those allies? How are you preventing Gravy from creating persistent advantage out there in the arena? If those allies stick around, they can mean trouble.
I can't wait to see how this plays out. We're going to kick things off with this blue copy of Sirens here. This one's a little funky on the first turn of the game, scoring some free life for your trouble and threatening Treasure Island.
Yeah, and it's cool because it still demands some cards because of Treasure Island. It carries that on hit with it. So, you know, in a lot of formats, this would feel quite bad as a way to kick off your game, but I think it feels pretty good here.
We do see Gravy on the other side in the hands of Putting Tam. We're going to see Paddle Fast and that Bark blocked with early here. 2 very powerful cards given up on turn 0. Maybe not ideal.
Yeah, I would agree, and I wonder what that means about the rest of Pudding's hand. We'll see if we can sneak a peek here and see what he's working with. Looks like a couple of allies already at the ready and a red Bark as well.
So that bark looking a little bit awkward right now, given there are 3 yellows alongside it, but the perfect card to park in your arsenal for a turn later on. We do see Shelly. We're going to see that compass used nice and early here for Pudding. I think this is kind of one of the biggest factors of Gravy as a hero. I've loved watching players just sculpt their entire turns with that extra dose of information. Very much reminds me of Dash.io in the way that you're kind of constantly peeking at the top of your deck and just informing your turn as a result.
Really curious how Pudding's going to want to engage with this particular turn. Does not have the blue to turn on Gravy Bones. Could just do something like deploy an ally at cost. Looking for a little bit more on your first foray into the arena. But there are options. There's always options with Gravy Bones. Always options when you know the top of your deck, as Pudding currently does. I believe it was a blue on top. Has something like the headstone for some weird, diverse lines, but might just want to play it a little bit more simple here.
All right, so Pudding here, this is such an interesting spot. You have to establish some of these allies from hand on occasion. They can't always come from the graveyard for free. So having to decide whether that's what we're looking to do right now or whether or not we prefer to leverage these yellow attacks and utilize the ability to pop these allies into our bin for a future turn. Jittery Bones here, one of the more efficient options, offering Go again, very important to a hero like Gravy to go wider on these turns and getting Limpet into the graveyard for later on.
Yeah, and if you're in Gabriel's seat, some pretty big incentive to deny here. You don't want that goal to go ahead and unlock the Gravy Bones ability, and we are going to see Battalion Bark committed to the defense. Turn continues, though, for Pudding.
Indeed, so not any particularly standout option here for Pudding, unfortunately. That Gravy ability, as you mentioned, not online, as we have not played a blue this turn, so we cannot access those allies from beyond the grave. Instead, we'll see that Headstone reached for here. Pudding, of course, aware of the top card of their deck. If they have the ability to send a blue, this turn can continue.
Yeah, a bit of a loss here for Pudding in value. Doesn't get that Battle Worn, but is able to go ahead and get the blue into the bin. That was an emergency break in case of fire type usage of Headstone, but it is at least going to put a Limpet out here. Limpet going to be able to continue the attack here.
Limpet, maybe not the most ideal early on in these games, but definitely a bit of an overperformer, offering you, again, the flexibility to go wide on turns of Gravy, which is not necessarily the easiest thing to do with a board full of allies, but does size up particularly poorly against Cogwork Blunderbuss.
I like that call out, Scott. It is the biggest change from Gravy to some of our other previous ally classes. Go again is not as plentiful when you're sitting in the Necromancer seat. You have to work a little bit harder for it. Limpet does sidestep that to some extent, and Limpet does a lot of work here. Picks up 2 gold for Pudding, and I mean, I can say it with every hero, Scott, but a hero in High Seas who has access to gold is very different from a hero that does not.
Absolutely. Love to see this from Gabriel, by the way. Pitching away a Sky Skimmer and another powerful red, funneling it into the Blunderbuss, setting up that potential late game scenario we've talked about numerous times so far today.
Players already adapting.
Clearing away that Limpet, making sure that we're not finding ourselves buried under allies and saving those most impactful cards for a later turn when we have the flexibility to use them. Really strong stuff.
Already moving to the second cycle Mind State. Gabriel coming all the way over from France for this event. Love to see that.
Yeah, our French community, of course, very passionate folks. Have the pleasure of interacting with them very often over in my neck of the woods, and I'm happy to see some of them joining me this weekend here in Taipei as well.
Pro Tour champion Arthur Trehay also in the building.
I hear he's pretty good. Yeah, he's a fantastic player. Hopefully we'll have a chance to peek at how things are going for them later on. For now, I'm going to try and peek at Pudding Tam's hand, see if we can get a closer look at what they're thinking about at this moment in time. Blue copy of Restless Bones, Ravenous Rabble, a card that I've been surprised by in Gravy, but fueled by that compass, does give you some control. And a copy of the Cutty Shark at the back there, I believe. So a few things to consider here for Pudding.
Yeah, it does have the blue Go again, potentially, to go ahead and turn on the Gravy ability. Also, I feel like the Gravy Hero ability going to have a big role to play on this particular turn.
Absolutely. So that gold cashed in, we will draw a card and then reevaluate once we have seen what we'd like to discard. Take another peek if we can.
Yeah, I think the blue crash down the gates was the pickup here for Pudding. It's time to get Cutty Shark into the bin.
Well, certainly relieve that blue not still on top of the deck before we played Ravenous Rabble, so sequencing on point here from Pudding Tam. Considering discarding the block card here instead. Maybe not getting the most value out of the Cutty Shark, maybe playing it the hard way if required, but the block card definitely a bit blank in this particular scenario.
Yeah, unfortunate timing for Pudding. No opportunity to use that one on the last turn cycle.
I'm actually very impressed by the moment that was taken there to at least consider this line and does act on it, in fact. I think a lot of players there would feel obliged to default to the ally. It's the thing Gravy is trying to do at the end of the day, but putting instead, realizing that their hand is better served by taking an unconventional line.
Yeah, this now gives him access to the Restless Bones that can still get that Cuddy Shark into the bin and displays a rabble here. So the offense is coming from Pudding. And I love this about Gravy Bones. A lot of game plans available. Clean block here from Gabriel with the on the horizon.
Yeah, doing a great job at showing its prowess here. Top of the deck becoming a very relevant factor in this game for both players so far. But this clean 4 block is just at a premium in this format where these breakpoints continually threaten Treasure Island. And you really do want to shut down these attacks like Ravenous Rabble when they're coming at you so hard and fast.
Expecting a follow-up here of the Bones from Pudding. Players still getting used to managing Treasure Island, making sure that's appropriately ticked up every go-around.
Will be that Restless Bones that is the follow-up in this case. Utilizing that ability once again, discarding a card from the hand to grant go again. Not so much something you'd expect this hero to be able to do. 2 attacks wide in this case, but we have the ability to establish that Cuddy Shark if we're interested in doing so.
Yeah, even could get an attack if you want to go ahead and give up the Buccaneers bounty on this turn cycle.
Very impressed by this sequencing from Pudding Tam. Ended up discarding both cards they were considering discarding to Gravy, but correctly held on to the ally to denying information from Gabriel Grosset for as long as possible. Gabriel not aware of that shark until it found its way to its forever home, courtesy of Restless Bones.
Pudding refreshing the gold here, as will certainly be a priority for all of our Gravies. And it is going to be the chest used to go ahead and get the attack from Cuddy Shark. On the front foot, wants to keep the offense going, does Pudding Tam.
Yeah, a lot of value to be gained by catching in that chess piece here. 3 points of value from attacking. Does earn a block from a red copy of the Battlefront Bark as well. Very impactful card this weekend. Has been on blocking duty so far for Gabriel. Instead, we will see a draw back the hammer. Card that is pretty impressive alongside the weapon, usually.
Yeah, just able to put together good numbers here. We talked about fatigue games that these decks will look to play. Again, this is just another version of an efficient 1 card invested 6, 1 card invested 7. The more of those you have access to as the game goes long as a Puffin, the more you can go ahead and challenge your opponent on that axis. I don't want to paint it, though, like this is how Puffin plays every game. It's a tool. It's a tool in your toolbox. You have to understand when to use it. But Puffin can just beat you up sometimes, too.
Yeah, in this case, Gabriel just taking the moment to filter through and clear up their hand in that case. But yeah, very much agree. I think we've seen it from a number of Puffin games we've had the pleasure of watching this weekend. There's a lot of variety in the way this hero plays, and equally so with Gravy. I'm very impressed to see Ravenous Rabbles, and I guess a little more impressed to see a copy of Give No Quarter lurking in the deck and the hand there for Pudding Tam. This one can revolutionize a game in a heartbeat.
Yeah, the big Majestic, maybe not ready yet, but it is a blue. Just pitch it, set it up for the future, and that can unlock your graveyard very quickly.
Pudding here definitely considering pitching it away to facilitate the rest of this turn. I quite like that. Definitely feels like spending the game to put some more allies into the graveyard, get the most value from that card. Definitely an option in this case. We're going to continue to find more information before deciding how we want to play this turn. Considering a gravy activation to filter through cards. Figure out how best this week is. We will cash in that gold to do so. Pudding, of course, knowing that top card, courtesy of that compass once again.
And I'm going to be honest with you, Scott. Gravy Bones is a hard deck to play. It is one that rewards very, very thoughtful game planning, not only on a macro scale, but a micro scale. You see how many decisions Pudding faces on a turn-to-turn basis. When am I going to activate Compass? Will I use the Gravy ability? What's the top card of my deck? How does that factor into my plans? Do I draw through gold? Do I need that card in my hands? You have to answer this turn after turn after turn, and you have to answer it well. Gravy Bones not necessarily a deck that's going to play itself.
Noteworthy top card here as well. Hoist them up. Going to be on the horizon for Pudding Tam. And Gabriel Grosset will know that. Might choose to take a more defensive stance this turn and kind of lock that card away. Inefficiently used by Pudding in the future. As both players do know, it is going to be there. Instead, Pudding, carrying on with the turn here, did bin that Cuddy Shark over the course of the beginning of the turn. We see a Kelpie in the hand as well that's been found since. So a few ally options to choose from.
Putting back into the tank a little bit.
We see that sloop just on the edge of the hand as well. Another card that's been very impressive. The High Tide keyword shining through much of the World Premiere yesterday. We will see that heed no quarter, give no quarter.
You're thinking about playing it instead.
Okay, so interesting decision point here. Putting wants to establish an ally from the yard this turn. Does need to play a blue to enable that.
Yeah, was not going to be able to get there without deploying the give no quarter if he wanted to go ahead and get the Cuddy Shark out.
Will use that reduction to do so for free. Scores himself a shark. Now this is a very interesting decision point. Pudding has the opportunity to establish a second ally if they like, and really put the screws to Gabriel here and make them decide how they want to progress the game. Instead, pitching Kelpie away for a later turn, activating that powerful ability of the Cuddy Shark and presenting a breakpoint as a result.
Yeah, I'm sure it was a consideration to go ahead and deploy the Kelpie. It's like a bit of over-pitching going on here.
Makes some sense. Both players there agreeing on the situation. Cuddy Shark coming in 4-4. Gabriel considering offering one card here. This is a very different game than the first one we watched today, Brian. Treasure Island here basically been conceded every single turn.
Yeah. Not interested in fighting over that resource and just content to let Pudding have all of the treasure thus far.
Take note.
I wonder if possibly Gabriel is thinking fatigue already. That could be where he's working towards. That could be why he's not interested in going ahead and getting into the Treasure Island mix. Just wants to clear all these allies time after time.
Interesting. Really love to see this with Gabriel again. Just a very concise block, choosing to continue to eliminate those allies as they appear, make sure there is no leverage for Gravy as this game continues. More importantly, that hoist them up, we mentioned a minute ago, is in Pudding's hand. If you choose to be the aggressor on this particular turn cycle, it's going to be very hard for you to be efficient. Instead, utilizing those cards to block and clearing up these allies.
Looks like no blue for Pudding as of yet. Does have some potential ways to refresh the hand with that gold.
Burly Bones there, another copy of the Cuddy Shark. Got a really cool one lurking in the hand of Gabriel Grosset. You got Tip the Barkeep, a card I think is very, very powerful in this format.
Maybe every format, Scott. I think just having access to Gold Kiss Rum is going to be something that a lot of heroes are going to be interested in, particularly all three of these pirates.
Pudding here, choosing to take an efficient turn, will bin Swabby to facilitate Burly Bones. 6 points of overpower, likely to score a gold as a reward for that evasive damage. Another ally established in the process as well. Gabriel here, interesting. Considering trying to blunt this, how do you feel about saving equipment for overpower in this format versus using it to cover up these pesky breakpoints, Brian?
Yeah, I'm going to sound like a broken record, Scott, but context. Context is king. It's all about what state of the game you're at, what kind of block options you have. Can you just line up your pitch cycle so you can go ahead and get those blocks when the overpower is going to come around? You know, I think it's a lot more important to ask these kind of questions when you're playing against something like Marlynn, who just routinely is throwing overpower at you. Maybe against Gravy, it's a little bit different, though, and you just look for the opportunity to go ahead and use them.
Judge.
It's like a little bit of a discrepancy in life total here. Player's just going to go ahead, sort that out.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Happy to see these players just taking a moment to make sure everything is above board, in line, on the same page.
Yeah, and that's the way you play when you're at the calling. You go ahead and get a judge involved. Anytime something like this is not super clear, and I'm sure our judge staff will very, very quickly get players onto the same page. Scott, what do you think of our first look here at Puffin and Gravy? How do you feel about this very sort of measured, slow take that the Puffin side has had for this game?
Yeah, I may be a little surprised. I think most of our exposure so far to Puffin has been not necessarily aggressive, but definitely proactive in the way that the hero tends to play. I expected them to slow down to some extent in clearing away allies. Leaving them in play definitely feels a little bit dangerous, but I'm just a little bit surprised by how stoic the turns have been otherwise. I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not that continues as we make our way back down to the game here. These players ready to carry things on.
Yeah, when's the explosion? That's always the question when it comes to high seas. When are things going to heat up? When's that Treasure Island gold going to have its influence on the game? You know, Pudding's pretty stacked now. He can go ahead and put together some of those turns where he goes deeper and deeper.
Yeah, they hear, folks. Patience is great, but when is someone going to die? Just
that's what I'm here for.
The most important question in all of Flesh and Blood. We do have Pill for the Wreck being thrown here by Gabriel. Do love to see that tip the barkeep pitched away later. You can find those Gold Kiss Rums facilitating some very interesting turns in the final turns of the game. Got a very powerful one lurking in the hand for Pudding Town. We're not going to see him blocking with it. That Chart the High Seas. Very powerful Majestic that arguably a little bit deck-defining for Gravy if you could find it.
Yeah, just going to be pitched this go-around, it looks like. A little info first.
Love this. So Pudding can take a look with the compass before they choose to pitch the Chart the High Seas. If they found a blue on top immediately, they could get the best of both worlds. Take a look, bin an extra card, and pitch away that blue to facilitate their expedition to Horizon's Mantle. Instead, took a peek, found a yellow. No such luck. We're still sending 7 points of damage here with this very efficient attack.
Yeah, and the expedition carries on, offering 7 points of damage, and Gabriel is just slowly leaking life here. And I don't feel like Pudding's best cards have really been committed thus far. There still feels like there's a lot of gas left in the deck. We're seeing a lot of good cards head into that pitch zone one more time, Scott, as we have been tracking this entire time. What gets pitched matters so much when we get to these final turns.
Gabriel down to 12, going to return the favor here. These powerful 2-card hands coming in for 7 each time. This time, Walk the Plank, a card you previously mentioned being quite a big fan of.
Yeah, especially when you're playing against Gravy Bones. I hate when I lose access to my Gravy hero ability. It unlocks so many turns. And now facing down this Walk the Plank, you got to commit some defensive resources or you are not going to be able to get that loot on your turn.
Yeah, Gravy access, an important part of any succulent meal and an important part of this game as well. Pudding taking a moment to consider how they want to deal with the threat of walking the plank. Taking a moment to consider that graveyard as well. Love to see this from our top players, and we see it time and again, just reviewing the information they've been given so far, understanding what is left in the deck, what has been expended, and in Pudding's case, which allies might be remaining lurking in the depths as well.
See Pudding starting to reach for that equipment suite, moving a piece forward, and does need to cover up this on-hit. I mean, I agree. I think this is such an impactful on-hit in this format, one of the best ones. Like, granted, in a format where everything has an on-hit, it's a little strange to be prioritizing Walk the Plank over everything, but it can slow down your turns dramatically.
It definitely feels like Gravy is a hero that could be a little more susceptible than this than most. If you're relying on that hero ability to make your turns function, play those allies from your graveyard, you really can't afford to be aggressively tapped. And in Walk the Plank's case, sometimes they'll just shut down your ally instead, which could definitely put a spanner in the works.
We'll see if Pudding thinks he can play around it. It does look like a very blue-rich hand, and with 4 gold stacked, that could lead to a lot of options for Pudding as well. Maybe not needing the Gravy activation in this case when you can just go ahead and pitch through your gold.
Absolutely. Pudding here, taking a moment. Doing the math. I love seeing the table tap, the infamous combo player tell from among the board. Figuring out how to best spend their resources this turn. Will choose to take the more defensive stance. With 2 block 3s. Okay, we are definitely taking a moment here, but I like this. I like being reserved here from Pudding. I think they've done a very good job at not only making sure that Walk the Plank doesn't ruin their tempo, but denying that gold from Puffin, which has kind of never allowed for a go wide turn with the blunderbuss. There's been no cogs to crank and no way to give it go again.
All the gold headed Pudding's way so far in this game. Really done one of the most impressive jobs we've seen thus far of dictating Treasure Island.
It might be my favorite part of this format so far, Brian. I'm just loving watching how these players adjust and adapt and evolve with Treasure Island, their understanding of what the card is capable of, changing each and every game. And I'm sure it will age beautifully as this format continues. Pudding here, working with a handful of blues. We do see that Saltwater Swell, one that will function very well if there's blues on top of the deck as well. But starting things off by breaking through some gold, looking for extra information and perhaps a bigger threat to work with.
Yeah, I wonder if we're just in a bit of a gold train at this point in time. Do we want to keep this rolling and see if we can go ahead and find a power card? Still nothing but blues available to Pudding.
That Mutiny looking not particularly impressive when there's no gold on the other side of the table. It will be that Swell pitched away, cracking another gold. We're going to keep looking for more power, more information. Copy of Shelly is found. Okay, this one is very potent if it can make its way onto the table. And I wouldn't be too shocked if Pudding just gets it down this turn regardless of the lack of go again.
I could look at something like a Gravy activation here to reset a little bit. I believe with the blue still left. And very quickly, Pudding has gotten to the very end of the deck. Only 6 cards left, Scott, and really still a lot of life left.
I think this is something that's very much worth noting if you're exploring Gravy Bones. Between all these gold tokens and your hero activation, these cards that are discarding to draw, rewarding you for putting your allies in the bin, you are going to turbo through your deck. You're going to use those resources quickly. Now, that's a pro and a con. You get access to your power cards quicker than the other player. You can utilize that second cycle much faster than anyone else, but it does come at the expense of maybe being the one to run out of gas first.
Yeah, it feels like game time here from Pudding. It's put up or shut up. Show me what you got. Put an ally out there and start building up a real board that is going to go ahead and threaten Gabriel. Because right now, life total feels very safe.
Pudding here, taking a moment to think about how to best progress this hand. That Shelly looking very appealing. Very difficult one to remove here. 5 health is a hefty chunk to take down without a 2 or 3 card hand. And at this point, you have to wonder how Pudding intends on navigating this game. 5 cards left in deck after using that hero ability. These final allies are going to have to pull quite a shift.
Yeah, you need them to stick around. You need to get damage from them. Looks like there's a Swabby out there in the mix as well.
Oh, I didn't play blue, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no blue yet from Pudding, so it needs to do something first before we get to this point.
Yeah.
It's one of the things you have to get used to with Gravy. You have to understand this cadence.
That looks like definitely a moment of
No worries.
disappointment almost, I think, from Pudding. Not lining up exactly how they'd hoped in terms of not playing out a blue. Instead, going to have to throw that bark instead. Now, this is not a bad turn at the end of the day.
This decent consolation prize.
9 points of damage coming across the line is most of Gabriel's life total here, but you can tell that Pudding was trying to save this for that final barrage to get this game over, and instead forced to spend this turn to do so and try and find a way to better use those allies a little later on.
Yeah, so the deck looks like it's going to refresh a bit after this turn. 3 more cards will enter.
Oh, 5.
Yes,
Yeah.
5 cards
And
left.
we have 8 with this.
So 8 total, 1 in hand to make up 9 potentially for Pudding.
6.
Gabriel's deck looking not all too much healthier, but enough.
Yeah, it feels like enough, Scott, and it feels like Gabriel came into this matchup with a very clear plan. Kind of put the onus on Pudding to go ahead and prove you have enough damage. We saw a lot of big bombs from Pudding so far, but haven't really seen the damage put out there. Now, does have something like a Swabby left out there in the graveyard, and I think Swabby's a big way to turn around that damage race. If you're able to get even just 2 attacks from a Swabby, you're pretty far ahead of the curve.
Yeah, this is by no means over for Pudding Tam, but I really do want to commend the very deliberate approach from Gabriel Grosset this game. We've seen time and again them taking the defensive role in this matchup,
Yeah, and
not worried.
I expected this 100%, just more blunderbuss. That's all the damage I want to offer. I am focused on clearing your allies, denying you sources of damage, and I will win the game that way.
Very impressive stuff from Grosset. Excited to see if this is a game plan we see more from Puffin as the day continues. Pudding here reevaluating. Gotta feel like if this hand has potential, 2 damage from the gun, not really a threat at this point.
Yeah, defense would be surprising. I don't think that's what Pudding is thinking about. A couple gold picked up
You can go.
for Gabriel.
Yeah, the 2 goals.
Certainly not nothing in this case. If nothing but to deny them from Pudding as the turn continues.
Yeah, Pudding is down to 1 gold, having used it very aggressively thus far.
Treasure Island continuing to have an impact even at this moment. So we see those final allies we did see pitched away earlier, Kelpie included, lurking in Pudding's hand. We're going to kick things off with a Gravy activation. At this point, you've got to feel a player like of Pudding Tam's caliber understands exactly what's left, knows what's order, the remaining cards in the deck is in, looking for something.
9 damage. That's the test. That's the hump that Pudding needs to get over. Another Cuddy Shark hits the bin. It's our 3rd Cuddy Shark we've seen thus far.
Yeah, very impressed by this comment so far. I think a lot of people were very split on it heading into the format. Be interested to see whether or not it has implications to Constructed, but it's looked like a pretty important role player in these limited games.
Yeah, that 4 health, a big deal, particularly when you're up against Puffin. You do want to look for allies that can survive the blunderbuss. Anything that has over that breakpoint of 2 gets a little bit more value here and starts forcing some card commitment if you want to go ahead and clear an ally.
So Pudding will stage a mutiny on the Battalion Bark in order to enable Gravy Bones and steal away a gold from Gabriel Grosset. We'll find 2 additional power on their first attack of the turn as a result. Gold token available. Compass taking a peek. Putting making sure they are exactly where they think they are. We do see that scoop in hands.
The high seas haven't made it back around as well.
Indeed. So we do have some ways of gaining go again here. So potential for Pudding to threaten quite a significant amount of damage this turn. We kind of alluded to those cards when they were pitched away the first time, and seeing Pudding rewarded for doing so.
Again, though, Pudding really forced with a tough decision around this chart, the high seas. Doesn't know which resources are more efficient across this particular turn.
Okay, Shelly.
Has the Shelly, has the Swabby. There's some big allies out there.
There really is. So that chart, the high seas, looking like it's going to be pitched away again. We do have the ability to establish an ally of our choice here. Go again granted by the Compass of Sunken Depths.
Yeah, wants that card in deck. Can't afford to give it up yet. Thinks maybe allies will have to be called upon one more time.
Brian, I think, unfortunately, that sloop is going to be stuck. Only the one blue here in the hand for Pudding Tam. So no go again immediately available in that. Might not have the kind of reach we were hoping for when we got back to this part of our deck.
Yeah, not sure what the next card in Pudding's deck is right now. Could be looking for a redraw here.
Pudding, if you break a gold here and draw a blue, I will be so impressed.
Given the pitch here, it looks like that's not the direction we're headed. It is just going to be a Shelly attack here. It's going to be buffed up by that Mutiny coming in for 6. At the cost, though, of very few cards from deck, and Pudding right now is just looking to get everything he can out of each and every card left. That is the challenge he has to overcome.
Absolutely. So that's very important, and we can see that in this line taken by Pudding Tam. 6 damage, very relevant number at this point. You're going to earn some more cards from Gabriel. Siren's, of course, going to be gaining some life to cover up the difference in block.
Yeah, Pudding going to be happy to pick up an additional gold here. Could be important on these last few turns. Has to order these cards appropriately, has to remember everything he's working with, has the Kelpie in deck, has the Hoist 'em Up, and 3 cards on top. So top card will be drawn in the next cycle. Wants to take the blue here. I think it's Kelpie after that, so knows that's on top for something like a Bones activation. I don't believe one is in this hand.
I think that sloop has been parked in the arsenal here for Pudding Tam, which is going to be their key to victory, but they're going to have to do it without Shelly in this case. That gold wing turbine showing it is, again, one of these bread and butter pieces for Puffin, utilizing that buff on the blunderbuss and clearing away Shelly, taking care of business.
Blunderbuss doing the job again, not real cards committed here.
Okay, Swell being pitched, gold being broken. Pudding wants access to that Kelpie that's on top of their deck at this time.
It does pick it up here. Next play looks like a Bones here.
See if we can take a cheeky peek.
This is the blue Jittery Bones.
Indeed, crash down the gates. That chart, the high seas we've seen time and again, and Kelpie, the last cards here.
We're getting
for
pretty
Pudding Tam
blue rich
to work
now, Scott. We have access to what we need to if we want this turn to go a little bit wider.
That Jittery Bones looking very impressive here potentially. Kelpie, of course, the perfect card to discard in order to facilitate go again. And we know that sloop is in the arsenal for Pudding Tam. They do have the ability to go 3 wide this turn if needed. Will it be enough to close the game?
How high can the damage get here? Gabriel still at a fairly healthy 9 life. I think if you're playing this kind of game state as Pudding Tam and your opponents in the 6-7 range, feels a little bit more manageable, but there's still a lot to chop away at here for Pudding. Picking up that second gold could help. There's our second blue pitched here.
Yeah, Gabriel's happy to take the 2 damage from the Jittery Bones. It will be that sloop coming across for 6 more points of damage. This one almost certainly going to demand some respect from Gabriel Grosset.
Yeah, and I think Pudding has done a great job holding off on this Swabby this whole game. If he deploys the Swabby now, that's the most output he can get from any ally in his deck, and he's doing so after offering 2, then 6.
Love to see this. Beautifully navigated final turns from both of these players. Incredibly impressive play, and I expect nothing less from a calling level event. It will be that Swabby coming on in, and it's another copy of On the Horizon here, soaking up 4 points of that damage. It feels like that block card might be the difference maker.
That was actually huge, Scott. And I think the next thing that is huge is, can we clear this with just a single card? And Gabriel is up to the task and does get rid of the Swabby. You had to hope that you were able to go ahead and dodge and keep that around for a turn cycle. The blunderbuss, not enough to get it done, but Gabriel had the perfect answer and was aware of that Swabby the whole time. We saw Gabriel reach for that graveyard and check time and time again and knew exactly what he had to overcome in this late game.
Putting Tam running on fumes here. 4 points of damage left to find if they want to close this door, but Swabby with limited allies available, Kelpie lurking in the bin. This swill in the hand. Not a lot of tools left for Pudding here to score these final points of damage.
Yeah, Sloop just unlocks the graveyard here. Or excuse me, Saltwater Swell, not the Sloop.
A Cuddy Shark left remaining, so 2 allies left, I think, for Pudding Tam. The Shark will be the one established in this case.
Activate +1.
Will activate with the block card, come in for 4, and again we see Gabriel just masterfully defending this, keeping enough cards in hand to clear away.
Offers 4 again.
The Shark ally down. The plan continues. This has been a masterclass from Gabriel Grosset on how Puffin needs to handle Mr. Bones.
Only, yes, you have.
I got one.
Sorting out the gold here, but the options are thin for Pudding. Plenty of life, not a lot of offense left. I think Gabriel just taught all of our viewers at home something pretty important here about a very real path you can take against Gravy. More cards asked for here. Now, I will point out, Gabriel is out. Deck is empty and is being asked for 2 cards here. So we've been talking like maybe this is a bit of a certainty. But does Pudding have just enough to get over the line here?
You can see on Gabriel's face, they did not expect 6 points of damage to come from this final blue attack. Robbing them of 2 cards might not leave them with many options remaining. This blunderbuss is going to have to close the game
Pudding
by
doesn't
itself.
care about that at all. And now what is the offense that he has left?
Both players have perfect information in this scenario. Tip the barkeep, the last card available to Gabriel.
I think Pudding has it. I think he's got the chart here. He's able to deploy the last ally, possibly. Can that get the last card in hand? It is a Kelpie.
A Kelpie coming out here for Pudding.
The final ally now deployed. It only offers 1, though.
But most importantly, Kelpie has 3 health. You can't clear this ally with the blunderbuss alone, and it will be the concession from Gabriel Grosset, unable to clear away that final ally.
It's just nimblism in the arsenal, and oh my god.
The dead ain't tell
I really
no
shouldn't plot
tale.
this one at first.
Pudding Tam.
Immediately.
What a performance from both players in this game. Masterful display from Gabriel as to how this matchup needs to be done. And Pudding finding those final pieces of juice, finding an attack for 6 with minimal blues left in their deck to turn the fatigue race in the opposite direction.
I thought Gabriel had found, basically to the numbers, exactly what he needed to execute that fatigue plan. Was doing such a good job turn after turn, controlling that ally base. And when push came to shove, Pudding had the 1 trump card left with exactly what he needed from that crash down the gates. It was perfect damage distribution, and it got just enough. And then that sad-looking Kelpie. We didn't know if it was going to get the job done. It just took a little bit more offense there, but the blunderbuss not big enough to clear it, and it shows you how important those back ends are of the allies in this Puffin matchup.
Brian, I'm going to say it. That's my favorite game of the weekend so far, and I think if you're looking to get better at High Seas Limited, that's the one to rewatch from what we've seen so far. I learned so much from both of those players. They both clearly have a fantastic grasp on this format so early, and I'm hoping to see more of that as the event continues.
I agree. I think they both played very well and had clear game plans from the beginning, and a lot of High Seas is who's going to institute their plan and which plan is superior. And I don't honestly think that Pudding knew the plan was going to get there. It left everything to that last turn, a bit of variability in the last card of Arsenal from Gabriel. If it was just any attack, anything that could clear that Kelpie, Pudding was going to come up just short, but the numbers worked out perfectly.
What a frankly absurd game. I'm awestruck, but I do want to talk about Auckland while we're here and talk to these players about some of the upcoming World Tour events. If you want to come and join us for, well, maybe one of the most important events in Flesh and Blood history, if you happen to be in the neck of the woods of Auckland, I'm hearing we got something pretty special going on between August 8th and 10th.
Yeah, this is an exciting one. There you see the beautiful skyline of my home city there, Sky Tower displayed up there on the left side. You can go up into that observatory deck, check out the beautiful sea views. One of my favorite parts about Auckland, surrounded by water at all times. I see it on my walk to the studio every morning. I look out at the bay. Such a beautiful place. I'm so excited to share it with the world as you continue your mission to play the game and see the world.
If I didn't envy you enough already, I certainly do now. Why is this event so special, you ask, folks? Double Calling Weekend. If you enjoy Classic Constructed, you want a taste of a brand new format in the wake of High Seas, you can do that. But if you're looking for something that might stand the test of time, a little bit more historic,
school, Scott, a little old
something
school.
very special, welcome to Wraith, available at the calling level, unlimited sealed deck on day 1, alpha draft pods on day 2.
Just feels right. Coming to Auckland, playing in the birthplace of Flesh and Blood, you got to do something special. You got to break out the alpha packs, and we are so excited to do so and share our fantastic city with all the folks around.
I got my eyes on that Battle Hardened, Brian. I'm a big Arcane Rising enjoyer. I love the heroes in that set. I wasn't lucky enough to open much first edition. It was quite hard to come by, but if you're around, you can get a taste of that by playing a Battle Hardened event in Auckland.
Yeah, Arcane Rising, actually a bit before my time. I have my eyes on that event. I want to know everything I can about Arcane Rising. Check it out. I wish I was allowed to play in this event. I feel a lot of FOMO not getting to participate in these great events that we put on throughout the world, but maybe none more than my hometown event down in Auckland.
Incredible showing. I'm looking forward to watching it, and hopefully you're looking forward to being there. I am not looking forward to, well, not being in the booth anymore, Brian. I understand what I did wrong.
Yep.
I'll take some time away.
I want you to go think about it.
I'll think about it
quietly.
I want the players at home, though, to be thinking about Scurv.
They always are.
Our stowaway, our stupid, sexy Scurv. I know you all want to see what he can get up to in a calling level event, so I get a feeling we might be seeing him around next round.
Sounds good. I can't wait. Round 3 here from World Tour Taipei, featuring the calling, also featuring my friend Hayden Dale. Pleasure to share the booth with you again, my friend.
Good to be back in the booth today. First time in for me, ready to watch some high seas action. I've been peeking over, watching the matches that you've both been covering this morning.
Pretty
and
good.
You've had a couple of good ones to start, and I'm hoping for more of the same.
Yeah, you know what was not good, though? Scott Mine's ability to open packs just disappointed me time after time. That is why I've now hired you. You're going to be my partner, and I'm taking over the pack opening. And it's time for me to bring my luck to the table.
Something had to change.
Why don't we go ahead and get into our packs one more time? I just, if it's not working out, you got to take it into your own hands, Hayden,
100%,
and just create your own luck. So let's see what we're working with here. We'll get that pointed your way, folks, so you can see exactly what we're dealing with. Hold on. Yep, there we go. That's good.
You got there eventually.
That's
Look, it
tough.
takes a bit of time.
I've spent a lot of time on camera, Hayden, but I've never had to get the positioning of my hands exactly right under a camera. So it's okay.
right.
We're going to be rewarded as we get to the end of the pack here.
Unicycle?
With something nice. I can tell it's coming.
Is it?
It's not.
Oh.
Okay, so maybe not a Scott Mines thing. We're maybe on a bit of a cooler box, but it's okay. We got more packs. We can keep it flowing.
What would you? I missed. I know you and Scott were talking about what you would like to hit. What's high on your list?
Yeah, I was looking for a gold-baited hook. Just adding that legendary to my my collection here. As I mentioned, all of us as casters, this is how we get all of our cards. We just continue to open packs and then we share them. And I'm going to need that gold-baited hook to go ahead and play games of high seas. So there's my buddy Scurv showing up in the pack. Pinion Century, and we are just missing.
It's not going well.
We're just
for
missing.
You. I'm actually seeing that maybe Scott isn't the common denominator here. I'm just going to put that out there.
Well,
so
we're going to have to maybe explore that possibility, but I'm not ready to give up quite yet. If you quit, you'll never get over the line,
That's
Hayden,
true.
and you have to just stay committed and go forever until you get what you want. Never stop. Never stop opening. Keep adding packs to the collection. Keep adding cards, and you'll be rewarded with something like a not so fast. Wow, that was horrible. You know what? Get me a treasure pack. Get me a treasure pack. This is unacceptable. I demand more cards, and I've got it. Thank you so much, Scott Mines. Good for something. Was able to get me a treasure pack.
I was going to say, he's going to sort something out for you.
Not bad. Wait, can I open this beautiful treasure pack?
If you haven't seen the treasure pack so far, I mean, even the packaging is beautiful on these things.
It does shine. It's got the gold motif. I can't open it. Hayden, please help me.
I've got one job this weekend.
Yeah, Hayden's really good at opening packs, if you were curious. And he's done it again, folks. Somehow, he has opened this pack, this treasure pack, and we'll do our reveal here. There you see our puzzle card. Sneak out what's underneath. Nice crispy gold token. We've had a few of these added to our collection here this weekend. And now finally it's the moment you all came for. Surely this is the moment I am redeemed with my second red charter course. This is the second time I've opened this in a treasure pack.
All right, I think maybe for the rest of the day I might be on pack opening duty. That's what I think might have to happen. But you know what? There's many more rounds to come, so we will have to wait and see.
The only thing that can make me feel better right now is Scurv. That's really what I need in my life, and I am ready to see some Scurv play down in our feature match area. Let's head on down there. And if you haven't had enough Team Blue pitch so far, how about we run it back one more time? We saw Pudding Tam. Now it's time for Nova Chan to go ahead and get into our feature match area, representing Scurv this go-around, taking on someone you're very familiar with, Hayden Dale. It's the defending Australian national champion, Zachary Gardner, making the trip up here to Taipei.
Yeah, me and Zach have played in the top 8 of the last 2 Australian National Championships. I got the better of him back 2 years ago. Last year, though, he knocked me out in the semi-finals and took it all the way to become the Australian National Champion, and is looking to, put another notch on his resume. Is Zach played his first couple of Pro Tours and Worlds last year in Osaka, and is now just a bit of a... He's been on the road. He's been playing a few events. He's really trying to continue that momentum and find his next big victory.
Yeah, a victory at something like a world premiere calling can be exactly what you need to go ahead and cement your resume. It's how you build your aura. It's how you set up this narrative around you as one of the blossoming names of the flesh and blood scene. Of course, Australian National Championships, nothing to scoff at. Strong players out there in Australia, and Hayden Dale also present.
Thank you for that. Cheers. I want to, while we're getting set up on this match, I want to talk a little bit about Scurv, Stowaway. Scurv's an interesting one. The least played hero, of course. Today, you do have to open Scurv to be able to play it. I had a little bit less Scurv than I was expecting to see. I know you and Scott did talk a little bit about this at the start of the day, just 10 copies of Scurv. But I did a lap of the floor, and a few players, like Nova Chan here, known to be pretty good at this little old game of Flesh and Blood, repping Scurv. And I've got my eye on them today because I played a bit of Scurv yesterday. I played we wrapped up yesterday in the World Premiere. I got the opportunity to play some Scurv in one of the events in the afternoon. And honestly, not only did I have so much fun, but I think if you find the right cards to pair with Scurv, you can have a very, very potent Thief deck.
What is it about Scurv that really inspires greatness? What do you think it is that he is able to do that other heroes in this format cannot?
He just flips the script in the way that you play this format. So if you get used to playing, you know, your Marlyns versus your Puffins versus your Gravies, the gold economy is kind of set. You use your gold for specific reasons. You don't lose your gold until Scurv joins the fray and starts to steal that gold away from you. And all of a sudden, your turns can be flipped on their head when you least expect it, and things just change. You can't quite predict how the game might play out.
I do want to point out light fingers on the side of
important.
Nova Chan, one of those equipments that gets better should you be a thief. Zachary Gardner going to kick things off here. It is Battalion Bark coming in for 7. No double blue pitch this go around.
No, not a bad start, though, forcing the issue of potentially picking up a piece of gold here.
Yeah, and does it. Effectively pushes damage on this first turn. Nova Chan choosing to take a little bit, and Zach has the first gold of the match. And turn's going to pass back to Nova after Zach sets up the arsenal here.
We've seen a lot of players attack on turn 0 and actually be rewarded with a piece of gold. It's been quite a common play pattern. I think part of that as well is that if you decide as the player going second to defend it out, and then you can't push through for gold on your own turn, all of a sudden that treasure line's at 3 counters back on your opponent's turn, and you can be facing some challenges of potentially giving some gold to your opponent very quickly. All right, Nova coming in here with strike gold.
Looking to get that gold economy rolling here. Does have the Gold Kiss Rum now available. One thing I'm going to keep a close eye on throughout this match, Hayden, Sticky Fingers, the octopus companion chilling down there in the weapon zone. What was your experience like playing with Sticky Fingers? Did this card impress you?
Yeah, massively. I think the thing with Sticky Fingers is that when you get into the in-game situations, that's where Sticky really shines because it's really hard to clear when you're both on low life totals. You want to come in for 6 damage to try and force cards out of your opponent's hand. You can't really afford to point that at Sticky Fingers, for instance. You need to take cards from your opponent in that in-game, and that's where Sticky really shines with that Gold Kiss Rum. Here comes Zach deciding what to do here. Ravenous Rebel in hand, but going to lead with a Chart the Course. Not a cold foil one, unfortunately, Brian. Maybe you can lend Zach yours.
I'm a little angry at that card right now. Don't particularly want to see it, but it is doing its job here as it buffs up a huge Ravenous Rabble, reveals another Chart of Course on top. The theme of this round has been established for sure.
Damage? 12?
Not bad.
That's a pretty big... That might be the biggest Ravenous Rebel I've ever seen. I've seen a double Mount Heroic before, but this is bigger.
Okay.
I mean, unless Nova wants to throw the hand plus some equipment here, pretty safe to say Zach is going to gain some gold out of this turn.
Yeah, Nova holding a 2-block anyway this go around. You mentioned Scurv a little bit more prone to finding 2 blocks than the other heroes.
Yeah, of course, a lot of those 3 blocks reside in the class cards, and Thief, no class cards for Thief, and in the set he's a pirate thief, but doesn't have access to the classes in this set, so has to do with the pirate cards, and yeah, doesn't have a lot of 3 blocks because of it, especially at blue.
Nova Chan has quickly fallen behind here, down to just 8 in these early turns of this match. Now, though, looking to get a little tipsy with that Gold Kiss Rum and unlock something like this Swindler's Gift for a bit of go-again action. Let's see if he can go ahead and produce the damage on his first offensive flurry here.
Yeah, and these players aren't dawdling around. They are playing pretty quickly, I would say, and really getting through, well, Nova getting through life total here. And Zach now pulling it back a little bit, just having a bit of a think. Maybe we can check in and see what Zach is working with here. He's going to decide just to take the damage here.
Nova maybe not as well known thus far as some of his blue pitch compatriots, folks like Alan Lau, Xing Sang, Pudding Tam. but a very accomplished player in his own right. Just won the most recent Live-In Legend Battle Hardened on the back of Chain.
And you see the power of the Gold Kiss Rum gaining that extra resource there. 1 blue and 2 6 powers coming in thanks to that Gold Kiss Rum and the additional resource that it brings. Just shows you how powerful when Scurv gets to set up those Gold Kiss Rum tokens that you can be on such low amounts of cards. And now, all of a sudden, we're back to really close life totals here, 11 to 8.
Pretty good hand here, though, from Zachary Gardner one more time. Looks like a crash down the gates red, and Chart a Course as potential backup even.
I love Chart a Course. I think that card is very, very strong, but you can't always guarantee that you're going to gain that buff. I've seen, other Chart a Courses flip off the top. I've seen some Walker Planks flip off the top when players come in. Let's see what Zach will do here.
It is Chart a Course doing its thing, offering +3 to this first attack. Crash down the gates, now going to do some revealing. Yellow Battalion Bark is the reveal here.
It has 5 attack, right? So we're going to gain the extra.
I think not this
No.
go around. Yeah, I think we
It
matched
has
up perfectly.
a
That
6,
is
right?
that is a 6. Yeah,
Yeah.
so misses on a +2 here.
That's big.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a big win for Nova-chan. I do want to point out the fact that Zachary Gardner is playing Marlynn just because it hasn't mattered whatsoever thus far.
That bow has been very dormant.
Plenty of defense here from Nova-chan.
And a card we haven't seen a lot of this week in Fiddler's Green, rather, coming out there for Nova, going to gain that life back up to 11 each.
Fiddler's Green is a strong card, baby, in every context.
I feel it's been underutilized this weekend. I think players haven't quite figured out how they're going to be doing their discarding and things like that at the moment. So
One
Nova?
card in hand for Nova, and I'm pretty sure I got a glimpse of Not So Fast. And now it's time for Sticky
wow.
Fingers to get in the mix and take away a gold here from Zach. Also still offering 2 damage on its own. And there you see the hand. It is the Not So Fast.
I really like this from Nova because the other thing that Nova's doing here is offering up the Sticky Fingers. But how likely is Zach to have a go again in hand? He does, of course, have Pig Legs to gain an extra action to be able to come in and potentially clear this the Sticky Fingers. But no card in Arsenal. So Nova knows that this is probably a really important gold turn for Zach to be able to load with Marlynn. Finally, we're going to see Marlynn, be in action here. But that Not So Fast could put an end to that.
Yeah, if you're in the Marlin seat and you lose your draw, it can just end your turn. And you're seeing why Nova-chan was inspired to take the Scurv plunge here. This is I think the 3rd time we've seen the pairing of Scurv plus Not So Fast. They're just finding their way into the same seal decks. And I will tell you, that's not all that likely that happens.
I think that's maybe the thing that the players are looking for, though, is, okay, I'm out here, we're seeing 10 Scurv players. What are the cards I'm on the lookout for? Naturally, the spec. It's very powerful. And I think also, we've not seen players quite adapt to it yet and understand how to play around it. I think as we go through the weekend, players will learn more about the hero, start to do that. But as of now, we've not seen that.
It's challenging to play around that card. You need your gold. So many of these heroes are dependent on those draws, and there's other ancillary draws as well. So I think easier said than done in this case to play around something like Not So Fast.
Yeah, I think Puffin is maybe the one that can do it a little bit easier than, say, Marlynn or Gravy.
I will say, though, Hayden, we saw the Helmsman peak push forward here. That tells me even more gold activation could be the plan for this turn.
Tells me Zach does want to draw a card here, but wanted to know, first of all, what he might find. Nova's really stacked that gold up now. Swung the tide on Zach, who was taking the gold advantage to start the game. Nova now at 3 gold with that Gold Kiss Rum as well. And honestly, this Not So Fast could set up quite a big turn for Nova on the return. It's felt like Zach's kind of had the tempo in this game. Has kind of been on the front foot.
Push the damage early for sure. Nova's done a good job of catching up, though.
I don't mind just taking a bit of a look at what Zach is working with and what he's trying to line up here. Does have a Sikkim shot, potentially a red arrow nimblism, so has a lot of damage to play with here, but wants to sequence it in a way to be able to clear that Sticky Fingers almost certainly.
Yeah, has the go again necessary, but does he need a little bit more to put it all together? Does he need to get that Sikkim shot into Arsenal here? I think the answer is yes, and it wouldn't shock me if what Zach is debating here is the presence of Not So Fast.
I was going to ask that. I was going to say, do you think Zach's thinking about it and thinking about, okay, what is my line if Not So Fast comes out and if it doesn't? But you've got to think, my opponent just IP'd themselves and could have blocked.
Yeah, and
more
his
on the
line looks
turn.
somewhat straightforward otherwise. So it is time for the gold. And Nova Chan says, not so fast, my friend. And you see a bit of devastation over on Zach's side. Says it's so good. Nova picks up the extra card. And more importantly, Zach denied.
I think importantly, Zach with 2 gold here, though. If Zach had only the 1 piece of gold, that would have spelled the end of his turn, basically. But now it needs to have a little bit of a think. Yeah, Zach just saying himself there, I need a second here.
So doesn't quite have the plan sorted out yet. Sticky Fingers still at the ready. A Gold Kiss Rum as well for Nova Chan. Plenty of gold. I think the problem is that Zach is just going to be feeling the pressure from this point forward. And you cannot let that Sticky Fingers stick around.
That's the problem. I think, Zach had the clean line to be able to clear the Sticky Fingers. Double arrow this turn, double gold, double arrow. But now that no longer open to Zach. So Zach has to decide, okay, do I prioritize throwing a tall nimblism attack at Nova's face, or do I clear the Sticky Fingers? Exactly what I spoke about earlier in the game. It's you get into these situations where you have to make a decision. And if Sticky Fingers gets 2 attacks, it's done its job. It's already put enough pressure on.
I'm so sorry to do that.
Oh,
no.
My goodness.
No, he had 2 Not
I
So
didn't even
Fast.
see it. Oh,
What?
my. Oh, and you hear Nova say, I'm so sorry to do this
Are
before
you
playing
kidding me?
Wow.
I understand why Nova Chan is 2-0 at this point. Double Not So Fast.
My goodness.
Zach maybe found some way out of a horrible situation, but you're not getting through the second Not So Fast.
And Nova's just effectively time walked Zach. He has no play here this turn. He just has to pass it back to
Wow.
Nova, who now has a full grip of cards because those Not So, or 5 cards, because those Not So Fast replace themselves.
5 cards, a Sticky Fingers, a Gold Kiss Rum at the ready. The biggest blowout of the weekend has occurred. Required the foil to get the second Not So Fast. What are the odds, Hayden? I need some mathematicians out there to go ahead and break down what are the odds of both opening Scurv, then hitting regular Not So Fast and foil Not So Fast in the same seal deck. That's a 1 in a million seal deck.
I want to get a glimpse of Nova's head. Does he have a second blue here? He does. So I saw that he has the battalion bark and the second blue to use it. So a lot of damage coming the way here this turn.
And as I mentioned, does have the Gold Kiss Rum at the ready. Even more damage going to be offered by this Ravenous Rabble too.
Looks in here with a Ravenous Rabble.
Finds
right
the
on
red.
top.
Thieve and Varmints the reveal there. So more Scurv synergies available for Nova Chan.
Zach might be just battling for his life on this turn.
I think you're right. I mean, you got double Not So Fast. That's kind of where you expect to be at this point in the game.
Yeah. Now Nova lining up. So a pretty... I mean, to be fair, so Nova does have a lot of red cards in hand. I think that Octopus next, or is it going to be the Bark next? I think going to have to pitch 2 red cards to be able to come in with the Battalion Bark here.
I will gain 1 resource.
So Nova a little bit unlucky there, really. You got to say.
Oh,
you know,
yeah, poor Nova. I feel so bad for the guy who just double Not So Fast his opponent on camera.
But Iz, of course, does gain the resource from the rum, so we'll probably maybe pitch this block card. It's not going to do much. Can't arsenal it, of course. Okay. Pitch the Coast Guard.
4 go again into 8 go again. Turn not done yet.
Still 2 cards?
Everything coming up. Stupid, sexy Scurv at this point.
Zach asked there, still 2 cards? It kind of sounded like Zach was really hoping the answer was
How?
no.
How 2 cards?
So the follow-up here, I think, I did talk about Nova potentially pitching that block card, but I think Nova's just going to keep the block card for next turn. Arsenal the Nimblism. Try and use that block card. I think that was the decision for Nova. Do you try and keep the Coast Guard for next turn or keep the block card? What do you think Zach's going to try and do? And I think Nova identifying Zach kind of has to come for my, has to attack my face here. Can't really go for the sticky fingers.
You ask yourself the question of how can you lose this game, and something like Marlynn just going massively tall with overpower might be it, and I like just floating the block card here.
Yeah. The challenge, of course, for Zach here. On this turn, it's not going to be too bad, as the arrow is in Arsenal, but no access to gold.
And now Sticky Fingers hits the bin, but the work has been done, has pilfered plenty of gold, has offered damage. Everything you can expect from an octopus friend has been accomplished by Sticky Fingers.
More Gold Kiss rum here for Nova, but Nova's hand looks maybe a little bit awkward. I don't know if there's a blue here. It's an all-red hand.
All red, okay. That's the way you can get back into this game if you're in Zach's seat.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing in this format. 5-card hands. Sometimes they're amazing, and sometimes, honestly, they are not great. And you saw Nova prioritizing keeping that block card, and now has no great way to use his hand. Honestly, this looks like a 4-card 7, potentially, coming in with a Coast Guard.
Not where you want to be at all. Nimbleism just going to be fired here. Maybe prioritizing keeping that Coast Guard around for when you have access
I will check out the Chase Island first. Yes.
to the rum. It just immediately picks up a free gold on the back of that Thieving Varmints.
One of the strongest. This is the other card I really look out for in my Scurv deck. And for simple plays like this, I don't have to worry about hitting here. I just get the gold.
Yeah,
I put it on
pretty
Treasure
easy.
Island, and I take it straight off.
So Nova Chan, it feels like, has IP'd himself most turns of this game and is just fine. It really just hasn't mattered at all. Still able to find enough value from his cards.
So Zach, big decision here. 5 life, plays 11, but knows that this is kind of Nova's off turn. Nova's found not the strongest turn.
Just the Rusty Harpoon committed to defense here. Nova sits at 11.
Yeah, I like this. Zach here going down to 1,
Yes,
but
time for a gambit.
keeping full grip of gas, including a Scar for a Scar here, and a 7 attack. So this looks like a 3-card 11. Not a bad place to be to try and come back and force at least 1 card. But this on the lookout has just been held.
Block at the ready. And also there's a Rally of the Coast Guard in hand as well. So Nova Chan was completely safe from any overpower shenanigans that might have gone on. They would have had to have been pretty ridiculous, honestly. But just no risk here for Nova whatsoever. And now gets to play a game with his opponent at 1 with Gold Kiss Rum at the ready. There's so much that Scurv can offer here. Just going to be breakpoint after breakpoint. 7 attack with Go again. It's not really something you can play through if you're in Zach's seat.
And Nova has one of the best cards to pair with that Gold Kiss Rum that can really fix your hands. It's a Nimby.
Yeah, pretty good combination.
If Nova has a blue to go and find, a blue Nimblism to go and find off that Nimby, can do the rum and then come in with the Rally of the Coast Guard for a nice 10 attack turn. That's really going to take a lot of cards from Zach.
Yeah, and Nova's just content to take the 7 here. Zach does pick up a gold, but just, again, nothing from Marlynn as a hero. Actual nothing.
Well, to be fair, Zach did try twice in one turn.
Not so fast. Not so fast, Zach.
Okay, so here we go. Activating the rum. I think we're going to see the Nimby come out, potentially. Oh, straight into the Coast Guard.
Yeah, leads with the rally here, using the resource from Scurv to go ahead and just offer 7 go again. That gets 2 cards as well as an equipment. Follow-up here is Nimby, just for 3.
That's 2 blocks in Zach's hand.
Yeah, so the full hand is going to have to be given here. No search on the Nimby.
Does have the equipment, though, to still be able to use the Buccaneer.
A good bell out there. This isn't the worst spot, honestly, for Zach. Like, he's got 2 cards left. Nova's at 4. There are a lot of 2 blocks potentially in the deck. Demands a card here.
Yeah, and Nova's drawing a Scar for Scar, which is going to do a lot here. But I think I also saw a Swiftwater Sloop. And if Nova can turn that on and go wide on this turn, doesn't have access to the rum this turn, use the last turn to push that big amount of damage.
Something like a 3-7 really could have done work here for Zach, but Nova is just able to find a perfect cover here. He's going to be able to remain at 3.
Nova's job now, I think, is to set up for next turn. Get a rum this turn, and then go for it. A rum kiss gold this turn, and then take cards from Zach's hand and try and come in with the lethal on the following turn.
Or you could just go ahead and start looking. Start going deep with your gold. You got plenty of it around. Have a red sloop in arsenal. So 6 go again on offer to start the turn from Nova Chan. Any inefficient blocks over in Zach's hand could spell doom.
Ah,
Double 4 block, though.
that's a good start for trying to get through this turn. Doesn't help on an attack for 6, though, necessarily.
Bit awkward.
But we do know Nova has a Scarf or a Scar in hand, which if you're thinking, okay, Zach's on 1 life here, this is going to take 2 cards, might be the play we see come out next.
I mean, credit to Zach for what he's faced in this particular game. Has done a nice job hanging in there, is making things interesting in these last turns for sure.
Nova has... Yeah, Scarf or Scar in hand. I can't see the other card. Nova holding over top of his hand. They make it a little bit difficult for me to see.
Mutiny?
Oh, it's the Expedition to the... It's the 1-cost one.
Yeah, Deadfall Reach, I believe.
Yeah, so actually, if Nova kind of has the read here, can come in for 5, and that would still take 2 cards from Zach. Yeah, I mean, this game has gone quickly, but it's because the players have played at a very fast pace. Not many cards left in either player's deck at this point, though.
Yeah, looking like about 7 after the pitch, maybe 8 if a red is pitched here. I think that's enough for Nova, your opponent at 1. 7 is the defense here. Peak on top. Gold Kiss Rum going to be refreshed by Nova-chan.
I think Zach really wants to keep that 1-card play with the Jack be quick, I think it is.
And it is the 6-power version, and that means both cards in hand are committed here. Nova just sets up the arsenal and goes into this next turn with Gold Kiss Rum at the ready. Arsenal, 4 cards in hand. No offense offered here from Zach. What is the pickup here from Nova? Does he have what he needs to close out this game? Looks like he's going to start things off here with a big attack.
Yeah, and it's
he's got everything.
He's got the overpower.
Yeah, he's got Gold Kiss Rum to give his first attack.
Nova, of course, setting it up as well. Has pitched that, has come back to it. Nova knew the score.
Yep. Yeah, just 7 go again, which is the least of Zach's problems, believe it or not. It's going to get worse from here, and 3 cards already committed. And Nova's going to pitch one more time, show the HMS, and get the fist bump. Whew, credit to Zach, but yeah, Nova had the goods there for sure.
Smells like a stowaway.
It does, Gravy Bones. It does smell like a stowaway in here. Scurv showing exactly what he's capable of with the 1,000,000,000 chance. That's my math. I did it on a napkin while we were talking, and I'm so sure that's exactly the odds of having a Scurv double not-so-fast seal pool.
That sounds about right to me. I just sort of counted on my fingers there. I mean, an insane... I mean, you heard Nova. I'm so sorry to do this.
So
very
sorry.
polite in victory there
when
from Nova.
The most competitive TCG players, when the stakes are as high as something like a calling, are just flat out apologizing for what they're about to do. You know things have gotten very unlikely at that point.
Yeah. No, I mean, in a back and forth game. Honestly, we got down to second cycle. We got down to the last 7 to 4 cards in deck on both players' sides there. You saw the power of a ship in that second cycle. You also saw the power of just decision points. I mean, Nova made them quickly, but so many decisions to make between cracking gold to draw cards, setting up the Gold Kiss Rum, which attack to come in with, which attack not to come with, which attack to play around. It was just, great decisions from Nova's side there.
Feels like that's going to be the story of High Seas, these micro decisions. And we're going to learn a lot more about High Seas throughout the weekend. But I want to talk about another set that's on the horizon, Hayden. It is, of course, the long-rumored Mastery Pack Guardian. I feel like we've been talking about this one for a long time. It was first announced way back, I think, at Pro Tour Amsterdam. I think I delivered it as part of my keynote speech there. We first peeled back the curtain on Mastery Pack Guardian. We're so close, folks. We're so close to this set being unleashed, and with it, Valda joins the fray, of course. We ask you to master your class, 130 cards, 13 cards in every pack. And I got to tell you, Hayden, I'm really excited for what this offers to some of our, I would say more casual leaning players. I think it's really important that there's a product out there that is just focused on one class. Some players don't want to engage with every hero that comes out. They go, I play Guardian. That's what I do. I happily show up at my local armory. I battle with my Guardian decks, and Mastery Pack Guardian is going to be exactly what they're looking for. No frills, Guardian cards all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard we might have a Master of Guardian in our chat here on stream as well. But yeah, I mean, I really like these products. I'm excited to see the first one and what might be inside. I've dabbled in a little bit of Guardian myself, so Velda's not completely off my radar. I could be tempted by what I see in Mastery Pack Guardian.
Yeah,
that is for sure.
I got to say, when I first came to Flesh and Blood, it was Guardian that really caught my attention. And I understand it's a really great entry point for players. And I also encourage you to go ahead and get out there with the community and engage with this set. And for doing so, you'll be rewarded with another really big pickup for Guardians. It's Batter to a Pulp. This would deal 4 or more damage. That damage can't be prevented, of course. Enigma no longer around, but these type of prevention effects, having some flexibility to play through them, I think that's going to serve Guardians very well in the long term.
I got a lot of prisms in my local meta. I could be on board battering some to a pulp. I'll tell you what, getting through some of that ward.
Yeah, I encourage you to check this out at Gen Con too. I'll be there playing with Mastery Pack Guardian in the Smash Palace forum. So looking forward to just sharing this with folks, and looking forward to Valda entering the CC metagame. She's going to have something to say about anyone who's foolish enough to try and draw cards in her presence. What do you think about Valda and Valda's potential in this CC metagame?
Yeah, I'm interested to see what I mean, Seismic Surges are such a powerful, token and such a powerful way to set up some really big turns. Of course, we just saw with High Seas this weekend, we've seen an expansion slot that Valda might be interested in as well. So I think as we get more information on Mastery Pack Guardian, I'll tell you what, I'll be out there watching to see what you're releasing into the wild, Brian, that I think eyes will be close on Valda.
Love that you mentioned those Seismic Surges. You see their Seismic Eruption, able to just fire off 3 Seismic Surge tokens. There is solid ground, also getting rewarded for having Seismic Surges. And if you're going to get rewarded, you may as well look as good as possible with these stunning,
beautiful
Marvel Seismic Surges. Really one of the coolest tokens I've ever seen, Hayden.
Yeah, that one on the right is my personal favorite. Looks like the kind of the Aria, the Aether of Aria. I don't know, the kind of soul. It's beautiful. Love the coloring.
Yeah, representing multiple regions of Wraith on these Seismic Surges. Really, really cool stuff. And then there is the Testament of Valahai, perhaps the largest payoff for stacking up those Seismic Surges. Any thoughts on this card and what it might do in Classic Constructed, Hayden?
Yeah, I'm not sure at this point. To me, it's like, it's very, very powerful. But how easy is it going to be to consistently have those Seismic Surge tokens is going to be my question. We've seen a few cards now that allow you to build a few, but getting to that 6, that all-important number 6 is going to be what I have my eyes on. And then what's my payoff going to be on the following turn? We've started to see some of those payoffs already, so it's starting to come together. I have a feeling that we're going to see this card on some battlefields in events to come towards the end of the year.
Yeah, and if you can get to that number of Seismic Surges, this is one of the most powerful shields we've ever seen. Also powerful are the players we have down in our feature match area for our next round. How about Simon Nielsen, winner of Calling Prague, our last world premiere event, taking on Pro Tour champion Shoma Yamamura. We're going to be back with that match for you in just a few minutes. Do not go anywhere. Round 4 here at the High Seas Calling kicks off with perhaps our biggest match thus far. Shoma Yamamura versus Simon Nielsen. What a showdown, and it is Gravy Bones versus Marlynn. And look, I just don't feel like I saw the best of Marlynn there. I really want to see what this hero is capable of. And sitting at 3-0 thus far obviously has the goods.
Yeah, Simon Nielsen there. And also what I'm interested to see is we saw Shoma on stream yesterday learning his hero on the fly up against Paul von Heysel in that High Seas World Premiere. Now, done the work, right? Learned about this format yesterday. Of course, you've done everything in one day and is now ready to show up and see, show us what he can do on Gravy Bones.
Yeah, I mean, time's up. You have to go ahead and produce at this point. Also, time is up for me to not open good cards in my pack of High Seas. So I am ready to go ahead and get into them one more time. We're going to crack it open and see what we can do. I've gotten rid of Scott. I thought that was going to be the key for my success. And thus far, no, it hasn't been. But look, I'm not going to put that on me. I'm not willing to accept responsibility for this. I'm saying Scott left behind some bad luck. And now, with him fully removed from the picture, I'm ready to go ahead and turn things around. So let's see if we can finally get our first big hit here, Hayden, as we head to the back of the pack. And we, no, we haven't hit anything. There's nothing here.
A Majestic? I mean,
no.
Something?
No. Nope. There's nothing.
A foil rare?
No, there's nothing. We're going to move on to the next pack here, where surely we will turn the corner and things will be great, and I will have tons to add to our collection. Because let's keep in mind, I know it's funny to laugh at me, Hayden, as you've been doing. This is all of our collection. This is how we as casters get our cards. This is how we participate in the game. So if you want to go ahead and play some tournaments with High Seas heroes, you're going to want me to hit well here. So start sending the good vibes over.
Okay, I'm sending the good vibes.
Thank
I would
you.
like you to find something.
Yes, it seems like this is finally the time where I will go ahead and find some more rares. And
Hey!
All
right, we've done it.
And
We've done
a
it.
Majestic.
All right.
I told you it was just a matter of time, Hayden, until we got the big hit, and we have found our friend Polly Cranka sitting on top there. So shiny, so beautiful, and a very, very important piece if you want to go ahead and play some Puffin. So now that's open to us as casters.
Congratulations, 2 for 2 on Polycrankers. I opened one in the box break yesterday as well. So,
Okay.
Polycranker is our friend.
Yeah,
as it
now
turns out.
now a couple of us can play mech at the same time. So I think that's great. Happy to add Polly Cranka to the collection. We'll move this aside here.
One more pack
And we'll
to
try
go.
one. Yeah, we're hot right now. We may as well see if we can keep it rolling because, if you hit once, just keep going. Never stop. Never stop opening. Keep going. It'll always get better. You
know
always
what-
find even more legendaries in your packs.
Don't want to quit while you're ahead?
Nope. Always keep going.
All right.
Yeah, I should have quit while I was ahead. There's not much there. But still, we are redeemed. We have located the source of our bad luck, and I have located the source of some incredible top-tier flesh and blood play. It's down in our feature match area. Let's head on down as we get ready to check out 2 titans of the game. It is Sleepin' Simon Nielsen sitting at 3-0, looking to go back to back, taking down these world premiere callings. Going to be playing Marlynn this go-around, taking on none other than Shoma Yamamura on Gravy Bones.
Yeah, not exactly the easiest person in Simon's way here in this round. And I was really curious to see what weapon Simon was going to present. It is that cannon.
Yeah, still on Hammerhead one more time. Have not seen the red line build of Marlynn yet. I wonder if maybe when we get to the draft format tomorrow, that's when we start getting a peek at those alt builds. I'm so excited. There's still so much to unpack here with this High Seas limited format, the least of which is draft.
Shoma going straight ahead. As we talked about on turn 0, presenting that breakpoint, threatening to create a piece of gold on turn 0 straight away. Simon now with a decision about how to look at this block.
Really like these 3 for 7s on turn 1, Hayden. You have a sense of going first, going second at this point?
I thought going second was where I wanted to be in this format, but it's actually sometimes can be hard depending on your hero to convert 4-card hands. I think I actually think it's really contextual on what your deck looks like. So if you have, as we see with Simon here, nimblisms, things like the Sikkim shots, for instance, ways to get go again, then yeah, I'm more on board with going second. But if you don't, I think I'm more in favor of presenting that breakpoint, potentially starting the counters on Treasure Island and setting something up for your second turn by going first.
Now over on Simon Nielsen's side, this is part of the issue with Marlynn early. You need to go ahead and get that gold rolling so you can load up your arrows. But there's other ways around this, something like this nimblism, maybe headed into this golden tipple with the yellow available to Simon. Can go ahead and get the gold trade rolling and pick up a fresh card as well.
Yeah, these cards really important role players to make sure that you don't brick on these turns. Of course, Simon doesn't have access to that Tricon, instead going for the headpiece that looks at the top card of the deck, so it doesn't have card draw on demand without any access to gold. But of course, Simon has now started to get through that, getting that first piece of gold on the table, presenting 4 damage here.
Yeah, Tipple coming in for 4. Shoma finds a block here, commits the equipment early on. Simon has the option to fire off what I believe is another golden Tipple. It looks like he has the bracers as well that he can combine with this. Having played that nimblism, getting +2 from your equipment, those are big numbers. And golden Tipple does its thing. Simon goes ahead and combines Marlynn's hero ability with that golden harpoon. This is why the golden harpoon has that text, why it's classified as yellow, able to be fed into something like golden Tipple and pick up yet another gold for Simon.
Yeah, you said last round you hadn't seen a lot of Marlynn in terms of what it can do, and you've just seen one of, I think, the coolest plays that Marlynn has access to, and also just a lot of damage actually coming out this turn. It's really added up here.
Yeah, Simon pushes 5 here. That was an ugly hand, frankly, that Simon drew, and has turned it into 5 damage and 3 gold very quickly, as well as an arsenal.
Well, an action point. What's Simon's last card in hand here? I didn't actually get a glimpse at it, what he drew. Does technically still have an action point here.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get a peek.
Oh, had a big game hunter.
Big game hunter, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what I saw there.
A big game trophy shop. Sorry, yeah, of
correct,
course.
correct. Yeah, that's a powerful majestic there from Marlynn. And on the next turn, I expect the damage train to keep rolling from Simon Nielsen. Shoma Yamamura are going to kick things off with Jittery Bones here, though, and that means the graveyard is opened up to Gravy Bones, and that could throw a wrench in Simon's plan if he has to go ahead and get on ally clearing duty. And I notice a Barnacle turn to the side there. What's your read on Barnacle in terms of ally quality at this stage, Hayden?
Yeah, I think Barnacles are pretty good. I think it's not one of the ones I'm looking to necessarily develop early on. I would like to develop one that causes my opponent to have to throw a breakpoint at it. If I can, is probably what I'm looking for. So something in the 4 toughness range, something like a Cuddy Shark, or even a Shelly if I ideally could. But what I think is really important here is something like Jittery Bones does. You see Shoma discarded from hand. When you can find the discard off the top of the deck and gain that additional value, that's when Gravy Bones really starts to roll. But these blue go again, discard, or top of deck effects are so important.
Simon really wants to know the top card of the deck here. That tells me maybe looking to get into the gold business. Here comes that Barnacle, and I'm going to differ with you a little bit, Hayden. I think Barnacle is a top-tier ally here. The ability to attack for free shouldn't be underestimated. The fact that this represents something with no cards in hand can be worth a lot, and it really can punish Simon if he chooses to do something like go face, and I think you are fearing that a little bit when taking on a Marlynn. Marlynn, I will tell you, can just kill you from 15, can find those huge overpower hands. Now, maybe that's not what's going to happen on this turn, and it's just going to be a clean clear for Simon, but I don't want to undervalue Barnacle in this scenario.
Especially when you've got big game trophy shot to really pump up the attack. I think what's interesting as well is that, to your point about developing something like Barnacle that has a really powerful front end in terms of attack, is that these cannon decks aren't necessarily the best at going wide always. They might be better at going tall, as opposed to maybe the red line decks.
And here we see our first Hammerhead activation, and that Barnacle is going to be tapped down by the effect on this arrow, so doesn't have to actually go ahead and clear the Barnacle here, just gets to fire this Nettling shot right at Shoma.
So this is the way you get around it, right? You know, in terms of, oh, I can't go wide, I'm playing the cannon, I don't have as many ways to go wide, but don't worry about that, because I'm just going to tap it down, take care of it that way. I'll sort it out in the future.
Turn of dealing with that, and now Shoma has forced to find some defenses here.
Simon's saying, I'll deal with your Barnacle later, or maybe honestly not at all. Maybe I'll just ignore it and just go straight for your face and try and kill you before you can establish a board.
Yeah, and we haven't really seen that yet when playing against Gravy Bones. It has been purely ally clearing duty. Game doesn't have to always go that way, Hayden, and I feel like I sound like a broken record at this point. Context is king when it comes to high seas. You have to be willing to branch your decision paths. You can't rely on heuristics. You have to just be variable in your play patterns.
Shoma just taking a peek at the top with the compass, just trying to learn more about what he might be able to do on his following turn, how he might want to line up blocks here and then play out this entirety of the turn cycle. Big game trophy shot here as well, of course, threatening to create another gold to add to Simon's tally, already with 2, threatening another 2 here between Treasure Island and the big game shot.
Yeah, and we know that gold important for Marlynn to go ahead and get the reload she will need to potentially close out this game.
Shoma, though, with a block card in hand, Shoma's hand looks reasonable here for... I think what Shoma's going to try and do here now is just sort of, okay, I have Barnacle, you've tapped it down, but you've come in with a big attack. I'm going to try and stabilize the game a little bit, try and develop a second ally at some point, and really protect my life total until the end of that game when my deck will be all gas, all blues, etc., and I can really leverage those allies.
Yeah, something like just deploying that Scurv that's in hand here could be worth a lot for Shoma.
16. So 9, 10, 12.
It does use the Coast Guard's effect nicely to get rid of the Scurv. I like that play. This is the thing. Protect your life total, even gain a life on this interaction. Come in, of course, doesn't get to come with the Barnacle because it's tapped down, but now another ally in there and say, throw it back to Simon. What do you got now? Given that we spoke about this, given the 5-card hand, we haven't seen a lot of, we saw the tipples, but
make
in
them
terms
convert.
of, go again, does Simon have that many ways to get go again? Typically, that's more of a Red Spine Manta thing than necessarily a Chanon piece of ability. See what Simon can do.
Yeah, and Shoma just going to pass the turn, take the untap, draw back up, and now Simon is put to the test. What can he find with the 5-card hand? And I want to note, Arsenal already clogged up, and I think that does matter quite a bit here because that is just a single arrow. This turn is bricked pretty hard without any way to go ahead and get something a little bit juicier. So it could just be something like a Hammerhead activation fire arrow.
Yeah, Simon with a lot of blues there, but does, of course, have that peg leg. I wonder if we might see the peg leg utilized here to try and clear this Barnacle and then push potentially a cannon shot, a cannon loaded up arrow into Shoma's face. But I think Shoma's going to be pretty happy with that. Getting rid of the peg leg this turn, I think, would be a big win for Shoma. This game it's early on still. Life totals are high. Shoma wants to protect that, I think, and start to, we've got another ally in the graveyard now.
Only turn 3, and we have certainly seen all these high seas games go long. Second cycle, at least in this sealed format, very, very real.
There's honestly a lot of lines of play here, I think, for Simon. He's got, I think, a sinker as well in hand, so a lot of decisions to make here.
Step 1 is getting this harpoon into hand.
It's one decision made. There is a mutiny in Simon's hand. Okay, I don't think we're going to take that one.
Yeah, trade-in from Arsenal seems very clean here. It is just going to go ahead and go after that ally, and we're going to get a draw.
I think Simon just picked up a Swiftwater Sloop, and I didn't see the color of it. It might have been red, though, and that is going to be huge because there is a number of blues in Simon's hand here. Simon might be coming in with a fairly sizable turn here.
Yeah, you're right. It is a red Swiftwater Sloop picked up by Simon. Has headshot as well, so it looks like the options are starting to pile up here for Simon. I think we're going to see some explosive damage on this turn.
I think Simon has access to another 16 damage here on this turn. That headshot, plus the cannon and the sloop. You cycle through on that gold to start with. What does Simon find? Ooh, that's an expedition there as well.
Sloop comes down here, coming in 4-6.
Yeah, this is a big turn here. And Shoma reading, how much damage is this afterwards potentially?
Is this really happening to me? This doesn't seem good. Simon still has 2 cards in hand too, so could even get worse for Shoma here. And I feel like we're starting to see those ceilings that Marlynn can potentially represent.
Yeah, so with the resource on the chest, that's access to another 6 resources. So
harpoon activation?
Yeah, not enough to. I was thinking, is there a peg leg line here? But there's not. But I think there is the harpoon activation.
Seems pretty good.
Line here into setting up a 7-power in Arsenal. Seems pretty good to me. I think I was curious on the gold draw, but it's effectively going to give Simon the Arsenal here. So And, of course, cashing that gold because fairly confident that he's going to get the 2 gold off Treasure Island this turn, just the sheer amount of damage that Simon's coming with. So deciding to cash in that gold, look for an Arsenal.
Yeah, especially against the Gravy Bones, a deck that can have some defensive woes from time to time.
This is an important turn for Shoma. Knows kind of face up that there's another 10 damage coming in after this. So really has to make a decision about what direction does he go in from here. Does he want to try and keep one of these bones in hand, for instance, and come back with an attack? Or utilize the 3 block out of them now, try and keep the life total a little bit higher, maybe see through to Simon's next turn. Because I think Shoma has a line to be able to develop another ally here, develop that Scuba potentially. But it's going to cost him quite a bit of life total to do it.
Time for a draw here from Shoma.
Yeah, because there's another ally in Shoma's hand. Let's take a look in here.
Does get to clear the ally. Has picked up some defensive cards here. Bunch of bones, angry, jittery. Golden Tipple also in hand.
Yeah, had that Chowder in hand that Shoma has now put to the bin. So well set up for the future, but has to get through these sort of middle turns that Simon's throwing a lot of damage in.
Yeah, and as we suspected, it is going to be the Hammerhead activation here, and that's going to combine with Headshot. Offers 10. 19 over the course of this turn, Hayden.
With an Arsenal to end.
Yeah, not bad.
This is Marlynn doing the stuff you wanted to see now?
This is exactly what I wanted to see. I wanted to show off what Marlynn was capable.
Yeah.
Not just a victim for Scurv, getting all of her gold taken away from her. This is what the Marlynn ceiling looks like.
You asked me back in London when we saw the weapons, what am I most excited about? I said Hammerhead, and I think this is what I was hoping for. Some really interesting, big, powerful lines, the overpower turns that we might see later on as well.
2 more gold picked up here by Simon. Shoma, I believe, with a Mutiny in hand, could go ahead and recoup some of this gold deficit.
Let's see, is that an expedition behind there? Shoma just really teasing us with that.
I think double blue.
Yeah, it looks like a blue.
So Mutiny into Chowder. It's not bad. Get you a little bit of life back. Offer some threat.
I think Shoma's got to do a bit of stabilizing here. There is a Restless Bones, a red Restless Bones in Arsenal.
It is going to be the Mutiny here. Picks up the gold.
That's the Overpower Mutiny?
Not quite sure. We'll see if we can get that one sorted out.
Shoma just now considering what's next. It's got to be develop this ally, right? Which one is the question? And I think that's what Shoma is now deciding. Just taking a little bit of a read there of Scuba. The Salty Sea Dog itself. Would then use the other blue potentially. So it is Mutiny on Swiftwater, as you see there. So this is the go again one. The problem here is that, so Shoma does have the chest.
Right? Yeah, attack 5.
Okay.
We go again. No, go again. We just go again, right? Ah.
Yeah, so Shoma attacking.
Maybe
three.
Shoma thinking he had the
Yeah.
other Mutiny there. Yep, only coming in for
Wondering
3. Simon does have a block here. Clean defense, looks at the top card. Always important for Marlynn. See a Nimblism in Simon's hand, alongside Ravenous Rabble. Okay, has some offense available.
It's definitely some damage. I wonder, just maybe a small mistake there from Shoma. Just miss, of course, English not Shoma's first language. Maybe just miss understanding which Mutiny they had there. Thinking this is going to be more damage as opposed to that go again there. But now with an ally in play, Simon has a decision to make. Of course, does have the Ravenous Rebel, as we know. If we can see what else Simon has.
Calling the big guns alongside a Nimblism. That card in Arsenal as well.
Yeah, the card in Arsenal is, I believe, the Expedition, the 3-cost Expedition. So
a lot of reds here.
Yeah, not going to be the line for Simon this turn. And also, importantly, you spoke about it before, clogging up the Arsenal now at this point as well.
Arsenal management could be hard for Marlynn. You really want to go ahead and make sure you're giving yourself space to set up your arrows. No arrows here, just something like the call on the big guns. But, as Simon, I will say he knows the top card at this point.
I think that's what he's pondering on. Is this 2 reds to crack a gold here?
Yeah, there's that option. There's also the question of, is it actually capable of clearing this chowder? If it's something like a blue, that could also reset the plan, force you to use Nimbleism to go ahead. Like 2 cards invested to clear this chowder would feel very bad.
That's exactly what Shoma needs, right? I think that's what Shoma is looking for here. Get back with, say, a 3-card hand, scuba in the graveyard there as well.
Yeah. And I wonder if there's any world where Simon can even think about ignoring the
Yeah,
chowder.
I was just wondering that. Yeah.
That's so risky, Hayden, because if this chowder gains 1 multiple times, that feels so bad.
It gives me flashbacks to Dromai games where, you know, players would say, oh, you're at 2 life. Well, I don't have to worry about your dragons here. I'm just going to go face.
And next thing you know, you've lost.
Exactly.
So it is Ravenous Rabble here. It is a red, so just able to do its thing.
Where are we going, Simon?
It's a Jack Be Quick on top of the deck there with that Nimbleism available. That's interesting.
Where are we going? I think the play that Simon is lining up here is potentially we're going to see the chess and pitching the other red to draw the card and play the Nimbleism into the Jack Be Quick.
Okay. That's great for going face. That is kind of ignoring this ally. I will say, though, you get the Jack Be Quick ability. So that sort of changes the math a little bit here.
I think that's what Simon's play is, though. It's going to be. I think he's just going to ignore this chowder now.
This is face up, though. Shoma can go ahead and look at that Jack Be Quick. He sees the gold. He knows all of this is possible. So that tells me you kind of just want to take the damage from this Ravenous Rabble because you know you're going to have to defend later on down the road.
Yeah, when a Ravenous Rabble comes in and you have a chowder on the board and it's not coming at your ally, I think you've gained quite a significant amount of information there. Of course,
check out
the
Shoma's
graveyard.
hand here.
And you saw Shoma go to the graveyard, right? Do you have a Nimbleism in there already? No. Do you have one in hand? Probably.
Yeah, that's what you have to ponder at that moment. Here's chest. It's going to go ahead and pick up the card on the top.
Here's the play.
Nimbleism fired.
Jack Be Quick.
Jack Be Quick clears the Nimbleism. He's already got a second one, so didn't even need this one. But this is going to come in for a big attack here, coming in for 7 go again. On hit, steal your ally.
Yeah, and crucially, Shoma does have that chess piece, but another ally in hand and a 2 block in the form of that tipple. I don't think Shoma can block this out.
Now Shoma can go ahead and tap that chowder in response. It'll untap for Simon, but can still pick up the life.
Can indeed pick up the life. Yeah, Shoma just having it. Shoma really needs to find some damage at some point as well. Otherwise, Simon is just going to be able to ignore all these allies and just go face.
Yeah, that is the problem. And Marlynn's propensity for finding overpower also complicates this. And 4 damage is going to get through. Shoma falls to 1. Treasure Island is cleared. More gold appears. And Shoma wants to go ahead and respond to this trigger with the life gain, as we suspected. Now it heads to Simon's side, untaps. Simon's going to pick up his own life. And then it's going to pass back to Shoma, tapped.
Yeah, Simon attacking for 3 here because, of course, that Jack Be Quick had...
Oh, it did have go again.
Go
Yeah,
again.
so just finds the offense here, keeps the train going. That makes a lot of sense. Ask for another blocking card, and it's just the golden tipple in hand. This could bring Shoma all the way down to 1 with no offense left.
Yeah, Jack Be Quick just one of the best cards in this matchup, I think. And you saw Simon saying, well, I'm going to give up. This looks awkward, right? Pitch a red, give my chest, give up the gold. But you see how worth it was on that line.
Multiple of Simon's hands have looked awkward, and he's turned them into absolute gold.
Yeah, pun intended. So Shoma, of course, here, chowder tapped.
Just makes a rigor, but the world is now Simon's oyster. And if he's able to find some overpower here, might be able to just wrap this one up.
Let's take a look in here. I mean, I see a Swiftwater shot. It's good for going wide. Of course, that 3 for 7 in Simon's arsenal still clogging things up, but does have the peg leg. The challenge, I think, here is that Simon only has the 1 blue in hand.
Yep.
Do we take the risk on the gold? And I think Simon's looking at, okay, how many blues have I used?
He's checking his ratios.
Yep. Because I think he's still 1 or 2 cards off his, well, I think 1 card off his second cycle at this point. I think that's what Simon's, I believe he's 1 card away from getting back to second cycle. because he's drawn 2 cards
But
this game.
honestly, Hayden, that's fine because you can
He can work it
figure
out.
out what
He
card
can work
that
it
is.
out.
And
I trust a player like Simon to be
yeah,
able to
you know
work
what's
that out.
funny is it was I think Pro Tour LA. I did a quick interview with Simon Nielsen, and he said something quite controversial, but I agree with him honestly. He said he didn't think anyone was good at Flesh and Blood yet, and that sounds crazy. But what Simon is actually saying is that the skill ceiling is so deep,
high.
and he very much wanted to explore places of pitch stacking, counter pitch stacking, and felt like they weren't yet fully appreciated in Flesh and Blood. Wants to push the game forward in that regard. Something like this scenario here where you're just tracking the one unknown card in your deck, or maybe he's asking, do I take a 50-50 here on the gold draw? There's so many permutations. Like you said, though, I think Simon Nielsen's the right person to trust to figure them out.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Simon Nielsen to channel a little bit of heavy hitters here and put his money where his mouth is and see if he can decide, deduce what that top card of the deck is for himself here. Maybe he's already worked it out. Does have that block card in hand as well. So, yeah, the hand is a little bit awkward, but if he could pitch a blue, float a resource, draw another blue, can overpitch to it even, just
looking
in
at
case.
the overpitch, that makes sense. But it's just going to fire out of Arsenal, and it's going to go towards Shoma here.
So maybe no additional blue in hand there. On top of the deck, rather.
I will put it. I will.
Simon deciding whether he wants to Treasure Island,
Maybe it's 2 lives.
take up an additional one with the expedition,
Debating.
remembering that Shoma's on 1 life,
Yep.
and that, of course, it may not actually matter because he'd have to do 2 damage.
He is expecting, though, Chowder to potentially push to 2, so there is some world where you might want to juice this up a little bit. And the way Simon is playing, he is not clearing these allies. And I do want to point out, despite the fact that Simon is going to win some cards here, it looks like he's only going to win 2 cards. And Rigor Mortis and Chowder are going to remain out there in the arena. And we talked about the Dromai scenario where you let those allies live. Are we on the cusp of something like that and the value that these 2 allies can produce turn after turn, maybe clawing Shoma back into this game?
Potentially. I think, of course, unlike Dromai, these allies don't inherently have that go again. It's a lot harder work, but they are big. And he does have a Rigor Mortis, which does attack very nicely.
Yeah, and it looks like 3 cards do have to be committed to the defense here. And that means Shoma, with just 1 card left behind, gains the life from that Chowder, heads back up to 2.
Yeah. But I think to your point, 18 versus 2 it's not as big a deficit as it may seem. I want to know if Simon had that blue on top.
Here is that Rigor Mortis coming in 4-6. Defending choices on Simon, has all the life in the world to work with. That is one of the problems for Shoma, is Simon can just kind of wait till he finds the hand he needs to close this game out, but not that many cards left in deck. Is there a source of overpower potentially available for Simon? You see that rusty harpoon, should that get saddled up with the hammerhead, maybe it's enough to do the job. Of course, block's still an out there, so nothing certain for Simon Nielsen.
Yeah, really what Simon would have wanted to see is a harpoon that's bigger than, say, of course, can make a harpoon with that gold, with the hero ability. But that's 6 damage. Shoma can gain 1 up to 3 if Shoma also has a block card.
Yeah, you're looking for a pump to really pair with it and guarantee a victory here. But we're not there yet for Simon. Depends what's in Arsenal to some extent. It is just going to take the damage here, though. Falls down to a still pretty safe 12. Shoma untaps, meaning Chowder can do its thing 1 more time, potentially, and picks up 2 gold now. If Shoma gets more time, those could be important.
Yeah, I mean, if Shoma gets another turn, this is going to be huge because all of a sudden, this Chowder is now gaining a ton of value. 6 damage coming in.
We talked about it, Hayden. As soon as we saw that Chowder, we said, maybe you can ignore it, but what happens if it sits there and gains 3, 4, 5 life? That's going to be a lot. Call in the big guns here, and this is going to go ahead and pump up, though, and now we fire off a swift shot. So good sizing here, plus go again. Coming in 4-7, still plenty of cards left for Simon Nielsen. Potential to load through those golds and maybe still offer the overpower beyond this attack.
And this is a challenge for Simon. He had that swift shot already in Arsenal, so he couldn't easily set up the overpower with the pump.
A couple of mutinies in hand for Shoma. Unfortunately, those only defending for 2, so could have some defensive liabilities this go around.
Weighing up the blocks there. Is that Bark in hand? And an HMS. Kraken.
A couple of HMSs, I think.
Back down to 1. Has this cleared the way for Simon now? Does have 2 blues in hand.
Rusty Harpoon as well. Entangling Shot. That could do some work shutting down something like a Rigor Mortis.
Someone's trying to understand how patient can I be? How likely is it that Shoma has this block card here?
3 gold at the ready. Simon should know the contents of the deck at this point.
Oh, easily. This time, confidently, he definitely knows the order of the remainder of his cards here. Just surveying potential other lines. I think it's going to be crack this gold, though. Someone really in the tank on it.
It's so hard, Hayden. It's easy to sit there and say he certainly knows the top card of the deck, but there's a lot of things that have happened over the course of this game. There's a million other things he's had to engage with, had to remember. I suspect he knows what he wants to put together here, but you still have to execute it. You still have to think about counterplay from Shoma. Blue Battalion Bark out there, potentially. There is that Entangling Shot as well.
Yeah, so I think Simon has an interesting decision here in terms of you could crack 2 pieces. So you could actually get 3 attacks, potentially. Pigleg's still in play.
Time to pick up a Harpoon with that Marlynn ability. Activation creates the Goldfin Harpoon.
Will it now be the cannon, or will we go to another piece of gold?
It is going to be gold. Gets the draw. Picks up a card. Looks like it's Sirens, blue.
Okay, what arrow goes in here, though? Is it the Harpoon, or is it the Entangling Shot? Are we going damage, or are we going to try and overpower here?
It's a tough call, but it is going to be the Entangling Shot, so we're going with the bigger number here. And now Hammerhead gets loaded up.
Yep.
Peg leg as well.
4. Let's go again.
So just go again here. Just 4, and it gets the last 2 cards from hand. Now we crack the gold. We go a card deeper. That's going to get us the load here. Puts the Harpoon in. Hammerhead one more time. Pushes over 6 overpower and gets the fist bump. Beautifully played game by Simon Nielsen.
Another notch on the harpoon.
Absolutely gravy. All the credit to the Harpoons there. I gotta say, Hayden, I have sung this man's praises for a while now. That did not look like a game played by someone who has been playing this format for 1 day.
No, and I think you saw there, it felt like Simon had it kind of comfortably in hand at the end of the game there, but found every single last point of damage that he could. We spoke about knowing the contents of the 2nd cycle, even 3rd cycle we got back to there, but also just, okay, what is the worst case scenario? What if Shoma had 2 block cards here? I could just push through on these 2 attacks, but found the line to go, nope, I'm going to triple attack, I'm going to extract every single point of damage I can and say there's no way that Shoma can find a possible avenue back into this game.
Yeah, manipulated the Harpoons so well, managed gold effectively throughout the entire game. And, you know, if this is what players are capable of after 1 day of play, what's it going to be like when we head to Pro Tour Singapore, Hayden, which it feels maybe a little premature to already be looking forward, but this is going to be one of the best events in Flesh and Blood history. I'm just telling you right now, the beautiful country of Singapore plays host to us. We'll be on Sentosa Island. What do you know about Sentosa Island, Hayden?
I went there and I did the luge. That was pretty fun.
Yeah, that sounds not
so I've
bad.
spent some time in Sentosa. I'm looking forward to getting to Singapore. Of course, some of the best players in our game hailing from Singapore. It's going to be on home territory for them.
Yeah, nice to have that home field buff. Also nice to be chilling on the beach, which I'm going to look to do while I'm in Singapore. Maybe I'll get to hang out with Victor Goldmain, Kasai, and Syndra. If you want to hang out with them, you're going to want to pick up a souvenir package. Of course, you will get these for playing in the Pro Tour. You get one of these heroes at random, but let's be honest. You want all of them. You want every single one of these heroes to add to your collection. Such a unique take on Flesh and Blood heroes. How do you feel about these, what I'm terming pool party skins, Hayden?
I think it's really cool that you've done Victor Goldmain as an inflatable. I think that's really cool. And of course, his trusty companion there with him.
Yeah, well, you know, we wanted to represent Victor in different ways. We saw him decked out in his battle regalia, looking very majestic as he pranced around the battlefield on his 4 legs. But now, Victor reimagined as a pool float, just as everyone thought it would go. Don't miss out on this package, folks. These things tend to sell out very quickly. I am urging you, don't show up and say, man, I really wish I grabbed this souvenir event package. you're going to want to add it to your collection for sure. And you're going to want to battle all weekend long. No better way to do that than by picking up our Fabled event package. That'll keep you in the action all weekend long. Plenty of tickets to go ahead and enter all those events. And you'll also go ahead and pick up rainbow foil extended art of 3 very powerful cards from High Seas, one for each of our heroes represented here.
And one we just saw in that game puts a very useful effect by Mr. Simon Nielsen, that big game trophy shot.
Yeah, looked impressive in that match. Of course, you'll want to pick up your heroes as well. Rainbow foils available at the calling when we go ahead and play that one. And then there's even more promos available at the Battle Hardened with this 3-card promo pack. All these goodies on deck for Gravy Bones. How about that playmat? Looking pretty good there. All the Pro Tour players going to pick up that Light of Soul playmat, returning once again to the Fableds out there as part of the playmat. I'm sure our player is going to be very excited to add that one to their rotation. And then, of course, there are the opportunities to pick up these 3 heroes just by playing. You can go ahead and join the Friday event. You'll pick up your Victor. On Saturday, Syndra is available, and a Sunday event offers Kasai. So even if you're not qualified for the Pro Tour, you get your chance to earn these heroes just by playing. And man, do we have so many cool surprises in store for you at Pro Tour Singapore. I'm so excited you're going to be joining us. How about your co-caster? Can he be bothered to come join us? It isn't here this weekend. I'm pretty personally offended, but I have a feeling maybe Ponk is ready to roll back around when we head to his home country of Singapore.
I think he's pretty excited to be, like you said, players on home turf, casters on home turf. Yeah, he's going to be there, and he's pumped to show people around his beautiful hometown of Singapore. He's very, very proud.
Yeah, he's committed to just go ahead and showing me all the best vegetarian spots to eat throughout Singapore all weekend. He promised me he would not leave my side for 1 second, so I cannot wait. I also can't wait for more High Seas action, and it sounds like we're going to welcome Scurv back to the arena one more time. Can he get up to the same shenanigans? You'll find out after this break.
Brian Gottlieb made the unfortunate mistake of taking a break, which means I'm allowed to come back into the booth from my eternal exile. Howdy, folks. Nice to be back. Hayden, nice to see you. I haven't had a chance to catch up so far this morning. How are things?
Our first time in the booth together today.
Yeah.
I'm thankful that you were allowed back, that you snuck in. I was a bit concerned that we wouldn't have the chance to sit together today and cast a game. Today's going well. I think, we've seen some fantastic games on stream already. All four of our heroes we've seen on stream. Some diverse strategies as well within there. We saw a game where Marlynn said, I'm just going to control. I'm going to try and control the game. And then we've seen I'm going straight for face. We've seen a Puffin try and control allies versus that Marlynn last game with Simon Nielsen just trying to motor through, right? So it's been very, very interesting, I think, to see how these players have approached these brand new heroes of High Seas so far.
Yeah, I think it's been incredible kind of watching people figure this puzzle out in real time. I think there's no consensus on how to do this. And I think solving it together has been my favorite part of this event so far, and I'm looking forward to seeing how that improves as we go into the rest of the weekend. We have got a better idea of what the room looks like. As the rest of the event has gone on, the metagame has shapen out. We've got more people filling things in for us on gems. So we're going to take a better look at what we now know. 131 Marlynn, 118 Gravy, 101 Puffins, a really good split among our main three, and then 11 of stupid, sexy Scurv.
One extra Scurv in there. I think, though, you just continue to see, in terms of what this updated metagame, that, Marlynn's been the most popular. And I think, for me, it's about the fact that you've got that access to the Chanon, which has this... You can turn... Even if your deck isn't amazing, you can still pitch those blues, your average blues in there to gain some damage off of them and turn them into better cards than they may present on surface value. And then, of course, Red Spine Manta, which has been elusive to us in the feature match area so far, but I'm interested to see if we might see it either today or in those draft rounds tomorrow.
Absolutely. I personally love to see such a diverse spread on the first day of a calling. Players clearly feeling like all these heroes are great options. Regardless of what they may open, the pools definitely feel like they may meander things out. I'm interested to take a look at who is doing well and on, hopefully, more heroes. So let's move on to the standings, see who's performing so far during the calling. We've got a few names we've seen on camera leading the way so far. Pudding Tam, CYK Lionel, both made appearances over the course of the weekend. Simon Nielsen, that fantastic game on camera that you had the pleasure of covering. And also, fan favorite Yuki Lee Bender there, sneaking at the bottom of the leaderboard in 10th, also 4-0.
Yeah, quite a few gravy bones on this list as well. Yuki representing the gravy, of course, CYK Lionel, who we saw, Pudding Tam there as well. Simon, though, we saw last round on feature on that Marlynn. And Dale Lowe there at the top there, who I also believe is rocking out on that gravy bones, which is awesome to see. So gravy maybe through these first 4 rounds has been, the hero to beat. But we've got some others in there as well. We have seen some of that Scurv in there as well.
We've got a few more players to take a look at as we make our way into round number 5. Gravy, maybe? That's certainly the question. But we can take a look at who else is doing well on other heroes. A few that stand out to me here. Nova-chan. We saw that incredible game on camera with Scurv. The double not so fast. Kind of backbreaking, truthfully, and a bit of a performance with our stowaway. Viet Pham, another fan favorite here. Yap Il's well-known Dio player showing up in Limited as well. And of course, the infamous Vesper, 4-0 to start this event.
Yeah, Diaz there on Marlynn as well. So, breaking up some of that, the gravy, so to speak.
Breaking up the gravy.
Brody Spurlock also there playing, favored Ranger player playing Marlynn as well, I believe, also on a Chanon list there today.
Fantastic selection of players from across the world. Love to see it. I'm just so happy to see the diversity among heroes, players, regions, everything this weekend. It just makes for something very special.
It's awesome, and I think, the amount of travelers, these world premieres just attract not only the best players in the world, but also players who want to come together in the flesh and blood and enjoy this beautiful game, meet new people, see new places, play the game and see the world as truly happening here this weekend. But I have a question for you, Scott.
Okay, hit me.
Would you like to redeem yourself?
I would really like to redeem myself if it's all possible. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to sheepishly grab these High Seas booster packs.
Yeah.
And I'm going to hope that there's something waiting inside for me to make me feel a bit better about my well-being. So gravy packs, I hear, are lucky. Gravy's doing well, so surely that's the way to go.
Oh, I see you've been working on your pack opening there as well. Good stuff. You struggled at the start of the day.
Look,
it was a lot
I
cleaner.
had to do something during the break, and I made myself feel better by aggressively attacking the packs I could hold. So that's world premiere. Let's try that. Jittery Bones. Okay, let's take a closer look at this one. Peg leg, great piece of equipment.
What have you got?
This wouldn't be too bad in limited. I would be quite happy with this pack there, mostly because of this foil expedition that is really good in limited.
Looks beautiful.
It does. Okay.
But I've got to say, not the best pack there.
Not the gravy. Not the gravy? Okay, we're going for a Puffin. Maybe Puffin is a bit smoother for us this time around. I know I'm a mechanologist enjoyer. Surely that's the way I should be going.
Shouldn't everyone be?
Of course. Anyone with good taste, anyway. Okay, on the horizon. Nimbilism.
What do we got?
I have burly bones, and I'm maybe not.
Cool.
Oh, okay, okay. Maybe we have a little something. Expansion slot card, Arcane Compliance. Maybe the most anti-me card in existence.
I was about to say, you must be excited to see this card, one of your favorites.
I don't know what kind of witch I've upset, but I need to find them and apologize, because
there's a curse on you.
Not going particularly well for me. We get one more shot this round. I would like something to take home as a souvenir.
I'm expecting to see that compliance have some impact to this national season, that's for sure.
Going to have some impact on my mental well-being. Hopefully the national season as well. All right, Ghost Guard. Scar for a Scar. Lost in Transit. Big game trophy shot. Okay. I can work with this. This card's pretty powerful.
Yeah, we saw on last round's feature match, Simon Nielsen put this to good use, gaining a couple of gold out of it as well. And yeah, a very, very powerful card.
Shiny Cloud City Steamboat there to wrap things up as well.
Not too bad, not too bad. 2 Majestics.
Slowly improving. Slowly improving.
I tell you what. You can stay in the booth for another round, I reckon. I think. We'll keep you around. I'll keep you around.
Okay, well, if I have to stay in the booth, I guess we should probably take a look at some more incredible High Seas gameplay. I'm going to make the choice. I'm going to put some Scurv on screen once more. Quickly becoming a fan favorite, our stowaway will be in the feature match area this round. Chanon Puttaree against CYK Lionel, who we've seen on camera a few times this weekend. Stalwart of the community here. Gravy Bones going to be their hero of choice.
Yeah, great to see CYK out here. And, you know, CYK Lionel is a tour guide. I like to refer to him as, you know, anytime that you're in this neck of the woods, he'll have recommendations for you. He'll welcome you with open arms. And sitting here at 4-0, off to a really good start with this Gravy Bones. Speaking
of really good start, Rally the Coast Guard is going to be the first serve from Chanon. We've been seeing this more and more so far as this event has progressed. People very happy to attack on the first turn of the game going first, presenting a breakpoint, threatening to make that gold from Treasure Island.
Yeah, it's been one of the plays I think we've seen almost every single game so far. And I think what's really important is that it takes cards as well, especially in a matchup like this with Gravy Bones. They do want to develop those allies, but if you're giving up, you can get into that fatigue standpoint, especially if you're giving up 3 cards on turn 0.
Interesting. So it's really interesting to me you mentioned the allies, because CYK Lionel's deck is a bit unique when it comes to Gravy builds. He only has 4 allies to work with in this particular list. However, he does have a copy of Scuba, the recursion-based ally in this question, and is hoping to use it to take the game a little bit longer, make the most of those resources, and put those allies back if they haven't been used yet, buy them some more time, and return powerful yellows otherwise, and keep the game going and win the fatigue game that way.
Interesting, interesting. So maybe not such a big deal that CYK was giving up 3 cards on turn 1 there, and coming back with a 0 for 4 here. So still presenting some damage, leveraging the 4 cards at the disposal on the turn cycle. Of course, does have that Arsenal card there that was put in there on turn 0 that we didn't quite get a glimpse of. But I think this is one of the interesting things about this matchup is that if this goes long, and Scurv can accrue those gold, accrue the ability to get to second cycle with those gold kiss rum, they can set up some really big turns here. So CYK is really going to have to manage his life total before we get to the end game, because if there's not enough life in the tank, Chanon might just be able to set up turns that ultimately don't even care about those allies.
One way or another, somebody will be a salty sea dog when the time comes. We'll have to wait and see exactly who it is. Difficult block here for Chanon. Kind of deliberating with this Mutiny as to how to best serve. We take a quick look at the hand. Mutiny, double boot Mutiny, in fact, Nimbilism, and what looks to be one of the barks attached in the end. So blocking with this blue does take away the ability to grant High Tide in a pinch.
Yeah, and I think I didn't catch a glimpse of what Chanon has in Arsenal, but I think that's probably a driving factor behind what we might see this turn. CYK picking up 2 pieces of gold there crucially as well. And honestly, kind of cheaply as well. A 0 for 4 picking up 2 pieces of gold is really big. And that's one thing I do look out for as we move further and further into this format, is how easily or how difficult it is to come upon those pieces of gold.
Chanon here evening the score on that goal with Mutiny on the Swiftwater. Definitely the most impactful of these blue Go Again cards here, granting Go Again to their first attack of the turn. We're going to see that goal quickly cashed in, exchanged for a big old bowl of rum for our friend Scurvy. We're going to see that banked for later on. For now, it's going to be that sloop making its way down. Has Go Again, courtesy of the Mutiny, coming in for 6 points of damage.
Yeah, and I wonder if we're going to see Chanon actually commit our friend Sticky Fingers really early in this game. We tend to see Scurv players hold on to this to the end game to try and create this will they, won't they sort of, you know, a damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of end game where you're on such low life totals that to kill an octopus means that you're going to be face down with a big attack on the back of it by not taking cards from the opponent. But do you give up efficiency to not do that? Like, it's really efficient to attack with Sticky Fingers here. So I think Channon's just probably going to do it.
I think that's a fantastic call now, Hayden. Honestly, makes that 2 gold significantly more painful. We were talking about how beneficial and how easy that was for Lionel, but instead, we're going to see that Sticky Fingers come across and pilfer the 2nd gold as well. Turns out, may as well have been Chanon that hit that turn.
Yeah, and I think that you really can't underestimate how important Sticky Fingers taking that gold is from CYK this turn. Between the Mutiny, between the Sticky Fingers, Chanon has set this up really well so that when we go back to CYK Lionel's turn, he doesn't have access to be able to activate that Gravy Bones ability, and that's really important for the game plan you spoke about from CYK's side.
Incredibly efficient turn, well navigated by Chanon. Looks like a bit of an awkward hand for CYK Lionel, considering their options there. Pilfer the Wreck at the front of the hand, a red trade-in, a very interesting one at the back, and their own Mutiny, should they feel the need to cause a riot.
Yeah, and I didn't get a glimpse at the arsenal for CYK because, in theory, just coming in for 7 here is great and setting up a trade-in, but you have to clear the arsenal first, and we don't actually know what that is at this point, but we're about to find out potentially.
Fingers withdrawn briefly. Hayden, if this is you, how important do you think it is for CYK to remove this Sticky Fingers this turn, or are we likely to go around it?
I think it's really important, but I don't think that's the hand that has been dealt here for CYK, so we will soon find out more.
Absolutely. Mutiny on the Battalion Bark to kick things off. It will be that first attack being sent across at Sticky Fingers, I believe.
You're right, though. Just prioritizes 2 cards to clear out that octopus.
Good hit here from the blue being pitched off the top of the deck as well, thanks to Saltwater Swell. Very powerful deck that allows you to potentially go up on resources in a pinch, and finding that blue will allow us to continue the turn with a big heft of 7, courtesy of Pilfer the Wreck.
Yeah, this has worked out pretty well for CYK Lionel here, and I think this is quite a cool play, right? You know, using that compass to see what the will hit on top, pitch that blue afterwards, and then come in with the 7. So what looked like a little bit of an awkward turn, especially starting off pitching a red trade-in, has ended up being a very impactful turn, taking care of that Sticky Fingers, and then presenting a Pilfer the Wreck, which will, I believe, do we have a yellow in the arsenal to create the gold?
It would be in the graveyard. I'm
sorry, in the graveyard.
Not sure if we have a yellow. You're right.
Trying to remember back to what Chanon has played and blocked with here. I'm not certain that we have seen a yellow yet.
I don't believe so. So this is likely just representing some raw damage, but there is, of course, that consideration for denying the gold on the behalf of Gravy here, with the Saltwater Swell making its way at Sticky Fingers. We haven't had Treasure Island trigger so far this turn. That counter is still present. Instead, we'll be using our Helmsman's Peak to trigger. Take a look at the top card of the deck.
Chanon very nicely showing us a little bit of that card. Looks like a red trade-in on the top of the deck there. Wonder if we can get a peek in at the hand just to see what we might be working with next turn. Wow. I mean, it looks pretty powerful. A Nimblism in hand, and I believe a Nimblism in arsenal, right? Plus
Scar for a Scar. Yeah, potential to be gigantic here for Chanon, depending on how they want to break things down. We see that divvy up. A few other blues tucked away there as well.
Yeah, so I think the other blue is another Thief blue, right? I think you caught a bit of a glimpse there.
Can't quite see from where we're at. Chanon going to be leading off on these Nimblisms here. I think very much a statement being made here by the amount of damage they were willing to take. That wreck did indeed cause 7 points of damage. We'll be kicking off with Nimblism into Scar for a Scar, the beneficiary of the damage that was just taken.
Yeah, we're going to see 7 damage here. I mean, that's the thing. You know, you spoke to me yesterday about Scar for Scar. How impactful is this card going to be in this format? And I think, you know, I was wrong. I think I thought it was going to be a little bit awkward, but the way that Treasure Island game has played out is that you pick and choose. You manage the gold as needed, and so you can find the spots to make your Scar for a Scar impactful, especially if you're a hero like Scurv, who, honestly, you want the opponent to be making gold.
Absolutely. CYK Lionel, important card in hand here. Let's see if we can get a closer peek. Not quite this time around, but it looks like Scuba lurking in their hand definitely feels like a pivotal part of their game plan. Going to be blocking with the headstone for now. Going to get some value out of that before maybe cashing it in a bit later. Will be the gold going over to Chanon from Treasure Island so far, though.
Yeah, and Chanon has what Chanon has in hand is a money or your life. And CYK Lionel does have 2 pieces of gold. Money or your life is not a card we've seen a lot in the feature match area so far. I'm going to be interested to see if this blue one gets played out here and potentially ask for a card plus a piece of equipment or gold from CYK Lionel or damage. These cards, I mean, a blue that could represent up to 8 damage.
What an incredible piece of tech for Scurv. If you're able to put the pieces of the puzzle together, these blues definitely a huge reward for doing so. Who says crime never pays, am I right?
Chanon just ticking up an extra piece of rum there. Wants to get set up maybe towards that middle to end game with a bunch of good go-again turns.
It will be that money or your life extended here for Chanon. It puts CYK Lionel in a bit of a bind. These gold tokens might be an important part of the equation to make the turn come together and activate Gravy's hero ability. But if they want to keep them, well, it's going to be an awful lot of damage to take.
And honestly, this card, you've seen CYK not that keen to defend this turn, but CYK has to block this one, I think.
So we are going to be responding by popping the headstone to pop Rigor Mortis down into the graveyard. It's one of the bigger swinging minions there. We will then be finding ourselves using Gravy. Love to see this sequencing from CYK Lionel. Understood the top card of the deck, didn't want to draw Rigor Mortis, wanted to find the card underneath and gets to exchange that card for Scuba in the process. Even better, we found the block 4 here to soak up money or your life.
Wow, what a turn. And also, you think use the compass, hard to maybe determine what CYK might want to do on their turn, but then got to look at the top card after all that, thanks to the block card there.
Players there just making sure Treasure Island is correctly positioned, but Chanon here just depending. Seems like they wanted to consider whether or not they wanted to do something before this goal was broken. I think we've learned our lesson so far about what that might be representing.
Yeah, but if you've got the not so fast, you are slamming that card every single time.
Already on the table. Yeah, this one is going to be a pretty big swing. However, 7 overpower coming in from CYK Lionel, courtesy of this HMS Kraken.
Yeah, I really like how CYK has been managing this game so far. That turn was a really, weirdly, not CYK's turn, but Chanon's turn was a really big setup turn for CYK Lionel. They're getting 2 allies into the bin, and now following up with a turn for 7 overpower and destroying an item. Could destroy one of those gold kiss rums to set Chanon back a little bit on the plan here, or take out the only gold that Chanon currently has.
I think this HMS Kraken is going to be a card to watch here if this game goes much longer. Destroying items, very impactful. Overpower, very important. But of course, this yellow copy, the perfect target for that Scuba as well. So definitely one worth keeping your eyes on. With that said, life totals quickly falling here. Chanon making their way down to 5. Lionel taking a moment to consider which of these items is best to go.
Yeah, really big decision here, and I think correctly deciding to blow up the run, because if you blow up the gold, you actually set yourself at you're higher on gold, right? And that can really open up some avenues for Chanon, whereas if you're equal on gold, mutinies, etc., stealing gold becomes a bit more difficult. So I think just clear out the rum. That's going to pay dividends down at the line, because it does take, it takes a lot of setup to get these rum. They're not easy to come by, so I like that play there from CYK.
Chanon cracking that gold away to look for something a little bit deeper. Will be a blue Nimbleism being pitched away. We do find Nimby in exchange, somewhat thematic, some would say. Flying high there, chart a course, and a red trade in the back. Looks like a slightly awkward hand, arguably.
Yeah, can use this flying high, potentially. I would like to get a glimpse of Chanon's arsenal. I originally thought there was actually another Nimbleism, but it wasn't a Nimbleism. That was the Nimbleism that was played out from hand on the prior turn. If you could get this Nimby to get go again, though, if there is another one in the... Oh, it is the red. So I did have it right. Okay, I did it. Wow. Turns out, Scott, I knew. I just,
Hayden Dale, good at flesh and blood. More at 5, would you believe? Nimbleism, going to be the one that kicks the turn off here. This is, I've personally found to be very good in Scurv.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I know you've had some success beating up on some of our production team with maybe just me more so. But this is gonna turn out to be a pretty big turn here with the quick clicks as well. So what looked like potentially an awkward turn now can actually be quite profitable. Now, what it really depends on is, does Chanon have another Nimbleism in the deck to go and find with that Nimby, or is it actually a little bit awkward because we've found all the Nimbleisms now?
I think that's very much going to be the turning point of this turn. Is there a way to get maximum value from that Nimby, or are we going to have to make the most of what we've got available with no Nimbleisms left? I think maybe arguably a little awkward that we drew the blue one this turn as well to facilitate this turn.
We're about to find out.
It will be Nimby played in this case. It's going to be gigantic, courtesy of Nimbleism and Chart, of course.
Chanon reached for the deck there. I reckon there's one more left in there.
Does indeed. Go again, granted.
Oh, or more than one maybe? Just another blue one. This is nice. Yeah, and I think Chanon does have to present a fairly sizable amount of damage this turn because Chanon can see, okay, a gold on CYK's side, 2 allies in the bin now, just 5 life for Chanon. If CYK can come back with 2 or 3 cards, I might be in a hole where I'm having to block with multiple cards and face down potentially an ally or 2.
Makes an awful lot of sense. Okay, we're going to see once again Gravy activated in the opposing turn after that Compass. Ally filtered through, Nimbleism found for CYK Lionel as well.
Yeah, another ally going to bin there. Important to note, of course, there is Charter Seas. Chart the Seas?
Chart the High Seas?
No? Charter Path on the battlefield there, but that's going to impact the second attack for Chanon on this turn, of course, because it is yellow.
Okay, so well worth noting 3 of those 4 allies that we know about from CYK Lionel already lurking in the yard. Will we see the 4th come to fruition? Will we find time to make plays with the allies we have found? A very tough turn here for Lionel. Does feel like this is do or die. They have a whole hand to work with, but they have a little bit more pressure coming after this.
Yeah, CYK there, taking the damage, trying to keep as many cards as possible to set up a board. I think this is the pivot turn for CYK Lionel. This is something that we've seen, or I've heard a lot of Gravy players try and do, is set up this pivot turn. Double ally on a turn, ideally.
Hand here for Chanon. Looking a little...
Not great.
Subpar. Yeah, that gold token there, finding a divvy up, which is not exactly a particularly aggressive card. Another gold token cashed in. Oh,
that one's better, though.
Oh, the bark always turns up. Battalion bark, once again showing you that it is one of the best pirate payoffs you can find. Those 2 blues are going to be in the pitch zone already, courtesy of, well, Nimby. If you take a closer look, those Nimbleisms coming in clutch here. Both of these are blue, going to facilitate that ship in all the right ways.
Yeah, and Chanon has a great Gold Kiss Rum set up here to be able to come in for another 10 damage on this turn.
This feels like a pretty incredible sequence here from Chanon.
Sorry, 11. I stand correct. It's going to be 11, right? Because of the bark plus the trade-in.
Oh, my. Shot, of course, here. Trade-in 6. Go again, courtesy of the course. And we know the battleship is coming after this. This amount of power feels like a disaster for CYK Lionel.
Yeah. Of course, this is 6 because of the charter plan. Plus then afterwards, another 8 damage. This is a 20 damage turn that Chanon has put together here to pressure Lionel's hand. Yes, Lionel's got all the setup. CYK Lionel's got the setup of these 3 allies, but are we actually going to be able to use them?
Battlefield bark coming on down for 8 additional points of damage. CYK Lionel left looking at a Nimbleism and a Scar for a Scar. Not the most optimal hand to be blocking this with. I think we might be in trouble, Hayden.
This is minimum going to take all the equipment here, right? From CYK Lionel's side.
Lionel
just
in the tank.
Staring down here. This has just been an absolute monster of a turn here from Chanon as we take a look in here and just see exactly what that has looked like. The 2-3 blocks already been committed, just the two defense cards left in CYK Lionel's hand here to play with. And granted, they put out a lot of damage, but they don't prevent a lot of damage. They don't do a lot on defense.
Lionel here taking a moment to find the best avenue to continue this turn. A tough bind to find yourself in one way or the other.
Does, of course, have these 2 pieces of blocking equipment left with the old knocker and the peg leg. And I think we're going to see both or at least one of them committed here.
This is so interesting to me. Lionel is giving the impression that there is something else that we're missing here, something else to consider about how to get this game back into play and how long they're taking on this decision. I have to wonder what's going through their mind right now.
They just want to make sure they're not missing anything here. And I'm just making sure, is there a play that I could look to be doing here? No gold on the side of CYK Lionel, of course, either. After activating Gravy Bones already, plus that Compass. does need to be able to cover all of this.
It's going to be that 1 point of damage taken in this case. Both Nimblism and Scar for a Scar, unfortunately sacrificed.
Yeah, 2 points down to 1.
What an
Huge.
incredible swing turn there. Courtesy of Chanon, taking 2 damage. Courtesy of the block there, leading from 3 down to 1. The retort here, this is not a bad one to have left over in the arsenal, courtesy of that Nimblism. This is Jack Be Quick finding its way onto the table here. 4 points of go again damage.
Yeah, this card has been quite impressive. Both Jack Be Quick and Jack Be Nimble, both cards have been having quite a big impact on our feature match area. This time it's just coming in for damage, and unfortunately for CYK, having to give up that Nimblism so we couldn't use the arm piece to create the extra damage. Honestly, 2 more life and CYK would have been fine. But just at a life total that meant that they were unable to set up this big turn and come in for, you know, what was effectively the 7-8 damage with that Scar for a Scar as well.
Quickly becoming clear that that gold-finding Battlefront Bark was maybe the most important part of this game, all things said and done. Jack Be Quick, definitely threatening some damage here, but not enough to guarantee cards from Chanon. We see exactly that. No blocks declared. 1-1, but our shifty stowaway has all the tempo here.
Don't forget to looking at Chanon's hand, because of course Chanon doesn't have access to gold or access to Pegleg or access to Gold Kiss Rum, so it's going to have to do this just pure damage on probably a go tall attack, I would have thought.
A Buccaneer's Bounty is where we're going to start. That flying high that was parked in the arsenal on the previous turn is going to do all kinds of work here. Yet another Battlefront Bark is going to be coming across, lining up with that yellow flying high. 7 points of go again damage, and we know there is a follow-up.
Yeah, crucially no second blue here, right, to trigger High Tide, but this is still showing a break point here for Chanon, so still going to require 3 cards unless we do have a block card from CYK's side, and then of course we are going to have Chanon with a follow-up. I really go back, this game's been so interesting, I really go back to the Sticky Fingers play, and I think a lot of players would have thought, I'm not sure I can commit Sticky Fingers this early in the game, and Chanon said, no, I correctly identifying, I'm going to get the value out of it now, I'm going to take the gold away from CYK Lionel, make the hands awkward, and it's paid massive dividends.
Absolutely. It feels like this has been a bit of a showcase as to what you can expect or what you should be looking to do if you're lucky enough to find Scurv in a draft pod near you. It will be that Fish Fingers to follow up. 5 points of damage coming across, and that will be the fist bump for Chanon Puttaree against CYK Lionel. Congratulations to them.
Smells like a stowaway.
Certainly does, Gravy. Some things never change. Good showing there from Chanon, moving to 5-0 on, well, one of the most interesting heroes we've seen in quite a long time.
Scurv has been doing some absolute work in our feature match area, and you know, honestly, I think you just see good value play there from Chanon, just quickly identifying what, first of all, CYK Lionel's game plan was, and understanding that if this goes too far down the road, if this game goes too far down the line and we get towards these allies being relevant, I'm going to be in a difficult position here. So instead, I'm going to pressure early. I'm going to cash in my Sticky Fingers early to force the issue with CYK to have to come in and actually clear it. And we saw, you know, ultimately the turn actually played out all right for CYK Lionel. It was still a fairly sizable turn thanks to that blue off of the top. But still, all the same, Chanon really just staying on the front foot most of that game.
Yeah, I think that showed a very good understanding of what this matchup is about by both of these players. I think definitely worth talking about how Lionel navigated that game as well, found the allies they needed to find to create this endgame scenario, found the scuba, got themselves into a good position to recycle that overpower HMS, and would have had the potential to close things out if there had been a little bit more breathing room, but they just weren't afforded it.
Yeah, we said even at the end they rated for 2 more life, and we would have had a 2-card 8 coming in with that Jack Be Quick, and as well the Scar for a Scar. But ultimately, you know, those offensive 2 defensive cards, when you're on the back foot, they're not the cards you want to see, unfortunately.
Absolutely. So, calling Taipei proving to be a fantastic event so far, but it is not the only one. There are more things to look forward to coming up in the future. Least of all, Gen Con, an event that I know many of you at home are looking forward to in the near future. Come and join us at Gen Con. ProQuest Plus will be available for you if you want to join in. Super Armory, and of course, the first chance to play Smash Palace.
Yeah, Smash Palace, very interesting. I've heard Brian Gottlieb very excited to play some Smash Palace. I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out. I'm going to be looking forward to when we get access to that. going and playing some games, to be honest, and learning more about that format.
Absolutely. Mastery Pack Guardian shaping up to be a bit of a fan favorite. I think lots of support for Volda, character that's been around for a very long time, has a cult following almost in some ways. But also those beautiful Old Gods cards, some incredible marbles for those seismic surges. So plenty to look forward to there.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely get out there and enjoy.
Of course, Crack Shuffle Play making its return to the arena in this format. If you want to hop on in at Gen Con, you'll have plenty of opportunities to do so. Pods scheduled all the time, every day. Come along, grab some packs, crack, shuffle, play.
I've had some very, very funny games of Flesh and Blood playing Crack Shuffle Play. Of course, we first saw it introduced back almost 2 years ago now. At this point, we're seeing it return with the Mastery Pack Guardian. And honestly, if someone says to me, hey, you got 10 minutes for a game of Flesh and Blood, we got time for some Crack Shuffle Play, I'm there for it. So I love that.
Totally appreciate that one. Of course, not just Crack Shuffle Play in 8-pack variety. If you want to dose things up a little bit, full box version of Crack Shuffle Play will be available at Gen Con as well. Imagine that's going to be quite the powerful format.
Yeah, I have to learn more about that one, but I imagine there's going to be a lot of big Guardian attacks and big Guardian attacks that also have on-hits relevant to other Guardians coming in to that combat chain.
Should be exciting stuff. I find full box sealed events to be well worth exploring. They make for good memories. I find definitely a unique experience. And if you've got the chance to go and participate in one at Gen Con, I would highly recommend it.
I assume you take your scissors with you to be able to open your packs as well.
Yeah, okay. I understand how today's going to go. ProQuest Plus, of course, going to be the main event for many folks looking to qualify for Pro Tour Singapore, Saturday, August 2nd. You can jam some Classic Constructed there. Alternatively, if you're a fan of the Blitz format, you've got a chance to qualify on Sunday as well.
Yeah, get out there and earn yourself a ProQuest Plus win. Look forward to some events towards the end of the year, and of course, more Pro Tours to come next year.
Absolutely. Gen Con shaping up to be a pretty spectacular event, all things considered, for Flesh and Blood. If you're looking for something a little more casual, looking for some sealed, want to enjoy some high C shortly after release, there's plenty of sealed available for you with some unique promo cards for these conventions. Puffin and Marlynn in their young forms will be available across a variety of events across the entire weekend.
Have you ever played Blitz pre-con events before?
I've not, no.
They're very enjoyable, I would say. Quite fun, whether you're new to the game, whether you're old hat. I think that format is just very enjoyable to square up against your opponent having either full knowledge of what you're playing or maybe the exact same cards in their hand as you do.
Incredible stuff. Yeah, something I should definitely look forward to at a con sometime in the future, should I get the chance. Of course, Smash Palace, brand new version, way of playing for Flesh and Blood. Very exciting for those among us who have too many board game players in our life that we're desperate to see give a TCG a shot.
Yeah, it's a good entryway into that, and I'm looking forward to seeing more from Smash Palace as we get closer to Gen Con.
Absolutely. If you're looking forward to jumping in there, 4 days of events for you as well. Across multiple time slots, Smash Palace will be available to try out at Gen Con, should you choose to. The launch event's going to be kicking things off at the start of the weekend as well, so if you want to get in early, get a full taste of everything before anybody else, make sure you hop in those early on during the event. Well worth doing so. Of course, if you're brand new to Flesh and Blood and you're joining us this weekend to get a taste, Gen Con might be the first stop for you on your journey along the way. Start your Flesh and Blood journey with the brand new Demo Deck Bravo and get taught by some of the most, lovely judges in the game at Gen Con.
100%. Love the learn to play areas. Also, they look amazing. Like, have you seen these, whether it be at Pro Tours, whether it be at cons? These learn to play areas and the booths that travel around the world just look phenomenal.
They just stand out. The graphics are incredible. They always update them for every set, so all of the new artwork is there. I just can't think of a nicer environment to learn to play one of the best card games in the world.
I agree.
Absolutely. Well, it's been a blast so far here at The Calling in Taipei. Looking forward to seeing some more action very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
There once was a ship that put to sea, and the name of that ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew harder, bow drip down, blow me bully boys blow. Soon may the weatherman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She had not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side, harpooned and fought her when she dived down low. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the time is done, take our leave and go. The line was cut, no whale was freed, and the captain's mind was not on greed. But he belonged to the whales and his greed, he took that ship in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the time is done, take our leave and go. Da 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 For 40 days or even more, the line went slack and tight once more. All boats were lost, there were only 4, still that whale did go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the turning is done, we'll take our leave and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on, now the line's not caught and the whale's not gone. The wellerman makes his regular call, turn chorus, captain, crew and all. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the turning is done, we'll take our leave and go. Da 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 da
Interrupting your dramatic pirate music for another round of Flesh and Blood. Looking forward to it. Howling Minds in the booth. Hayden Dale. How you feeling so far, Hayden?
Good. I mean, honestly, that last round, what a game.
Pretty brisk, yeah. It was I think, very well navigated by both players, but I find myself saying that over and over again this weekend. I can't help but feel like the games we've had on camera have been pretty exceptional examples of what this format is all about.
Yeah, and I want to continue to be astounded by is just how quickly these players adapt, react, and learn. Of course, these players just over 24 hours ago had never seen the set before, you know, or at least a big chunk of the set, including, if you're on Chanon's side, the hero that Chanon ended up playing.
Yeah, of course. I think learning is a big part of this. We kind of alluded earlier in this broadcast, I think Brian may have done as well, that the commentary team definitely thought Puffin was the go-to hero when it came to sealed for this format. And it kind of surprised us a bit that it was the least played by the field. it does seem like there is a general kind of agreement out there, because currently there are no undefeated Puffin players left in the room, which I find quite surprising. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, the reason I think that we thought Puffin might be the most represented hero on day one here at the Calling Taipei is because of the sort of the accessibility, I want to say, of it, the ease of building the hero. But I've actually heard from other players, interestingly, last night, they said to me, I'm not sure Puffin's actually that straightforward. On the surface, it looks straightforward. You have a weapon that sort of helps you prevent potential fatigue situations. But this format is not really a fatigue format. It can come down to fatigue. You can fatigue by damage potentially, but that's certainly not what a bulk of the format is. And I think actually Puffin a lot more complicated than it first looked. And so I'm really interested to see through the rest of this day what Puffin looks like, but also when we get to the draft rounds tomorrow and how players navigate drafting Puffin decks.
Absolutely. So we're going to hope to solve that puzzle by bringing you the current best performing Puffin in the room. Little known player by the name of Iaali, a World Championship finalist, I believe.
I think I've heard of Chris before.
Good player.
Yeah.
So going to look forward to bringing them to you in this next feature match very shortly, and hopefully they can show us a little bit of how Puffin is supposed to look. However, before we do, we've got our normal honorary pack opening. I want to keep trying to improve slowly, make my way towards another legendary. But I also want to give myself a few more shots this round.
Okay, well, in thinking on that then, maybe we throw you a bone here, is what I'm thinking this round. Maybe we had to throw a bone to Brian with a treasure pack.
True, true.
So maybe we need to even give you something as well.
Do I get a treasure pack?
What about some gem packs?
I can work with some gem packs.
I think we should open some gem packs. It's been a
Gem
while.
packs, very cool this weekend. It's been great to show off Gem Pack 2 and what's inside. And I'm sure some people have been finding social media posts from many content creators over the weekend showing off some of the incredible gold foils, reprints, extended arts that are found in that set. Hopefully, we can open some ourselves.
Oh, what about you're a Dash.io player. I've heard this boom grenade.
There is a cold foil boom grenade in those gem packs. So with a bit of luck, maybe I can find one of those. We're going to kick things off with these packs of High Seas as we mean to start around. Marlynn's not been super good to me so far, so we're going to try and fix that in a quick succession. Have you got a favorite hero so far of the heroes in this set, Hayden? How are you feeling about them?
Might be Scurv, honestly.
Makes a lot of sense. Everyone's falling in love with the sexy stowaway. Ravenous Rabble, HMS. Ooh, I'll take a Give No Quarter. I think this card is a pretty fundamental part of Gravy's resource base in Constructed.
Yeah, I agree. And I've heard that the artist here, Nathaniel, is here this weekend as well.
Okay.
In the room for Calling Taipei. I know players will be out there getting their Give No Quarters nicely signed up.
I'm gonna put that one to one side. We'll get that signed when we get a break next. Thieving Varmins and some tokens to wrap that pack off there. Okay, Majestic, not a bad place to start. Let's see if we can go one better next time around. Marlynn clearly the trick because she is treating me the best so far of these three heroes. So let's take a sneaky peek. Should we find something else? Nimbleism overperforming across the weekend. Love to see it. A little less so this time.
Your luck continues, it seems like.
Big guns not called in. In fact, small guns found. Not a great one there. One more in the chamber for this round. See if Gravy can treat us a little bit better than our Ranger counterparts.
Throw the question back to you, Scott. What's your favorite hero this weekend so far?
I am finding myself falling in love with Gravy Bones, which is not something I thought I would say as a mechanologist wizard enjoyer, but he really does give me vibes from Dash.io with the top deck manipulation and that kind of thing, and the Scuba would fit right in if I'm looking to build Gravy in the future. Jack be quick there as well, but sadly just a double rare pack for us. But yeah, pleasantly surprised by how much I'm enjoying Gravy at the moment. However, that's not all.
We'll give you another shot. We'll give you another shot.
I am allowed to take a shot on some gem packs. So if you want to join me for the adventure, folks, the called shot for this one is definitely going to be that cold foil boom grenade for me. Hayden, what are you hoping to find inside?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm down. I'm a mechanologist player. I'd like to see cold foil boom grenade. You know, I haven't seen a lot of the cards from this pack yet. I'm not familiar. I've been trying to leave myself a bit of a surprise for when I go down to my local armories, what I might be able to crack. So I've been keeping myself in the dark so far.
There's some real goodies in this set. We'll take a look at the first card here. Full Art Swift
like
shot.
that.
This one feels like it's very playable in Classic Constructed. A lot of potential for this.
I would say so. Face up an Arsenal, go again. A 0 for 4 arrow. I think that's pretty strong in CC.
One foil to look at. Heave ho.
Hey, it looks cool.
It does. The artwork on this one's pretty good. I think this card's got a lot of potential in Gravy as well. These blue go again cards. Look at that foiling there.
Yeah,
Block 3s. Great for activating that hero ability. Not bad. Pretty shiny.
You give another one a go?
Yeah, why not? Looking for the explosives. It is worth noting, Hayden, you might be keeping these secret for yourself, so you might not know this. There's a rather infamous assassin weapon lurking in these booster packs.
I had heard that there may be the other side of the Hunter's Clave.
You would be correct. Let's see if we can find one. A vast Yi to start with. So far we're hitting these foil blue go again gravy cards.
Yeah.
Tends to be the way we're looking
You
at.
called that you were interested in gravy, so
It's true. Maybe
Gym packs are hooking you up.
Maybe I am.
Hey!
Oh, okay. So I
looks
don't think we've
awesome.
talked about these too much. Cold foil versions of the weapons, of course, available in the set. That otherwise they kind of shone in the hunted ones. Those I know everyone wanted those kunai for Sindra and stuff. Red Spine Manta here, cold foil. It's a beautiful cold foil. I think the pinks and oranges work very, very well there. So.
Card I'm looking forward to seeing more of in the feature match area.
Yeah, me
Over the
too.
rest of the weekend.
All right, one more shot for a premium explosive. Let's see if we can find one
Yeah,
inside.
let's see what
Gem
you've
pack
got.
Number 3.
I have a good feeling about this. I don't know.
Now, why would you say a thing like that? David?
Well,
Alrighty. Card numero uno. I really have
Hey.
suddenly become a gravy player, haven't I? Restless Bones here. This is actually pretty good, I think, across the weekend. These go again enablers for gravy seem pretty good in the limited format.
especially at blue.
Absolutely.
Yeah, very important.
Last card.
Hey!
Hey, that seems a little poetic given the last round we just had taken play. Rainbow foil, full art Nimby. I know there's some rumors and theories going around about what this guy might mean exactly, but look at that hammer. Look at the rainbow foiling on that.
Looking good. No, unfortunately, no Boom Grenade for you. But I'll tell you what, you've walked away with some cards for your Gravy Bones deck and a very nice cold foil red spine Manta. But I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to watching more of this format here in Taipei.
Yeah, me too. Let's head on down to that feature match area and catch on up with Chris Iaali on Puffin and see if they can teach us a thing or two about how this hero is supposed to be built. On the other side of the table, Marlynn will be the side of Jamal Armand. Both these players sitting at 4-1. What are you expecting to see from this matchup, Hayden?
Yeah, this one I think is quite interesting. I really, first thing I'm looking at is what is Jamal presenting as a weapon? Are we seeing more Hammerhead or are we going to see Red Spine Manta for the first time in our feature match area today? And on Chris Iaali's side as well, same thing. Which weapon is Chris going to present? Are we going to see some Spitfire? Are we going to see some Blunderbuss action? I think around the room, the Blunderbuss has continued to probably be the weapon of choice, I would say, the weapon of preference for most of the Puffin players. I think that makes sense. You know, it's the one that you can pay into. I think it's a bit easier to build into, like we spoke about. But I think Spitfire is potentially the more powerful, more potent weapon in some of these builds.
Yeah, I have done a quick walk of the room in between rounds during my brief period in exile, and there is some Spitfire finding success out there. These more like red line versions of Puffin, really leveraging that card as extra bonus damage they might not otherwise be able to score. We'll make our way down to the table. We're in luck, Hayden. That red line Manta is front and center for Jamal Armand.
So we got half of my wish. There's a Blunderbuss on Chris Iaali's side, but there is that Red Spine Manta, and I'm excited to see how this plan plays out, different to what we've seen from the Hammerhead games so far as we lead off with this sync by the looks of it.
Indeed, Sinker, part of that 3-card combo line of Hook, Line, and Sinker. Blue block 3s, this one is particularly cool. Look at the top card of the deck. If you find an arrow, you can flip it straight into your arsenal. If you do, it gets overpowered. It's a pretty good thing to spend your resources on that first turn of the game.
Yeah, it doesn't end up hitting for Jamal this time around, but of course we'll give overpower and potentially push through a nice piece of gold to start the game off for Jamal.
Manta will be locked and loaded for a salvage shot. We're going to fire this for 5 here, triggering that treasure island, putting a counter on top. I get the feeling Jamal might be an impassioned ranger player based on those Azalea sleeves.
I reckon.
All right. Moving 10 piece.
All right, a little bit of value gained here from Chris Iaali, gaining a life when the chain closes, courtesy of those sirens on turn 0. I've really found this card to be quite impressive in this format so far, only because that first turn of the game, people are very happy to swing, try and threaten Treasure Island activations. If that's you, you can attack with those sirens. If it is not, then you're more than happy to block with them and gain some life in the process.
Yeah, it continues to be a play that we see time and time again, right? And of course, I did misspeak there. Sinker doesn't give overpower unless you do hit off the top. So Chris able to offer 2 cards, crucially take away one of the most potent cards for Ranger in this format and Salvage Shot, something that can really, you know, a recursive red threat is very strong.
Chris Iaali kicking things off here with the drawback, the hammer to lock and load this gigantic blunderbuss. It's going to be coming in for 6. No go again available currently though, so maybe a bit of an awkward hand for Chris.
Yeah, it does seem like it. Looks like a couple of reds maybe there in the hand for Chris.
We'll park that Scurv for later on. Definitely one of the better attacks for Puffin, so excited to see that one turning up for Chris Iaali. We'll make our way back to Jamal. We see some iconic generics on this side of the table here. Ravenous Rabble, Nimbleism, the leftover cards, and a very potent one in the arsenal there in the form of Drop the Anchor.
Yeah, it looks like Jamal's on I mean, talk about red line. And Red Spy Manta, a very aggressive deck here by the looks of it for Jamal. Lots of reds, lots of damage, lots of generics, like you say. Knows the top card of the deck here. Oh, but unfortunately is the blue.
So this Ravenous Rabble going to be coming in for 5. Yeah, as you kind of alluded to before, we talked about this Red Spine deck a little bit earlier on. Players quickly figuring out you don't actually need that high of a density of arrows in Marlynn if you're able to make gold with Treasure Island. And as a result, those Goldfin Harpoons can do a lot of the heavy lifting and leave you with plenty of deck space to play these more efficient red cards that really benefit from seeing each other.
Yeah, definitely. And Chris deciding to commit a piece of equipment there to stop the Treasure Island trigger. Wants to, you know, I think get ahead of things there. And we're starting to see it tick up pretty quickly.
This is interesting. It feels like we haven't had a game in a few rounds now where Treasure Island has really ticked to concerning levels, but it feels like we might be about to get one. Chart, of course, going to pop a gold counter on in the process. Coming in for 9 with the tough old wrench. Is Treasure Island about to be rather large? So 4 counters available, 9 points of damage from Chris Iaali.
Yeah, and this is kind of the build of Puffin that I've seen from, I'd say, like a lot of the quote-unquote top players who have decided to pick up Puffin is this very value-orientated build. This is a 3-card 9 here. This is what Chris is coming in with, and I think this is something that, honestly, you know, Chris is a great player, but I think, honestly, one of the reasons we've seen Puffin not do so well today is people are playing quite risk-adverse with their Puffin decks and playing very maybe traditional Flesh and Blood, trying to find value, and it doesn't seem to be paying off against some of these decks that can do, honestly, some pretty insane things through the middle of the game. We saw 20 damage Marlynn turns, crazy double ally turns for Gravy, for example.
Very interesting block here. 8 points of block given up on this tough old wrench. We'll take a look at the top card of the deck, courtesy of Helmets and Peaks. Find a trade in the process, but 1 point leaking across here. Really love to see this kind of Treasure Island management from players as the game gets longer. The best way to kind of mitigate the risk of letting it build up too much is slowly but surely let 1 damage leak through. You can have 1 gold for now, but there's still plenty for me to find if I start digging.
Yeah, and another Nimbleism here. I wonder if we will now see the second Nimbleism. I wonder if we'll see the arms deployed from Jamal here. Or is there even more Nimbleisms in the deck?
Does seem like it's a card that's picked up in popularity as we're making our way through the day. It is going to be that Drop the Anchor coming out of the arsenal here for Jamal. Nimbleism to follow up. Those arms are popped. Red Line Manta showing its prowess. Lock, load, arrow, bang. Straight across the line here for Jamal Armand. This arrow, frankly, gigantic.
Yeah, quick bit of math there to work out just how big this arrow is here. And to be honest, Jamal's last turn was a little bit awkward, right? Had the drop the anchor, but unfortunately no arrow. Had to come in with a Nimbleism for showing a blue just to be able to present some damage. This is looking a lot better this turn, this time around for Jamal here, as Chris now weighs up his options. I wonder if we can check in on Chris's hand if he wants to give us a little peek, maybe.
Hidden underneath the Syndra sleeves, unfortunately. Jamal taking a moment there to glance through the graveyard, consider all the cards they've already gone through. This is honestly a very impressive turn here. Scouting shot, super efficient, 0 cost, 4 power arrow, lining up very, very well with these buffs. Drop the Anchor here, of course, threatening to tap the hero in this case. Does have some implications against Puffin, preventing her from making a golden cog.
Very relevant this turn because Chris has finally found that piece of gold. Jamal did let that 1 damage go over. Chris now in a position to potentially create that first golden cog, but if this arrow hits, Chris won't be able to do that on this turn via that Puffin hero ability.
I have a soft spot for Drop the Anchor. It feels so thematic to just take a gigantic anchor and thunk your opponent around the head with it, and they're so dizzy, disorientated that they're tapped for now and can't figure out how to play the game. Just feels right.
Chris is going to continue on this sort of view of maintaining Treasure Island counters and also stopping that Puffin from getting tapped down by throwing 3 pieces of equipment. That's huge, and 3 cards from hand. That is a big turn cycle there.
Very large commitment there from Chris Iaali to keep that Treasure Island in check. We are going to make sure that hero ability remains online as a result. Tapping the cog, giving the blunderbuss go again. Will come across for 2 in the process. This line we've seen time and again feels like a pretty bread and butter play for Puffin at this point.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, spoke about Chris playing this more value-orientated Puffin build. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a nice 1 for 5 an expedition sitting in Chris's arsenal. I didn't get a good glimpse of it on turn 0 or a 1-cost mechanologist attack action to follow up here and really utilize that blue plus the gun. And I think that's why he prioritized making sure that he could stop that drop the anchor effect from happening.
Jamal here choosing to let the damage on through. Chris will score 2 gold for the trouble. And we'll follow things up with that arsenal. We saw before it is going to be that Cloud Scurv that was parked nice and early. Maybe the best possible one for 5 if some more cogs had been around.
Yeah, I mean, either way, this is just a nice, efficient turn for Chris here, taking a card from Jamal. And Chris has now built up a little bit of a life buffer, but we know Jamal is pretty aggressive with this red spine deck. Hasn't actually been able to leak through any damage yet so far, though.
No, very interesting that the gold has definitely fallen in Chris Iaali's favor. The hand for Jamal Armand looking quite interesting. Swift Shot, definitely one of the premium options alongside this red spine Manta. Trade-in available for the following turn to be parked in the arsenal, and that charter course lurking there. If we'd rather just throw it all together this turn.
Yeah, interestingly, we're going to see the go again here. So is Jamal potentially banking on being able to create a gold here? Ultimately, can just come in with the trade-in afterwards for 3 and then arsenal the charter course. Or actually, honestly, just play both of them here and just come in for 5. But 2-card 5 is not the most exciting play.
No, I think in an ideal world here for Jamal, we're looking to score that gold, cash it in for a harpoon, save that trade-in for a later turn cycle. We do see some interesting ones for Chris on the other side, keeping them hidden from us for now, but that bark at front and center.
Yeah, the challenge, though, is Jamal gets the gold here, cashes in for the harpoon, can't actually get the harpoon into the arsenal, right?
You are correct. Yeah, currently no way to load that arrow without a little bit of surprise. So maybe not the most optimal hand for Jamal here.
Yeah. Sorry, the trade-in would come in for 6, so it's a 2-card 6, but it's just really not the most exciting. You know, he spoke about some of these Marlynn heroes being able to deal 14, 20 damage turns, and yes, Jamal came in for 12 last turn, but these hands have just been a little bit awkward, and I think you see sometimes the drawback of just those generics and not enough of, you know, those class cards really linking them up together.
I wonder if Jamal had intended to make a gold here and everything going to plan can just cash that gold in the hard way. Kept the yellow in hand, the charter course preemptively. Might be looking to cash that card in to just draw a card and try and find something more proactive to do with their turn. Instead, we will be tapping Marlynn, cashing out that gold, turning it into the Goldfin Harpoon, firing off charter course and trade-in, and we're just going to discard the trade-in and draw a fresh card. Love to see this use of Goldfin Harpoon. Very flexible card.
Yeah, I think it's a really good use of the turn, and I think ultimately Jamal had a lot of decisions there, and being able to get the gold, and as we said, you know, is Jamal banking on being able to get the gold here? And ultimately, yes, kind of, but Jamal did have a line if the gold didn't come to fruition, thanks to Chris's, you know, propensity, it seems, to keep life total high at this point.
Chris back in the tank here. Maybe a little more damage than they were expecting on the follow-up.
And this is the thing. Chris gave up a lot of equipment last turn. Has now given up that red bark as well, but couldn't also give up a piece of equipment to deny Jamal gold any further this turn.
See if we can take a peek at what Chris is working with. That mutiny on the battalion bark front and center there, but didn't quite get a glance at the rest of the hand. It will be a commit to taking damage from Chris Iaali here, falling all the way down to 14. So definitely feels like it's time to make a stand here.
I think Jamal got pretty paid off with that play there as well. Finding off that gold, I believe a red entangling shot, so a really nice arsenal setup now for Jamal potentially to push some damage next turn.
Back to Chris Iaali. We're going to start things off by tightening the screws and firing our blunderbuss. So 6 points of damage coming across here. Reasonably efficient hand.
2-card 6 for Chris, just back at it, back to the well with these 2-card 6s from Chris's side. And interestingly, these the cycle of the untap effects from Mechanologist, they are really powerful when you can combine them in some big hand, and particularly when you can combine them together alongside a lot of gold. Chris has, in this instance, been using them for value, but I think that's just kind of the way the game's played out in terms of Chris has wanted to preserve life, use 3 blocks, 3 defensive cards to defend, tick up the gold.
This game here quickly picking up the pace. Jamal declaring no blocks. Chris with an abundance of gold to work with at this point. Let's take a look at what they're working with. Chart, a course at front and center. Multiple mutinies, a life for a life. Definitely looking pretty premium here, given the disparity in life totals.
This looks like a fairly sizable turn. I wouldn't be surprised now we see that life for a life come in. Will we see the mutinies used for value after this as well? The cracking of that equipment tells me we very well might do to pump up a big arrow on Jamal's side.
This is a pretty great showcase of the power of Buccaneer's Bounty. That chess piece very emblematic of Blossom of Spring, other chess pieces we've seen in the past. doing a great job of just fronting this first resource and making these turns significantly more efficient.
Yeah, do you remember when we had to, like have no cards in hand, or we had to give an additional cost, or we had to use the resource on our opponent's turn? No longer. Now we just get that resource, for free.
Activate only if you've eaten half a ham sandwich this turn. It's not my favorite piece of equipment in the game. We'll work with Buccaneer's Bounty, given the choice. 7 go again coming in for Life from Real Life here. Arguably worth even more if the life can be gained for Jamal Armand. Chris does indeed take the block with the Sirens. Will gain a life when the combat chain closes. Life for a life, swinging things back in Jamal Armand's favor for now. Gold taken, and I get the feeling we're about to see a rather large arrow.
Overpowered as well, I think, because that's a mutiny. It's a Bark Mutiny and a Nimbus Sovereign, right? So it's going to be +2 overpower. So a 6 overpowered arrow potentially coming in.
Steal one of your gold.
I will steal a gold, says Jamal. 4 to 5. And okay, interesting. We're going to be saving a mutiny for the follow-up. What do you think about this, Hayden?
I like that because, of course, it wouldn't have been able. You'd have to crack the gold because Jamal had also hit with the Treasure Island. So I think maybe if Chris had decided to block out, Jamal would have committed both the mutinies. But after Chris decided to take the damage and allow Treasure Island to hit, Jamal go up to that 4 gold afterwards, after taking as well with the first mutiny. I think Jamal's just saying, well, I could cash it in. Potentially another card, but this card is more than serviceable on a future turn as well.
Yeah, I think that's a great spot. These players just showing you the versatility of Treasure Island and all the things you have to manage in these board states. These gold tokens serving all kinds of purposes as the game continues. Chris here, definitely taking a moment to consider their options, their hand. Let's see if we can take a cheeky peek if at all possible. We do see that perk up a Sky Scan, so some very premium reds here for Chris. Yeah, this one looks to be very aggressive, but we don't have too much breathing room to work with if we take this 6 points of damage from Entangling Shot. More importantly, Entangling Shot here will tap target hero. Well, no, sorry, will not tap target hero. It was face down, I believe, at the start of this turn. So it was already in the arsenal. So that effect not active. Chris can still crank a cog if they would like.
I think Chris, though, is saying, well, I can use these cards defensively, but I actually need to present some damage to Jamal here. And now that mutiny going into Jamal's arsenal is actually really important because it is, of course, the overpower mutiny. So although Jamal might have wanted to get that out this turn and steal more gold, I actually think just having this as a win condition in arsenal is a really good place to be.
I agree, but I think it's going to be a little difficult to get full value if Jamal can't sacrifice some cards to spin some gold, because Chris here burning one of their gold to turn into this golden cog, perk up to untap Puffin, and then arguably do so again, reducing their gold count down significantly, and more importantly, drawing a card from Puffin.
Yeah, this is a big turn. This, again, showing the power of these chess pieces. Like you just said, on Jamal's side, now we're seeing it on Chris's side with the Rust Belt put in a lot of work here.
Chris reevaluating after that bonus card was drawn. It will be that Sky Skimmer to kick things off, one of the premium attacks for Puffin. This one exceptionally difficult to juke, given the ability to either gain go again or get slightly bigger.
Yeah, and Chris still with 2 cards in hand thanks to drawing that card off of Crank. So this potentially represents a massive turn. And Chris has so many of these 1-for-4 pumps that untap in this deck, and we finally see one of them not just be played for value, but be played for a lot of damage. And Chris just keeps teasing me with that hand. I wanted to have a little look in and see if he had drawn a blue off of that Puffin ability for cranking the second time. Speaking about hand, Jamal's looks a little awkward. He's got the big game shot, a big game trophy shot, but just paired with triple red and triple or double 2-block red. This hand is awkward, I would say.
Yeah, this sloop looking a bit questionable. Crash down the gates, not exactly what you're hoping for in this hand. A rather sheepish block, blocking 4 on this Sky Scanner here. Gonna make it go again. We're gonna find ourselves taking 4 points of damage, another point of gold scored for Chris Iaali. This feels like a pretty significant change in tempo.
Yeah, this is interesting. I wonder if Jamal was debating a risky play of using the yellow to crack a gold and just saying, I need to find a blue if I'm going to win this game, because Chris is coming in with a massive turn. I need to find a counter to that. I need to find my reply, because if Jamal does nothing here, Chris is going to come back with another 5-card hand with a lot of gold on the table.
Thieving Varmin looks to be the follow-up here for 4 more points of damage for Chris.
Interestingly, though, Chris has basically got an IP on himself here, though. So drawing that card doesn't look like maybe Chris is able to find the blue potentially. Maybe another way to make an extra cog would have been nice to give the gun go again, of course.
Okay, Jamal here taking the heat down to 3. Finds himself with those 2 cards to work with. Big game trophy shot and an arrow. will have the opportunity to return fire.
And of course, this mutiny won't be on. So, okay, we are going to see the cash in, and Jamal really needs to find something here.
Okay, it's another mutiny from Jamal. Now, that isn't ideal, but it does let us theoretically break another gold and get that mutiny in the arsenal online. It's good enough.
It's a good start.
A blue is enough here. So Marlynn going to cash in one of those gold, going to create a goldfin harpoon. Mutinies are online. In fact, potentially... Oh, this is so tough to navigate here for Jamal. We're going to use that overpower one in the arsenal, steal a gold, even things up.
Yeah, the problem is the second one to give the +2 wouldn't be on. So what is the next play here? Arsenal's now freed up to put an arrow into for Jamal, but not a nice way to get go again.
Okay, I love this from Jamal again. No need to get greedy here. Take another draw. Try and find a buff. Find a way to make your arrow bigger. Scar for a
that's
scar!
a huge draw there.
Scar for a scar is a gigantic pickup for Jamal Armand here. 3 life to 4 means the go again is online. And but the overpower gets applied to the scar for a scar.
Go again.
I'm not sure Jamal minds too much. I mean, that's just a huge find to be able to grab some additional damage there and the go again. But Chris has the clean 4 block.
On the horizon, pulling a night shift in this scenario, keeping Chris Iaali in this game every step of the way. Redliner locked and loaded to put that arrow into the arsenal. We will find another 4 points of damage coming across. Chris forced to respect this, does need to give a card in order to stay alive.
Yeah, this turn, Jamal played a little bit risky, right? Cashed in the yellow, needed to find a blue, but has ended up with a fairly reasonable turn. It could have gone better.
Oh, wow. Rally the Coast Guard here, discarding a Fiddler's Green for Chris Iaali. Blocking 5, gaining 3 life in the process.
Little 0 for 6. And this is what me and Brian had a game before. We first saw a Fiddler's Green. I said, we've not seen this card be utilized to its full extent, and we finally see it here. And honestly, that's huge. Chris Iaali is playing value.puffin right now and just gaining a ton of value out of that.
What a remarkable sequence of events over these last 2 turns. Gold cracked. Battalion Bark is the Arsenal card for Chris here, finding 2 blues in the pitch zone after breaking the gold. It's 9 points of damage.
Yeah, this is all coming up Chris Iaali here. I think this has just been some really great patient play from Chris. You know, some of these hands look a little bit underwhelming. You know, I spoke about the value and it being not the most exciting, 2 card 6s, etc. But when you're getting to this in-game state and you can create, you know, 2 card 9s, for instance.
Yep, I'll take 2.
It's really impressive stuff. Jamal Armand here, taking 2, falling to 1. 1 card in hand, 1 in arsenal, and a pipe dream left remaining. Send in the big guns, I believe, lurking in hand. Call the big guns. It will be that harpoon we knew about, parked in the arsenal as the follow-up. 5 points of damage, not necessarily enough to earn a card here. And a bit of a monster of a Majestic in the hand here. Palantir Aeronaut and Coggin the Machine.
2 Majestics.
In Chris Iaali's hand here.
Chris Iaali does not deal in single Majestics. He only deals in double Majestics here. And I can see why Chris is playing so patient, because he just had the ability later in the game to find what he needed to push through big turns anyway.
Does earn a block with the bonus card for Chris, falling to 5. We'll now see some of these powerful cards coming out to play. Cog in the Machine, one of the highlights for Puffin here potentially. Allows you to crank both cogs immediately if you'd like, go up an action point, and of course, draw a card courtesy of Puffin.
And you're not seeing things here. Jamal is down to their last 2 cards. No cards left in deck for Jamal. Riding potentially on the wall here for Jamal. But Chris says, let me play my Majestics first if you don't mind.
Hey, I opened these cards. I'm going to play with them.
I'm only going to crank.
And I think where this game really sort of turned was that turn that Jamal came in with that big 12 damage. Chris soaked it up by blocking it, and then was able to just kind of grind Jamal's hands down that weren't exactly amazing, and Jamal had to give up a lot just to present damage.
So Chris here only cranking one of the cogs from the cog in the machine, but making another one with Puffin shortly afterwards, and that means there is that magical number of cogs in play, a whole 3 of them. That could cause Palantir Aeronaut to be a bit of a headache.
I'll tell you what, one particular meme is coming to mind for me right now with the way that Chris is playing out this turn.
Attack for 2 go again.
This is even more potent in the form of this blunderbuss, which Chris chooses to give go again instead of preserving that 3rd cog, mostly because he's not going to need it. Palantir Aeronaut coming on down for 6, will be 8. Head taken, win claimed by Chris Iaali on Puffin.
Bloody Sky Pirates.
Gravy says it best there, and speaks for Jamal on that one, I think. And honestly, that is kind of what I had been expecting to see from Puffin decks through this weekend. Was I thought players would gravitate towards this more kind of value grindy style, find a big kind of turn. Obviously it helps having a couple of really strong Majestics to be able to enable that, but Chris played so patiently, and I think correctly identified. I just go back to that Ravenous Rabble that flipped a blue, and I think Chris at that point identified, you know what? I actually think I might just be able to run Jamal out of resources here. Of course, playing the Red Spine Manta, not playing the Cannon, doesn't get a lot of additional damage through the game. So if I can, force him to effectively use Reds for 2 damage, at some point put him on the back foot, maybe force a block or 2 out, then I'm going to be able to run Jamal out of resources here. And ultimately, that's kind of what happened. I think Chris had the damage in the end anyway, had set up the sort of end game to have the damage, so kind of had it covered both ways. I think, phenomenal play from Chris there. But yeah, really interesting matchup to see there. We got to see Red Spine Manta in the feature match area, but ultimately fell.
We did, yeah. I think that was a pretty impressive showing from both heroes, honestly. I like the look of what Red Spine Manta was able to achieve there. I think that Scar for a Scar being peeled off a gold had my heart in my mouth for a second there. There was a good number of ways.
We're going to see a turning point there.
Yeah, always a good number of ways that could have broken. And I'm very excited to see if more players cotton on to what both of these players have shown us this weekend as we move into draft tomorrow. National Championships, Hayden, not far away now. Not a long time until we get to crown 47 new national champions. If you want to know more about it, let's take a look at this national season this time around. 47 nationals, 47 countries. If you want to qualify for the World Championship, this is your best way to do so. Of course, there is the small issue of the title of national champion in the process. It's a pretty tangible one, I think. A lot of people like to represent that country pride when possible.
Yeah, I mean, speaking as a former wash these days, but a former national champion, I think it just brings immense pride to be able to stand there with that trophy and then go to the World Championship and say, I'm here to represent my country as the national champion alongside potentially many of your fellow country players, your compatriots, and really, on that world stage next. But 47 nationals, 47 countries. I wonder how many of those will be repeat winners, second-time winners, back-to-back winners, like Dylan out of Ireland, for instance. We've got Tarak Patel, a 2-time national winner. We've got many multiple-time national winners. Matt Rogers. Will we crown some more this year? Yep, very interesting. You mentioned Dylan Thompson. I'm hoping they can take it home for a 3rd time straight. They are currently back-to-back Irish national champions, so a 3rd one would be very impressive. If you're joining us for the national championship season, of course, it will be a mixture of high seas and classic constructed for most folks. More importantly, that conqueror of the high seas given to you just for entering the event. Yeah, and a pretty good... Do you know what, actually, interestingly, a card we haven't seen in the feature match area this weekend is... right? I'm not wrong on that one?
No,
I don't think we've seen
a copy.
Yet.
Big Majestic. And I'm sure when we do see one, it will cause quite the stir.
I'm looking forward to seeing someone conquer the high seas. And high tide, honestly. This mechanic has just been so impressive to me all weekend. And I would bet that it's going to have some impact in Classic Constructed as well, that's for sure. Me too. Looking for a scrap, another card that has definitely had some constructed implications over the years. Cool to see a nice EA treatment for this one, and a pretty thematic piece of artwork too. Yeah, it's great. And if you want to get those, of course, that's the festival participation promo. So get in there, play those side events at national championships, and enjoy. Speaking of joy, do you want to see the kind of joy that gets brought to the faces of people who can win a national championship? Some of our past champions here. I know there's a favorite of yours on this board. There's a favorite of mine as well. Dan McKay, I'm sure, is one you want to talk about a little bit. A good friend of mine, one of my grooms at my wedding. I'll shout out to Daniel McKay there. A phenomenal player, and finally got his due with the national championship. But so many more here. Ahmad Kashi, Evan Herndon, who is, I think, been on a bit of a run through the past 2 years as well. A very young player, part of that generation of young players out of the United States, but also around the world that have been sort of putting their name out there. Jacob Trossing, another young player from Sweden as well. And of course, a member of Blue Pitch, Sing Sung there of Hong Kong. Yeah, love to see so many of these names. And more importantly, a lot of these players also in the race for the World Tour leaderboard right now. Jacob Trossing doing a very good impression of making a run for the top. And the national season will have an impact on that World Tour leaderboard and shake things up as these players that are looking for that money when the time comes around. Of course, the World Tour leaderboard, not the only leaderboard we've got to be watching as we head into national season. Living Legend is the talk of the town. It's on the tip of our tongues. Some of these national championships may not see some of these heroes.
There's only one way to find out.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I played Dash Winter Extraordinaire at Nationals last year. I think real chance I won't have that opportunity this year, as my National Championship comes in the last 2 weeks of the Nationals. And I'm looking towards New, Azalea, etc. Very much close to that cusp of hitting Living Legend.
Yeah, absolutely. Azalea, with the implications of Death Dealer as well, might have a bit of splash damage on Marlynn if she finds her way into competitive tables. I know I'm watching New Alluring Desire. I'd like to not get my healing potion Sirens called in the near future.
Sure?
I'm a bit sick of that one, completely, to be completely honest. So we'll have to wait and see if she's still legal for my National Championship. But yeah, we got some good news, Hayden. Fan favorite player, Yuki Liebender, undefeated at 6-0 in this calling currently on Graveyard Quintorius Bones.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to seeing more Gravy Bones. I think this hero is honestly really deep, and I think we've only scratched the surface of what some of these lines of play can look like. And I think in one of the hands of one of the best players in the world, I'm sure we're going to see, you know, other strategies unfold, different lines of play and things to look at. So yeah, I'm looking forward to coming back and seeing that game.
We're going to make sure we make that happen. Yuki Liebender undefeated in the feature match area coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hi, Brian.
Hello.
Little scared to be back in the booth, to be honest.
Well, you know what you have to do, Scott. I gave you a second chance. Hayden was clearly good luck. We nailed the Poly Cranka. I believe in you. I will say that. As we sit down to start this round 7, I believe in you. You were horrible before, just horrible. But I believe you have something better inside of you. You can do better, you can be better, and you can be the lucky charm I need by my side as we open packs.
That makes exactly one of us, but I am going to give it a good shot for you folks. We have a couple more high seas packs to crack. See if we can find anything shiny inside. So I'm going to watch as I can just feel Brian's eyes at the back of my neck as I'm reaching for these packs at this point. I'm going to take a look, see if I can hopefully find something that is worthwhile. And
Angry bones. That will describe me if you do poorly here.
Oh, no.
My bones are always angry.
Trade in.
I'm old.
So I'm old. Fish fingers.
Fish fingers always makes me smile at least a little bit. So
It
you got
does,
that on
you're
your
right.
side. Yeah, but otherwise another horrible performance.
A whole, yeah. Well, ban a solid 0. Okay, take 2. We all know sequels are always better.
Yeah.
I'm in trouble, Jan. I'm in serious, serious trouble.
You need to call in the big guns for this one, Scott. Find a little support. Again, trying to dodge those angry bones.
Yeah,
we chart a course beyond and try to find safe harbor for Scott on the horizon as the battalion accumulates with nimble feet. And he will give me his money or his life by the end of this reveal process. And it's looking like his life because he is sinking right now, folks. Sinking rapidly to the depths of the casting roster, just falling down the chart. Okay.
I have 1 bullet left in the chamber, chat, and I'm going to be honest, it kind of needs to be a good one. Let's take a look. Let's see if we can recover some level of dignity.
Looking to salvage this particular break.
He's so good at this. He keeps skimming the cards, and he knows what to say. It's incredible.
It's true.
Shout out. No. I'm going to chart a course out of here in a minute. These puns are something else.
Good choice. Head back to the Rust Belt. Okay. This is, if it was Hayden sitting here, I would expect better. But for you, Scott, this is about the ceiling. We can chart the high seas. We can move on from...
This feels slightly more apt, to be honest.
Fool's gold. It could be fool's gold that we're displaying here.
Yeah, I don't know. I get the feeling... I have to hope maybe my high seas packs and my pre-release are a bit better than them. Maybe I'm saving all the luck for when it matters for me personally.
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't blame you. It doesn't hurt to keep a little bit of luck in the tank.
Well, we're not going to be talking about luck much longer. We're going to be talking about skill as we head down into the feature match area. We do have one of our top-performing players across the board, Yuki Lee Bender, previous national champion, huge runs at World Championships as well. Gravy Bones, the weapon of choice in this case. On the other side, our stowaway showing up once again, currently at 6-0 in the hands of Torpong Juntree.
Yeah, Scurv has very much shown what he is capable of in this format. And I got to say, walking around the top tables, feels like Gravy is carrying the day thus far. It feels like that is the deck that is really starting to separate itself from the field a little bit. We'll see if that's just a day one thing or if it's possible that maybe Gravy has a little edge in this sealed format. For my money, I think a lot of it is how players are engaging with these allies and whether players have found any way to try and challenge Gravy on the fatigue axis yet. We saw some attempts early on that didn't quite get there. I wonder, though, if that is a successful path forward.
I look forward to seeing if Scurv is capable of playing that kind of game or whether or not, but it's going to look to overwhelm with a high tide of resources and all those copies of Gold Kiss Rum. For now, game is kicking off. We see Torpong taking a look at their opening hand. We do see some Lost in Transit, not particularly great when you're the one going first. So we're going to find ourselves maybe overpitching here just to filter through our early plays, maybe build up a stronger second cycle.
Yuki Lee Bender just dropped an article series over on the mothership, fabtcg.com. Masterclass with Yuki Lee Bender. That's going to be an ongoing thing. We'll hear more from Yuki. But she was talking about playing through defensive decks as part of her first article. And I wonder how much she has to worry about defense in this scenario. Is fatigue going to be on the radar for her? Or does she just have to go ahead and do the Gravy Bones things? Present those allies, make your opponents make tough decisions. handle your micro really well. I think that's what the best Gravy Bones players are going to really excel at, just doing everything in the right order at the right time, getting the most value out of that compass, out of that hero ability, and putting all the pieces together.
Early defense, the name of the game here for Yuki Bender. Hoist him up. Doing a good job on that first turn, preventing Treasure Island from triggering. We'll take a peek with the compass. Looks like a battalion bark sitting on the top of the deck there. Let's see if we can take a look at the hand and see if there are the blues needed to fuel it. Theoretically there, but a little awkward with that Ravenous Rabble.
Yeah, unfortunate. Has the Shifting Tides in hand, I believe.
So Yuki contemplating the next move following that compass activation.
You know, I've said for a while, as respected as Yuki is, I actually think she's still underrated. I think she is absolutely at that elite level with the Hamiltons, like the Pintors. Maybe doesn't have those repeat performances, but is so consistent, has a calling win, has a national championship, has a world's top 8. Just feels like any tournament that is played, Yuki is a threat to go ahead and take it down.
Yeah, remember Yuki playing Dash.io back in Barcelona not so long ago and doing a masterclass with that. And this Ravenous Rabble here, love the fact we chose to commit it regardless of the yellow that's on top. Unfortunately, lining up with Lost in Transit, scoring a free gold token for our Resident Thief.
Love that if you're in the Scurv seat. Nice to go ahead and pick up that gold counter, turn it into a gold at really no cost whatsoever. Love that you called out Yuki's performance in the past in that Bright Lights limited format. You know, I do think there's some similar DNA running through these formats. There is this value game you have to play, the fatigue aspect you have to manage. I wonder if High Seas has maybe found itself right in Yuki's wheelhouse one more time.
Wouldn't surprise me if we find that to be the case. A 6-0 start, definitely suggestive of it. 6 damage from Swindler's Grift coming across. Torpong happy to take the damage here. Does suggest we have a hand worth keeping here as Scurv. See if we can take a peek at what's going on. Expedition. Looks like a life for a life. And a yellow copy of Sirens there. So maybe more of a needs must in this scenario. Going to cash that gold in for a Gold Kiss Rum.
Always want to have that Gold Kiss Rum available as Scurv. That's what really unlocks all of your best turns. Time to get this chest going. Pick up some resources for life for a life.
Yeah, we're seeing this over and over again. This Life for a Life is really shining with these classes that have resources available on their chess pieces. Just leveraging that bonus resource as efficiently as possible. In this case, potentially 5 points of value up for grab for Torpong as a result of the fact they took that damage last turn.
I really like this quasi-cycle present in this set. Blow for a blow, life for a life, scar for a scar. Give a lot of extra value to managing your life total. Make it something you always have to be aware of. But these cards, they shift in context a little bit with the addition of allies to the format.
Absolutely. Yuki here choosing to cover up the Life for a Life, prevent the Treasure Island where possible. The follow-up will be an Expedition for 6 coming across through Dreadful Reach. Thankfully not too dreadful for Yuki at the moment.
Yeah, so Yuki not engaging with Gravy too much thus far. No allies present. And I wonder, you know, one thing we haven't talked about much, Scott, ally count in these Gravy Bones decks.
Yeah.
And, you know, I have a little bit of extra knowledge in this scenario. I will tell you, you can be all over the spectrum. You can play low ally counts, you can play high ally counts. They all work, and they all do different things. Thus far, from Yuki, not seeing a lot of allies. Maybe that's just the way the cards are shuffled, the way the deck is breaking down this time. But I wonder if it's a different look here.
Cool, so 4 points damage coming across here. Gold will be scored for Torpong. Yeah, really excited to see where these Gravy decks land, as you say. Previously, we saw some examples from CYK Lionel earlier on. Just the 4 allies in that case. Plenty of opportunities to see multiple allies in play over the course of the weekend. I think it will be one of those biggest sticking points for the format going forward. Yuki here, taking a peek at that arsenal. This is a really interesting one that we haven't had a chance to see too much. Gives you the opportunity to almost pitch ahead of time by pitching the top of your deck later on the following turn. If it's a blue, though, it will find itself going to the bottom of the deck. If not, it will just destroy itself in the process. Shifting Tides, a very unique enabler for Gravy, I find.
Yeah, loves just having the blue card to go ahead and run out there with Go Again. That means the graveyard is unlocked, and then on a future turn, perhaps getting a resource boost.
will be those bones to follow things up for Yuki Bender here. 4 points of damage coming across. And will be a nice clean block once again from on the horizon from Torpong. Definitely a card I think has shown its weight today.
I was just thinking the exact same thing, Scott. Time after time, we've seen on the horizon cover up one of those really important break points. Handles overpower very well when that ability pops up. This is glue. This is a card you absolutely want in your sealed pools, in your draft decks. Question when we come to draft, how much do you prioritize a block card like on the horizon? We're going to delve into that tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss 1 second of day 2 of this calling where we do 3 drafts moving throughout the day.
Torpong here, once again, converting those gold tokens into Gold Kiss Rum. Definitely feels like the more dangerous thing that Scurv here is capable of. Banking up those Gold Kiss Rum, setting up back-to-back big turns.
So we'll go up to 2 no matter what.
It's Expedition here. Across the horizons, going to send in for 7. Going to decide whether or not we want another counter on the Treasure Island in the process.
Gravy activation here on Torpong's turn.
We've seen this a lot so far today, honestly, Brian. People activating Gravy aggressively in the opposing turn, filtering through these allies, getting them where they belong, and then taking a peek to inform their turn better before committing to any blocks.
You got to use all the parts of the Buffalo, Scott. And with Gravy, there's a reason this ability can be activated on either turn. You use it to set up your defensive options better. Use it to get more information earlier so you can inform your defensive choices, especially with that shifting tides out there.
Absolutely. So 7 staring down Yuki Bender in this case. Looks like maybe a difficult choice to be had. We'll try and see if we can get a peek. Not quite. I love the committal face down while we think out the rest of the hand. It's something we see from a lot of our top players, honestly. It just gives you a better visualization of what you'll be working with as you commit to the line that you're expecting to.
Call out, Scott. Mechanics of how you play the game often matter just as much as how you play the game. These type of shortcuts that you establish for yourself, they'll build up over the course of a day. Small little bits of brain power preserved as you get into these high stress rounds late in the day.
Angry Bones joining the combat chain and the booth, apparently.
Fair. Harsh but fair. Yuki really struggling with this block here. I wonder if maybe the top of the deck didn't yield exactly what she had hoped for.
Does
We'll
commit
see.
in this spot here. Going to score some gold for Torpong here. And we'll see what the follow-up is for Yuki Bender. Of course, the shifting tide's going to be the thing that kicks off this turn. We'll pitch the top card on our behalf. Got to wonder if it's red. Maybe that's what Yuki was dissatisfied about. It is indeed. It's going to be those Coast Guards being pitched. So not ideal in this scenario, but a resource is a resource.
But if it's blue, this goes to the bottom. Otherwise, this gets destroyed.
Yeah, there is some upside here, though, for Yuki. With this not being a blue card, the Shifting Tides has now gone to the graveyard. Puts Gravy online. However, we don't really know if that's where Yuki's looking to take this turn yet. Is going to go ahead and check those allies with them now available.
Yeah, so Limpet there in the yard, courtesy of that loot earlier on. Going to make a grand emergence. Come in for 2 go again. Really like Limpet in these spots to kind of lead the turn, conceal information for as long as possible. Always going to take that cheeky swing. Why not wait to inform your opponent about what else might be coming? Some cool ones on the side of Torpong here. We see, once again, that Fiddler's Green that has been slowly impressing me over the course of these games. Sirens as well. Again, these incidental life gain effects, they've looked quite impressive as either ways to discard to other cards and facilitate combinations, or just give you the flexibility to build a second cycle and have breathing room.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about Fiddler's Green. You know, in a format where breakpoints are everything, and a 4 attack offers an on-hit of create a gold every single time, you really love the opportunity to get max value out of a hand like that. So putting something like a 3 block and a Fiddler's Green in front of that 4 block really gets you as much value as you possibly can out of it. Also, things like small 1 power attacks that often happen. You know, something like a blue golden tipple coming in. Well, you don't want to give that golden tipple a gold, but at the same time, it feels really bad to put a 3 block in front of it. Perfect solution, Fiddler's Green.
Makes a lot of sense. Yuki here contemplating what the follow-up will be. Pitching away those bones. Gold being cracked. So Yuki clearly looking for something a little bit better this time around. Let's see if we can take a closer look. No dice. Man, these players, I appreciate the willingness to appear on camera, but everyone likes to put their hands on the table.
Yeah.
I find it really frustrating.
Scott, you know what? I need you to build me one of those poker-style cams. We'll just put it right on the table. I'm sure Ethan will be up to the task. He doesn't have a lot to manage already. Just add like 2 or 3 more cameras to the rig here.
Yeah, no, I know a guy. We'll sort it out. 6 go again here from this Swiftwater Sloop. This card, been a bit of an all-star across the heroes this weekend. High Tide just proving its power over and over again. Efficient card, lets you go wide. Very good when your deck is stuffed with blues, as you might want it to be for a hero like Gravy Bones.
Yuki finding some aggression out of this Gravy Bones deck, and I think the last card there in Arsenal is a Battalion Bark, so if she wants, going to be able to uncork that one and really get some good damage number on this turn. Could be looking at something like 16 total. Not bad in a game of Sealed.
Very impressive stuff, if you can put it together. Torpong seems to be having a really difficult time with this Sloop. Let's see if we can take a look on their side. We do still see those blues we alluded to before. There's not an awful lot of flexibility here with this hand, really.
Yeah, where's the offense from this hand? It's not really existing right now. We don't know the arsenal, so perhaps it could come from there, but you're seeing a lot of cards reached here for on the defense.
So it looks like we will be blocking 6 here, and as you alluded to before, blocking 6 gaining 4 is not a bad way to convert a hand you weren't particularly happy about.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yuki doesn't love that, it seems like. And just passes the turn here, and Torpong comes out pretty far ahead here, picking up this 4 life when the combat chain closes.
Yeah, that seems like a big win for our Scurv player, all things said. Will be moving back, see what they can do with their arsenal. Is it time to maybe deploy those sticky fingers, clear up the limpet on the other side of the table?
Yeah, that doesn't feel like the worst idea. Obviously, you'd love to get a gold with your sticky fingers, but it feels like Torpong probably has this in control at this point, has 2 Gold Kiss Rum already stacked up. Gonna use the gold to draw here, get a little bit more information.
An RMS Marlynn that was drawn there, so not an efficient attack we can cash in. More Gold Kiss Run being built, but we do have the attack banked in the arsenal this time around. The longboat gonna take care of Limpet. We can save our octopus friend for another day.
Yeah, just happy to not get the bonus on that longboat, and it does its job of cleaning up Limpet. Now can Yuki convert a 5-card hand? We've talked a lot about this all day, Scott. Sometimes these heroes can get a little choked up. If you're able to leverage all 5 cards here, this feels great. But looking at what's present, I'm looking at things like an On the Horizon, a Rigor Mortis in hand. Do see a Mutiny, but Torpong has used up all of his gold at this point, so maybe that one not offering maximum value either.
Yeah, that's a very understated part of the power of Scurv. We've kind of seen these mutiny effects, stealing gold after gold all day, every day. But when you're constantly turning those gold into Gold Kiss Rum, you're kind of insulating yourself against those powerful blues.
Very true. Expedition in Yuki's hand as well.
It looks like a slightly awkward hand, truth be told. Block card there, Rigor Mortis, also in hand. Will be pitched away here to facilitate this expedition, over pitching slightly. 4 cards, 7, not exactly what we're looking for here, Brian.
Yeah, this is what we talked about. Sometimes you do just want to ship it back to your opponent and say, hey, can you actually use all those cards I'm leaving you with? And if the answer is no, Scurv's in a really good spot to go ahead and get value out of the Gold Kiss Rum on the next turn cycle.
Torpong here definitely catching a bit of a break. We do see that On the Horizon lurking in their hand as well. Gives them some potent blocking potential. That said, this Battalion Bark kind of left stranded with no blues around in sight.
Yeah, a weird hand here, loaded up with High Tide effects and maybe not really finding the juice needed to unlock them. Tells me we're probably on the defense one more time for Torpong and still not able to get those Gold Kiss Rum rolling.
It's a bit of an interesting dilemma here. really, when you think about it. These Gold Kiss Rum definitely looking to be utilized to kind of build up a multiple high tide turn, make the most of 2 blue cards in the pitch zone, get that ability time after time on multiple different cards. But if we're forced to block with them in these spots to get some value, or just don't have the hands that can put them together, we might find ourselves without the ability to do that.
Can take a look through what you're thinking.
Yuki here taking a moment to filter through the yard. These players looking for a deeper understanding of what's already been done. Does feel like this one might be in for the long haul.
Yeah, pace of play here, I would say deliberate. Players really checking out all the options here. It does speak to the skill cap present in this high seas format.
Yeah, you know,
even the best
as well as
players
I do.
put to the test.
You know as well as I do, Brian, is these players, as we get deeper in these events, callings, a lot of money up for grabs, a lot of prizes, PTIs, prize cards everybody wants. You really don't want to be making ill-advised mistakes at a point like this. 6-0 is a very impressive record, and you really want to enter that second day with as many losses to give as possible. So I'm not at all surprised to see these players deliberating over every decision here. These wins do feel like they carry some of the most weight.
Yuki looking a little frustrated here. You saw a little shake of the head on that last turn.
Yeah, you can understand why. This turn definitely inefficient. Not exactly what Yuki or Gravy were looking for. We'll take the 4 block from on the horizon. Torpong going to take a peek at that top card of the deck in the process. Some gold recovered for Yuki. That does feel like a bit of a big deal. We have a little light on the gold side of things this game for Yuki. Hopefully might help facilitate some of those awkward hands in the near future.
And on Torpong's side, as we mentioned, not exactly what we were looking for with a hand full of high tide payoffs. But maybe we can put something together here. I do think we have a saltwater swell in hand. That card could get the train rolling.
Yeah, Gold Hunter Longboat there as well, looking pretty reasonable on its own, on account of, well, no gold left on the side here for Torpong. So we're going to cash in that first Gold Kiss Rum to facilitate this turn, utilizing that oft unexpected part of Scurv's Texas very well. Easy to forget, you do make a resource when you cash in those Gold Kiss Rum. So this Gold Hunter Longboat going to come on in for 5, go again, courtesy of our favorite beverage. And 1 resource floating left to facilitate that swill afterwards.
And you can start to see why Scurv is so powerful. Just 0 for 5 gain a resource? It's a bit absurd, honestly.
This hand has some serious potential. We do have potential going in on this swill. Might even be pitching a card as a result. The Tricorn's still available to maybe even draw a card should we pitch a blue with that swill.
Yeah, we're just going to invest these resources and get this arsenal cleared up. It is going to be the HMS here, not going to have high tide.
6, does it do anything? No.
Offering 6 with an on-hit of destroy the top card of the deck.
Now this feels like it might be a surprisingly relevant on-hit against a hit like Gravy. Of course, Yuki can tap that compass and check if they need to see what's on top, whether or not they're concerned. But as you've alluded to a few times, fatigue a very real consideration in this format, and HMS Marlynn likely piling on to something Gravy's already doing a ton of himself.
Yeah, and Yuki with 2 blocks in hand alongside of a sea legs here.
Interesting situation for Yuki. That sea legs, pretty premium generic, honestly. Very impressive card. Helps create Gold Kiss Rum for you. Block 3. But not the easiest to get the value of in a hand that is otherwise stuffed with reds.
Yuki is still doing all right on the equipment front. Plenty of defense available here should she want to go ahead and use it.
Yuki here, unsurprisingly, deliberating how to best attack this turn. Does feel like it might be a pretty premium spot for these pieces of equipment if they want to hold on to their hand. Scar for a Scar, of course, looking pretty good right now.
Sea legs being pulled forward. Yeah, and just the legs on defense here, so 3 damage going to leak.
Okay, so 3 damage coming across here. Get the feeling that chess piece might be kicked into action for Yuki Libenda. We do see Life for Life and Scar for a Scar lurking in the hand. Falling down to 8 here does actually matter quite significantly. Both these cards interested on being on a lower life total And having the breathing room to play them both regardless of Torpong's choices during their turn.
Yeah, seems like a good spot to be in. Scar for Scar going to kick things off here, coming in 4-4. It has been a very non-gravy game thus far, but all of these heroes in this format can do this, and it's going to be real interesting when we get to the draft format and how players want to go ahead and engage with the shared pirate and generic pool. These cards are good, Scott. You can have a lot of them in your deck. You can have varying amounts of your class cards. How highly are players going to prioritize staying open? That's my biggest question right now.
Looking forward to finding out the answer as we make our way into tomorrow. We do see that infamous specialization in the hand of Torpong there, not so fast.
I gotta say, these Scurvs that we've seen do really well on stream, there seems to be something they all have in common, Scott. It is the presence of that Scurv specialization, not so fast. We saw back-to-back not so fast deployed by Novachan in earlier rounds. Is not so fast gonna wreck Yuki's day here as well?
1 point of damage leaking across. Gold secured for Yuki. It will be time to cash in the old knocker to make a resource. We're going to spin Gravy and fire off Life for a Life, potentially gaining a life in the process should we manage to connect.
It's a good turn for Yuki. Solid turn, given the cards available. Got 8 out of 2 cards. Potentially 9 via this Life for a Life on hit.
Yeah, worth knowing this Life for Life, of course, does still have Go Again, so should there be another option parked in the arsenal, this might not be the end of the turn for Yuki either, so plenty of things to keep half an eye on. This hand from Torpong, not so fast, a very potent card, but definitely a liability sometimes. It does not have a block value on it, so does narrow the options available here.
Yeah, and Yuki's going to get a lot of the equipment here, including the Light Fingers, which is going to get powered up by Scurv and steal one of these gold.
Oh, up to 2, sorry. Yep.
Light Fingers, a very sweet payoff for finding the stowaway lurking in your packs. We'll make our way back to Torpong. We'll be cashing that gold out once again. More alcohol at the ready. We'll find ourselves throwing Sirens here. Pretty good use of a small hand, 6 and some life gained for the trouble.
Yeah, and if I'm Yuki, I am taking very close notice of this card. I am counting how many cards are left in the deck, and I want to know exactly when that not so fast is coming back around, because I am not cracking gold into that thing.
No, it feels like a very interesting card in that if your opponent doesn't know that you have access to it, it's backbreaking. It can definitely cause some horror scenarios, but once we see it pitched for the first time, both players acutely aware of the dangers of cracking a gold in the future. We see Yuki here successfully turning some of that gold into resources immediately. Gravy cashed in, Barnacle making its way into the graveyard, quickly joined by Swami as well, so definitely no shortage of allies here for Yuki, just maybe not showing up early.
Yeah, she's just trying to reset the defense value of her hand here, get some of those non-blocks out of the way. And she's got to get those allies out there into the arena. They have to start having some influence over this game. Absolutely. So we see Burly Bones on the corner of the hand here, some Restless Bones as well. So plenty of blues available for Yuki, but a defensive stance likely to be taken after filtering through those allies. Take a moment to double check that everything is as we believe it is.
Block 6.
6 block committed here. Life going to be gained by Torpong.
Torpong's done really well on this incidental life gain so far in this match.
Yeah, I think these cards have definitely really shined as we've gone through this game, giving a lot of breathing room to set up flexible power turns for Torpong. A goal going to be cashed in here by Yuki.
Yeah, coast is clear. You know that not so fast isn't lurking. Hopefully, unless you're against Novachan.
Yeah, make the most of a clear coastline. Draws a bonus card from the gold. Will continue the turn by pitching another blue. Kind of love to see this there. Kind of reaching the deck briefly for a moment. Let's double check that we know what's left, how many cards. A player of Yuki Lee Bender's caliber just has such a fantastic understanding of these endgame scenarios, how to correctly navigate them, what goes where.
I think I saw a fan of about 6 cards left in Yuki's deck, joined by whatever is pitched on this turn. Looking at least an 8-card deck. It is going to be this Battalion Bark, so Yuki looking to set up a new arsenal and gets a nice attack here from the arsenal, which has been there for quite some time. Offering 8, though, on this turn. Treasure Island ticks up as well.
Yeah, not a bad sequence of events here for Yuki Bender. That Bark once again showcasing its power. Torpong's deck looking a little healthier than Yuki's, but not by an awful lot. We are going to have to find a way to leverage this life buffer we've given ourselves eventually and set up some of these big high tide attacks. But it does seem like Torpong's had a little bit of trouble stringing these hands together.
Yeah, just pretty content to play defensively, but I think things still look good for Torpong. And one of the biggest points in favor of him right now is that Sticky Fingers still at the ready. At some point, that Sticky Fingers gets to have influence over this game. And that's something Yuki's going to have to account for.
Double mutiny going under the bus of the big ship this time around. Gold being collected.
If Scurv does have a weakness, it can often be those defense values.
We see a golden tipple in the hand alongside an expedition to Azuro Keys. Some very efficient cards available. We're going to cash in some more Gold Kiss Rum. These 0-cost 4-power attacks really at a premium in a deck like Scurv, courtesy of all of the rum.
Picks up a little go again here, offering that breakpoint of 4 one more time. Yuki needs the information from the top of the deck. Is ready to defend with the bones as well as the fish fingers. No, peg leg. Push forward.
Always save the fish fingers for as long as you possibly can. Peg leg going under the bus. But covering that breakpoint up does feel like it adds some weight now.
And does Torpong want to fire off this tipple here? Or is it more important that he stashes it in Arsenal and has it at the ready to clear off one of these allies that Yuki might be looking to get into the mix on this next turn cycle?
Yeah, got to feel like this might be the time for Sticky Fingers. We did cash in that Gold Kiss Rum. Going to bank that attack for later on. So our octopus-flavored friend is going to come out of the woodwork. If you're not familiar, Sticky Fingers, one of the marquee cards for this hero. Tap to attack. You'll unequip it in the process. When it does so, just pinch a gold straight from your opponent. I'll be having that if you don't mind. 2 attack, 2 health. Very powerful endgame piece for Scurv.
Balance of Sticky Fingers was a real sticky point, if you will, Scott, throughout development of High Seas. Had a lot of different life totals, different abilities, moved all over the place.
Activate this.
Yeah, I can imagine. Compass activated, takes a peek, make sure the swell will indeed pitch the card that we'd like to pitch. Sticky Fingers taken care of. Not allowed to stick along the board for very long.
Yuki, quite resource-rich now, has played the blue, so those allies might come bursting out of the graveyard on this turn cycle.
Yeah, really heads-up choice here I want to shout out from Yuki. Choosing to cash in that peg leg meant that these fish fingers were still available to turn that saltwater swell into an answer for Sticky Fingers. Without it, we would have been otherwise kind of obliged to send an ally attack that way, and that doesn't feel like it would have been a good place to be. Instead, Swabby swinging across the red zone for 7 points of damage. And Sticky Fingers taken care of as well.
Big numbers here from Swabby. First time we're seeing this ally get into the mix. And look, it's just a beat stick, but for Gravy Bones, it's a beat stick that really changes the context of matches. When you can get 7 output, that's a big, big number. It can win so many of the fatigue states that Gravy finds itself in. And again, it just demands an answer. It makes your opponent commit cards.
We see both players fanning through the remaining cards in their deck. Very much on the mind of these players as we head into these final turns of this game. Swabby, very real source of pressure. We're going to see that Fiddler's Green convert to 4 points of value in a roundabout way.
Yeah, Swabby is going to do 6. Claim Treasure Island. A life gain will make it a little safer for Torpong here. And then 3 cards in hand. Are we finally getting to the spot where you can go ahead and use those Gold Kiss Rums that have, frankly, felt a little underutilized this game?
Let's see if we can take a peek and see. We do see that Bark front and center. Another blue lurking expedition in the back. Definitely some potential here for Torpong. We're going to cash that gold in, go spinning and looking for a different card.
Yeah, it feels like it's time to go a little bit deeper here.
Sirens lurking there, maybe in the side. Yellow Sirens of the Harbor. Definitely seems like a card that Torpong's very high on. Very, very large amounts of these life gain effects lurking in this deck. I think it's a very interesting point to touch on.
Yeah, Torpong found a really, really nice combination here with that Golden Temple. Looks like they're not going to choose to go ahead and get rid of that Sirens, wants to just use it to continue the turn instead.
Interesting.
And I want to call out, as I have several times throughout the day, sometimes the most important zone, it is the pitch zone. Blue Battalion Bark headed to the bottom. A lot of times Scurv really wants to get that into the last few cards in deck, and it's going to be 6 cards deep for the Battalion Bark right now. So in 2 turn cycles, that might be unleashed. And with a handful of blues, or even sooner, honestly, with double gold available, this might be the moment that Torpong is really looking to pounce on this game.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Brian. This feels like one to watch as it makes its way to the bottom of the depths. I feel like these Barks have been kind of proving themselves to be game enders time and again this weekend, and the blue one especially, very efficient at finding a way of tying the room together. Torpong doing a fantastic job of positioning that blue, walk the plank next to it as well, set up and ready to go. A Siren to safe harbor, not discarded, instead sent to threaten lethal damage here, while building up that final barrage.
Yeah, and I suspect we might be at a point where Torpong's deck is mostly blues, if not all blues, and that means he will be able to chain through with those gold. So I think the next turn could be the spot where Torpong goes for the killing blow, depending on what Yuki can do here to maybe steal some cards from hand.
We do see Rigor Mortis in the hand for Yuki Bender. These blue Restless Bones, considering getting in the way, soaking up some damage, takes some damage as a result.
And Sirens, once again, buying a little bit more cushion for Torpong here, hopefully getting him into space where he can just ignore what Yuki does on this turn.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by these Fiddler's Greens. Sirens a safe harbor over the course of this game. Let's take a look at this hand coming up. We do see, okay, that red Battalion Bark that's been lurking in the deck for the longest time, joined by 2 blues here. Most importantly, this is turn 0 here for Yuki Bender. We have reached an endgame state on the time on the clock.
Yeah, so this is Yuki's last chance at actually taking down this game. Torpong will get 1 shot as well, and I, again, have to mention, I think his hand is set up really well to do that with 2 blues already drawn. Can turn those into those last 2 cards in the deck, might be able to pick up that Bark and fire off a big salvo on this last turn if he can keep enough cards. That is the question here.
Kind of looking gingerly at that Rigor Mortis. Definitely has the ability to threaten the life total of Torpong. Does sit at 6. Does make sense that Yuki taking the time here. This is her 1 turn to steal away this game. Have that 7-0 record going into the last round of the day. Just consider all the permutations. At this point, both players almost certainly have perfect information. We've seen the cards that are left in deck over the course of the game.
Murderous Rabble going to be the play here from Yuki. Top card is a blue, as you would expect. And that means Murderous Rabble is going to just go ahead, go again. 4-3. And the damage gets through.
That was a hasty no-block from Torpong. They have a plan. They know the game is theirs for the taking if they can just hold on. Down to 3 life. 1 piece of equipment remaining. What is the follow-up from Yuki Bender?
Yuki does have access to multiple gold here. Torpong actually sitting at 3 right now. It's that last card in Arsenal.
I'm so impressed by these endgame states, Brian. The fact that Yuki has 1 card in hand, 1 card in Arsenal, and yet there are maybe 4 different things she could choose to do here is a real just endorsement of this format. The level of depth that goes into these games, the amount of decisions that are still left to be made at this spot. We can see that a talent as strong as Yuki and still finding themselves in these spots and not immediately certain of what the right answer is.
Just so many options. I think you said it best. There's always branching paths you can take. And that Rigor Mortis in hand has to be pitched, turned into the Mutiny. I don't think this is the card we're looking for either. It is just going to be used as a resource, and it offers up the 7. What does Torpong have on the defensive side?
Okay, I think we're looking... Oh, this is really tough for Torpong here. Really wanted to keep enough cards to throw this Battalion Bark. But 7 points of damage from Rally the Coast Guard does kind of force the issue. It's going to demand some cards here.
But you know what I would focus on, Scott? I'd focus on what Yuki has left in deck. And you know there's going to be a 2-block and a no-block going back into her hand on this cycle. And so what is the defensive ceiling? It's not that high. If you're Torpong, you don't need to have that huge turn. You just need to beat Yuki's ceiling. And I'm pretty sure Torpong knows with that card. Worst case scenario is that it's a 4-block. It's not. But if it were, I still think Torpong can clear that here.
Torpong here going to have one more turn to work with. They will get to attack and stake a claim to this game. We are going to soak up this hit, courtesy of the Quartermaster's boots. I'm watching those gold, Brian. I think there's a very real chance we're going to chain together some blues here.
And I think that's what Torpong was always playing towards in this case. There is a yellow there. It is the Scurv specialization, but can still
we
clear
can
that.
get through that.
Yep, go a blue deeper. And now that Battalion Bark has shown back up, and a second blue is available to be pitched. We have the red Battalion Bark. One more time, Gold Kiss Rum going to be made here.
Pitching away that blue bark to throw the red one. 9 damage, too much for Yuki Lee Bender to handle with those final few cards in deck. A remarkable game by both of these players.
Smells like a stowaway.
Sure does, Mr. Bones. It has smelled like a stowaway several times today. Scurv showing how impressive that hero can be when you find the right combination of the specializations, the good blues. It really feels like it's so rooted in those Battalion Barks, the big ships. And then you got to execute. And that might be the biggest hurdle to overcome. You have to play towards these late games. You have to be cerebral in your approach. And Torpong absolutely was that.
Yeah, I think that was a ringing endorsement of execution. I think watching Torpong kind of put together that final barrage of damage, making sure those barks were still in the deck towards the end of the game, could line up that final push. Just shows they've done a great job at playing this hero so far today. You can see quite cleanly why they're 7-0. I was definitely very impressed by Fiddler's Green and Sirens there over the course of that game. Really saw the power that that extra life total buffer can offer if you can get value from those cards with that much effort.
Yeah, I think Torpong did a nice job of showing why those cards can offer something a little bit different, especially as a Scurv player. Doing things like just deploying your Sirens on the back of Gold Kiss Rum, you get a lot of manipulation of your cost curves. You're not really priced in. You know, a lot of heroes kind of have set patterns they like to operate in. I think with Scurv, the world is your oyster. You can operate in so many different modes because you do have that resource so often, and you're stringing together kind of unorthodox cards. You're happy to have your 2 for 6s and use that as your value point, whereas a lot of decks are kind of locked into this 3 for 7 value game.
Absolutely. So we are slowly approaching the end of day 1 for the calling here in Taipei, but there are many more callings to look forward to in the near future. If you're looking to get a taste of competitive Flesh and Blood, find an event near you. First one that stands out to me, World Tour Copenhagen. Gotta be honest, Brian, this Return Fire playmat, that's quite the piece of art.
Yeah, look, we said it all weekend long. The art in this set is special. Our creative team, our artists really outdid themselves this go around. You could tell the inspiration they derived from this unique landscape for Flesh and Blood, and they really all stepped up with some of their best pieces ever.
Yep, those Fable packages here, bound to sell out quick and fast. Bronze tokens, silver tokens, Fable tokens, and of course, those all-important promos available for you as well, if you'd like to come and join us.
Yeah, the Fable package is going to stick around when we head to World Tour Kansas City, back in the States as well, picking up yet another gorgeous playmat at that event.
Looking forward to the World Tour stop in Bologna, just a few weeks away now. That infamous D-React lurking on the playmat this time around. This is going to be a fun one for me. Going to be back in the booth for this, for a taste of classic constructive with these players. If you want to see what the format looks like now, before your national championship, no better time to tune in than Bologna.
Yeah, speaking of national championships, before we get to Bologna, we're going to head to Las Vegas. I will be there battling, you know, I guess not battling, that might be the wrong word. Battling the slot machines, perhaps, battling the blackjack tables, and then battling to stay awake the next day as I cast these events.
It's so good.
Yeah, I'll be coming in from Auckland, so I'm sure I'll be at my absolute best fighting shape to go ahead and bring that event to you. But look at that Dead Threads playmat. That's going to be a banger.
Yeah, that one's special. These playmats joined by an array of promo cards across the calling weekend. Of course, these rainbow foil versions of the adult heroes, well worth grabbing if you fancy any of these decks in CC. Of course, if you're looking for the promo cards instead, paddle faster, board the ship, hoist them up. Been pretty spectacular ones this time around. Well worth picking up if you're joining the Battle Hardened, and a pretty spectacular set to grab for your own personal collections.
Yeah, I love these extended art treatments. They're so beautiful. These micro text boxes, as we call them, and I definitely want to add these to my gravy deck.
If you're looking forward to conquering the high seas, you can do so by playing in your national championship. 47 countries this time around, 1 month long, where we'll crown 47 new champions who will conquer their own high seas, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'll certainly want to add this to my collection, but I'm also looking for this next promo as well. Got to slot this one into my Azuri deck for sure, looking for a scrap. Again, with that micro text box that I love so much in the rainbow foil treatment. Yeah, that one's going straight in to my Assassin collection.
Absolutely. Festival promo there, acquirable if you just turn up to your national championship, play along, enjoy those side events, even if you aren't qualified. Folks, we heard your outcry in the chat. Puffin this, Puffin that. We want to see more Puffin. Don't worry. We've got plenty more mechanologists available for you coming up next round. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back to the final round here at Calling Taipei. I am Brian Gottlieb. I am joined by Mr. Hayden Dale. Hell of a day so far, Hayden. And I'll just ask you, impressions of High Seas, how you feeling?
This set's awesome. I think that's been the general sentiment from around the room as well, is that this limited format is, one, super deep. Very cool that we have a stowaway hanging in there. These 3 heroes that play uniquely and also play differently depending on the weapon that you decide to build around, the way that you decide to try and play your second cycle. There's a few cards that have really stood out to me through the day as well, particularly when it comes to second, third cycles. But overall, just I think the games we've had have been fantastic as well.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you, as you might suspect. But I will say, I think we're just touching the tip of the iceberg here. I think there is still more to unpack, and we're going to do that tomorrow when we come back for draft rounds, because this is only one of the limited formats on offer with High Seas. Draft, still, it's just a completely different game, honestly. Everything changes when you get to the context of shaping your deck from pick 1. And I want to find out who's in a good position to be participating in these drafts when we head to day 2. Let's take a look at our standings. There you see at the top of the standings 2 7-0s, both from Thailand. And I believe, Hayden, both these players playing Scurv.
Both stowaways here from these players. And then you go into Yuki Bender, who we've seen in the feature match area playing that Gravy Bones in that previous round. Ricardo there next down on Marlynn. And a few other players in there as well. Names that catch your eye. The one that catches my eye, actually, Alexander Dobler, one of my locals, actually, from Sydney, Australia, originally from Singapore, part of that Singaporean community who have, blown up the game in the early days and is now residing in Sydney and has been a bit of a force to reckon with. I know just won a Pro Quest, will be playing in Singapore as well, and making a good run here as well. Shoma Yamamura down there in 10th as well. We've seen Shoma in the feature match area, 6-1 heading into this last round as well. So, yeah, a gambit of names we know and some that we've learned about today.
Yeah, we might know when this day ends. And I just want to take a moment to point out the regional diversity on display here. You see folks from all over the world battling here in Taipei. Flags of every nation displayed here. Let's take a look at our next page of standings too, because that's not where the big names stop. Plenty of folks still in striking distance here, and you see folks like Christopher Iaali coming over from the States. And a bit of a Japanese contingent breaks out there, including Japanese national champion Xavier McLean in the mix. Alex in the mix as well. We know Alex is making a run at that Player of the Year title right now, and Alex Kitsu has impressed me time and time again when he gets in these positions. He just finds ways to close very routinely and convert to that top 8 position.
Yeah, again, just going to reiterate what you said. Just so many different nationalities represented here in this top 20. We've got Vesper down the bottom there as well. I mean, just so many players that we've seen before in and around the feature match area at these high levels of callings, ready to try and compete tomorrow at draft potentially. But of course, we still have one more round to play, Brian.
Yeah, and I have to say, despite the fact that Scurv is sort of pacing the field right now, the diversity amongst these top 20 players, it's all over the place. All the heroes represented. Any hero can win in this sealed format. We're ready to look in on Puffin again. Been a while since we had Puffin down in the feature match area. We're going to see if Puffin can go ahead and really move with a sterling record. But before we do any of that, Hayden, there is a requirement when you join the booth with me, and that is you bring me the best luck possible. Scott and I have had a tumultuous relationship today, mostly full of disappointment on my end. You were in the booth. We hit our legendary. We got Polly Krenka. What's your expectation as we head into these packs? Can we maybe seal it with a Marvel?
Surely. A Fable, Marvel. It's the end of the box. What do we got in here?
Last pack luck maybe?
Yeah. I'm going to hold this one for last.
Okay.
I'll tell
you know what, though? Can you open them for me?
Okay.
I can't deal with this. I don't know what it is. It's probably just old age, fragile fingers, but fish fingers, maybe.
The angry bones we've been talking about today.
Yeah, fair enough. Definitely not restless bones. I could use a rest, honestly. But there are, my friends, the angry bones. Who else are we looking at in this pack? Do we have any goodies stashed towards the back? Okay,
Return Fire.
I'm pretty happy with that one. What do you think about Return Fire's chances of impacting the CC format, Hayden?
I think it's going to be good. I mean, I think this is because this was a preview card prior to the weekend, and I think this kind of blew up amongst my range of locals of something that I feel like we're going to see through national season. A lot of Rangers on the board. Azalea is still on the board, of course.
For now.
I know the Riptide players were getting very excited about cards like this. So, yeah, I think it's going to have some impact.
Look at this tough old wrench really just capturing that shine. I can't say enough about the foiling treatments going on here. Really beautiful, beautiful stuff. Okay, pretty good. Pretty good, Hayden. I am, you know, you were already beating Scott pretty handily, but you're pacing him a little bit now. And if you were able to just seal things with one more big pull, I think we can just be done with Scott tomorrow. Just send him home, send him back to the UK.
Oh, I'm torn then. I would like more Scott tomorrow, but also I would like to open something pretty phenomenal. So it's a real catch-22.
You know, if you're gonna show up, you have to bring your opening game. This go around, not so much you bringing your opening game, just, you know, kind of run-of-the-mill. Sticky Fingers rounds out the pack there. Last pack luck. Last pack luck. This is the one that will go ahead and serve us well. Surely a marvel is on deck here as we reveal our final pack of the day. More Angry Bones. Yep. Burly Bones. Yeah, fair enough. I can also, you know, wear that one as well. And then we get to the end of the pack, and I actually kind of like that.
It looks nice.
Yeah, that
and
Rainbow Foil Battalion Bark.
This might be befitting because I think this is with the card that's had maybe the biggest impact in our feature match area today.
Yeah.
Whether it be blue ones in second cycle, whether it be our red Battalion Barks, sealing deals, coming in with massive amounts of damage. I think Battalion Bark has been one of the most impressive cards, at least for my money, on the feature match area today. So maybe befitting our final card and our final pack of our day one box that we've had here alongside us at the calling.
Definitely has the most impressive foiling. I felt like I was watching the lightning just crack behind this Battalion Bark. Yeah, stunned again by the beauty of these high C cards. Now I'm ready to be stunned by the quality of play down in our feature match area. It sounds like our players are ready. Let's head on down for our last sealed match of the day, of the weekend. It is Ricardo Diaz coming to us from Japan, playing Marlynn, going to be taking on Mortal Chu, playing Puffin for our final match.
Yeah, and I know Ricky resides in Japan, part of that sort of expat community within Japan. Xavier McLean, the Japanese national champion there, originally from Florida, 5 years now in Japan, and doing battle here this weekend with fellow countrymen.
Yeah, I'd love to see how that kind of expat community has really just fully integrated themselves with the Japanese scene. A beautiful mix of native speakers, folks from other places, and all coming together to share the love of a very great game, as was intended from the beginning of Flesh and Blood.
And you see Ricky here going straight in with a play we've seen time and time again in our feature match area today is turn 0, attack. Try and force the issue, put a counter on that treasure island, take cards from the opponent, try and do at least a 2-for-1 trade like we saw Ricardo do there, maybe even a 3-for-1 trade, and get things moving along. Set up a nice Arsenal play for the following turn.
Such a different context from typical limited formats where you really just might want to Arsenal on that first turn and set up. Treasure Island changes everything here.
Yeah, it does massively, and I think one of the things that I've always considered, when I'm playing limited formats is, do I actually want to let my opponent filter? But I think in this format, the cards are worth it. Because of these 8 packs, because it's sealed, I think the context it might change again in draft tomorrow potentially about how players play turn 0 and 2 and 1.
Everything that we've spent these last 2 days learning, we're going to have to reset on. We're going to have to look again. A good hit here for the Ravenous Rabble. Turns up a red, going to be coming in 4-4.
On the horizon, sets that up nicely for Ricky there. Covers it up.
Scott and I were just talking about how impressive On the Horizon has been all day long. That 0-for-4 stat line. It's important. It's important in this format.
And Mortal coming in here with 7 with this expedition. Unfortunately, no blue, so does have to pitch a red and a yellow here to be able to do this.
Yeah, but we've talked time and time again, Hayden. Those cards that are going to make their way back to the deck, they matter. You start tracking them very early on.
And Ricky just covers that up there using the arms, the battle-worn arms. I think very important for Marlynn, that piece of arm equipment. Especially when you're playing the cannon. I really feel like you either need the arms or the Tricon when you're playing Marlynn and the cannon.
I think Patch the Hole can really do a lot of work for you as well. We've seen arsenals get clogged up a few times, but Patch the Hole can get you out of that scenario.
And Ricardo, they're just using his turn to just steal Mortal's gold.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you want to do more than that, but honestly, you want to pile up that gold as well.
5, no go again. 6. 6,
Coming
no go
in
again.
now with a 6 attack here from Mortal. No cog, no gold. And this is where you kind of see that sometimes it can be a little bit awkward if you don't have that first gold on the table in order to be able to get you go again or additional buffs on your mech attacks.
Yeah, some awkward pumps here from Mortal, I believe. There was a nimblism in hand, so not able to combine those here. Maybe taking a bit of an IP this go around.
Yeah, did have a bit of a decision. Could have potentially played the gold wing, but instead deciding to set up a card in Arsenal for future. See how Ricardo wants to defend there.
Taking 4. Take 4. Go to 16. You get some gold.
Crash down the gates there, being used in defense for Ricky.
Gold is picked up. Now 2 golds available on Mortal's side. Surely that'll pay dividends on a future turn. And just going to go ahead and stash that nimblism away in the arsenal. Now we head back to Ricardo's turn with 3 cards in hand. We'll take a look, see what he's working with. Seems like Call in the Big Guns, Entangling, and a Mutiny.
Well, you know, partially preserve my hand, partially I want you to have gold so I can go, hey, give me gold.
The players there, bit of banter. I love to see it. Round 8, 2 players at X and 1 playing to, continue to have to aim with a really good record today. Bit of banter.
Mutiny is successful. Going to get the buff for this Scar for a Scar.
So far this game has been pretty limited in gold. But now we're starting to see Ricky with 2 here, Mortal with 1.
Also trigger the start. Yeah.
Let's take a look at Immortal's hand. It's been a little bit awkward so far. Finally found some blues, found some resources. That's been the sticking point so far, I think, for Mortal in this game, but found 3 of them, including that Pinoy Century that we've, I think, not seen a lot of, but it's a really strong card.
It is. Unfortunately, doesn't have the setup yet, I believe. No cog in play. But you can't really pass that turn to turn, right? It's a block, and that's one of the big weaknesses of these blocks is they're not arsenalable. So maybe what you do is set up for second cycle.
We need to do this considering we have this over here.
Thank you.
I think so.
Trigger this, get the gold, so up to 3 gold. Close chain.
Yeah. Mortal getting another piece of,
Activate Marlynn.
giving it another piece of gold going on Ricky's side there, and immediately being used.
Yeah, Marlyn's going to do the first harpoon creation here. Calling the Big Guns, going to go ahead and load up an Entangling Shot, buff it up as well, comes in for 7.
Importantly, that Entangling Shot, tapping down Puffin. Mortal finally got that piece of gold, that first piece of gold to create a cog with Puffin's hero ability. And Ricky says, not next turn, sorry.
I've said a few times this weekend, tapping opposing heroes in high seas, it's worth a lot. It's a lot of value. It's a meaningful on-hit. And Pinion Sentry just has to defend here.
Yeah, I think Mortal maybe would have liked to have used that second cycle, send it away, get the value out of it second cycle, but ultimately it's a 3-block blue that just need to get some value out of it.
What this is? Oh no. What could it be?
It could be trash.
All right.
It could be anything. It could be a boat.
Back over to Mortal's side. Maybe we can check in and see what we're playing with here, these last 2 cards.
Nimblism. Oh god.
And crack
Oh god. Numbers.
This is for 9.
This is a big turn.
Yeah, a well-buffed Teeth of the Cog here coming in from Mortal.
2-card 9. And then over on Ricky's side, just checking in here. Looks like we're going to see a 3-card block, but double red trade-in. A little bit awkward with those 2 blocks. 2 of those are not what you want to see at the same time.
I think that's doubly true where we know the Harpoon is stashed away in Arsenal right now. Just not a lot to do with this hand, and I agree it's time to defend if you're in Ricky's seat.
Yeah, a Bluefin Harpoon, though, a really important card being committed to the defensive side of the table for Ricky here.
How much are you looking for those rare Harpoons in your pools before you're really thinking about going ahead and playing Marlynn?
I think if I'm going to play the Chanon build, I think it's essential that you need to have at least one of those to play for in-game, I think. The yellow Harpoon, it's just not quite enough damages in some cases. Of course, we've seen block cards around, so I think I really want to see at least one of those blue Harpoons. But I would play red line without it if I've got enough strong zero-cost arrows, enough of those pumps, big guns, etc. Then I'm less focused on maybe opening one of those rears.
Goldfin just going to offer its 2 here. Nothing too exciting on this turn. Still, Mortal's willing to defend here.
Awkward turn for Ricky. Does set up that trade in an arsenal, but just a little bit. Just had to ultimately kind of got a little bit punished for that harpoon, I think, there.
Golden cog is split, shows up, and is cranked immediately.
It's taken a while, though, for Mortal to finally get this first cog online. But not just one cog, another cog as well with this copper cog and drawing a card off.
Oh, God, no. No. Oh, yeah, it's not the words I want to hear.
Oh, yeah. And
Brian, I want to know, this copper cog, that keyword unlimited, how did that come about? We've not seen that before. It's the first time we've seen this keyword used in Flesh and Blood.
Oh, it was an interesting evolution. You know, we wanted to offer Puffin a little bit more cog generation, a little bit of certainty, and we really found this was the piece that allowed you to go ahead and enable certain builds of Puffin. And I don't want to give too much away. You know, I love letting players go on their journey of discovery and figuring this stuff out for them, but there just was some specific modes of playing Puffin where you really wanted something that looked exactly like this. And it turned out you wanted quite a few of something that looked something like this. You know, sometimes 6, sometimes 9, sometimes 12. All of those were decks that we played with and tested. And you're going to have to do the same and figure out exactly where you want to use different configurations of Copper Cogs. But a little bit more longevity is what Copper Cog brings to the table. A cog that sticks around for a few turns. It's pretty important for Puffin.
Yeah, and I think doing some work here in Limited for now with Mortal, going ahead, tapping a golden cog, giving that blunderbuss go again, starting the turn, coming in for 2, but 3 more cards in Mortal's hand, and I think all of them might be red as well. But yeah, looking forward to seeing what that copper cog might do national season even potentially as early as.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Puffin wants to go ahead and immediately get involved in the CC metagame. But right now she's playing games of Limited, and she's doing so with a lot of reds.
Yeah, a little bit awkward here for Mortal. Does have that buff. What I'm now looking at is that Rust Belt that's sitting there in Mortal's equipment slot. Still a lot of things going on there, including that Unicycle, but I do wonder with this red heavy hand if we might see that Rust Belt come into play this turn. What's the line here? We shall find out, of course. 2 gold.
Yeah, just wants to maybe take a free draw here and try and find that blue that this turn really seems like it's looking for. Pushes up to 2.
I think we might see the Coast Guard come out here.
Yeah, that's reasonable as well. It is just going to go ahead and be the Coast Guard here, preserve the arsenal. Sure, makes sense.
Just damage. I mean, you're effectively turning that resource into 3 damage, right, by saving that Nimblism in arsenal for another turn here on Mortal Chew's side.
On the Marlynn side, typically good defense values for Marlynn. You play those arrows, you get a lot of 3 blocks. But you also need those arrows to close the game. Each one you go ahead and commit to the defenses. 1 fewer to fire at your opponent as the game goes on.
Really important card in Ricky's hand here on the side. I believe that's a drop the anchor. So, and a headshot. Ricky might have a fairly sizable turn set up here.
Feels like a lot of Marlynn's best turns are often aided by headshot.
The classic play we've seen time and time again.
And drops that Goldfin harpoon.
That would be for 6 when it comes out.
And here we see the headshot trigger buffing this card to a 1 for 6.
Hey, Ricky's doing your job for you, Brian, anyway. Just explaining to Mortal exactly what's happening here.
Yep. Bring him in the booth. Let him go.
It's like a mutiny, the drop the anchor, and drew a money or your life by the looks of it.
Yeah, maybe we'll try and steal a gold on this turn cycle. We'll see. You assume that headshot is going to be deployed. Once you've gotten that buff, you really do want to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I think the challenge for Ricardo here is would have really liked to have seen a blue, I think, off the draw because...
Oh, sorry, trigger for this.
Yeah, okay, just moving the trigger there. You want to be able to see harpoon potentially, right, once you've set this headshot up. So I wonder, do we risk cashing in the gold potentially?
Close the chain so I can think.
Taking a little time is Ricky. Just needs to go ahead and reflect on the odds, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few lines here. So I think Ricky could crack one of these gold, take the risky play, which actually, honestly, it's not crazy risky because you can
you still have play. It's not like you're risking your entire turn to go
100%.
ahead and crack the goal.
You can still drop the anchor. You can still come in with your headshot. That's 9 damage. It's still a fairly good play, so it might be worth the risk here. But if you hit a blue, you can...
Your next arrow gets +3, and when it hits a hero, I tap the hero and all allies I control. Oh, okay. You don't have allies, but you know.
There we go.
I will attack you for...
Yeah, and it seems like Ricky is content to take the somewhat safer play here. And I think a lot of that is probably based on his position in this game right now. He feels like he's not playing from behind. And I think maybe the on-hit offered here also making Ricky feel a little bit more comfortable, going ahead and tapping down Puffin. You know, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but you want your hero untapped in high seas.
It seems to be that way. No, I think this is going to set up a nice arsenal for next turn as well with Money or Your Life. So I think this is... Ricardo found a nice line here. Still does have access, of course, to all that equipment on the side of Ricardo there, including that Patch the Hole. So if he changes his mind and wants to bounce that card back from the arsenal and do something different with it next turn, can do so. Also has Old Knocker there as well. Plus, of course, those fins. Lots to play with.
Don't sleep on Old Knocker. Already heard the CC rumblings start. I see you, Acilio Mains.
You're fine. Go ahead.
I know what you're up to.
That's a big number. You're right.
Maybe we can check in here on Mortal's hand to see what the decision is when it comes to a potential defense here this turn. We do know there is a nimblism in that arsenal as well. It pairs well with a life for a life potentially. But if Mortal takes damage here, Puffin is going to get tapped down. Sky Skimmer there also in the hand for Mortal Chew. Plus a couple, a blue and a battalion.
A lot of cards being put to the defense here to cover up that headshot, but still damage is going to leak. Puffin is going to tap here.
Mortal wanting to potentially... The line here going to be...
I think I see a couple more harpoons in Ricky's deck, and that really looks like a solid end game that we're starting to get to. And I wonder if we're at the spot where Ricky does need to start thinking about card economy, making sure there are enough meaningful cards in the deck to close this game. Right now, the answer is yes. These cards look powerful. I see good numbers here, but there's still a long way to go. And with this sizable attack facing him down right now, this defense feels like a really important moment in this game. 7 on the back of this Sky Skin.
Yeah, a few interesting lines here for Ricky. Of course, does have that Money or Your Life set up in Arsenal. So is there a case of just pitching a harpoon to the bottom, setting it up for an endgame? But Mortal's on still quite a bit of life. He's not within sort of overpower cannon reach at this point.
Yeah, this looks pretty clean to me, though. Something like defending with 2 cards, firing off the Money or Your Life, and then getting a nice arsenal. The type of arsenal you need to play these end games.
Yeah. Big guns, is it?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it's a call on the big guns.
I do like setting up something like a call big guns or drop the anchor, a pump in arsenal, then you can clear the arsenal, crack a gold, get an arrow actually in there.
Yeah. And it is Money or Your Life.
If I give you a gold,
you don't take extra damage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is a perfect time for this card as well because, of course, Mortal does have 4 gold on the field. So this is going to get that first trigger. Of course, Ricardo is not a thief. He is simply a Pirate Ranger, so won't trigger twice, but will still have the first trigger if Money or Life does connect.
I think Mortal just offered such a good insight there. If you didn't hear what he said, he basically said every gold to you represents another harpoon, 2 more damage. And yeah, that is how Ricardo can still come out ahead in any type of fatigue state. If you have enough blues in your deck and you're just able to load up those harpoons, they can get the job done if you stack your gold high enough.
100%, of course. 6 overpower is still overpower for 6 and can still leak, 3 damage.
Yeah, Marlynn, unlike most Rangers, pretty well set up to play the fatigue game.
I want to try and take a look at Mortal's hand here because I saw a lot of reds and a lot of red 2 blocks as well.
All reds is what you saw.
And all 2 blocks, really difficult to do something with those.
Does have a way to make something of this hand, though. 2 0 for 4s in Scar for a Scar and Strike. And there is a 3 block here in the Cloud Skiff.
I think what's interesting here is, does Mortal try and block this out, or is it okay to just give a gold, but does ultimately decide to block it out? And does have follow-up. I mean, this is 8 damage on the follow-up, right?
It's fine. This is fine. 2 card 8, you're very happy with.
Oh, no, because it's not going to have go again, right? The Scar doesn't have go again. So
he would have had to take the damage.
Can set it up in Arsenal for a future turn.
That's totally fine. That's
100%.
totally fine. But a perfect cover one more time from on the horizon, as we've seen so many times throughout the day. 4 defense coming in clutch.
And importantly, Ricky getting to see the top card of that deck, which could come in huge. At this point, probably knows what it is, but always nice to check and double check if Ricky wasn't quite on top of remembering the pitch stack there.
Ricky not quite willing to share. There we go. Looks like scrub the deck, Sikkim shot, and a swift shot. So a little bit of a go wide hand here.
And if there is a blue on top, this is kind of perfect here. Actually, can just do it all with this hand anyway.
Yeah, fires off this swift shot and is going to get a chance to reload on the back of gold.
Yeah, swift shot, I think a very important card for Marlins as well. You don't need a lot of them, but 1, 2 helps a lot for finding these wider turns to push damage, because card economy is a real concern for these Marlin decks at times. In particular matchups, you need to be able to try and find damage from these hands.
I think we're looking at 11 plus an arsenal here, but Hayden, is there a world where you have to start just getting as much as you can out of that hammerhead? Is that anything you're starting to shift your game plan towards at this stage just so you don't get fatigued? Or is it just you have to offer as large a number as possible? Otherwise, Mortal will actually fatigue you by damage by coming back after your face.
It's a delicate balance. I think what you've got to, or what Ricardo's got to look at is the fact that Mortal's still on 8. So realistically, I think it's a case of trying to do a bit of both. Wow.
And on the horizon, one more time, makes a clean block in addition to a 2 defense and a piece of equipment. Gold denied one more time.
And I think this is where Mortal's turn to. I think Mortal now thinks this might be win by fatigue.
Yeah.
Either fatigue by damage or purely run Ricardo out of cards. And you heard it when Mortal said every gold represents a harpoon.
Yeah, that tells me he's thinking exactly along those lines and wants to start denying as much as possible. And now if you're Ricardo, you know, we treated using this gold like a bit of a freebie, but it's really not. It is quite a cost you pay to go ahead and crack here.
Yeah, and can Ricardo afford to do it? It really depends what's on top of the deck here.
Looks like going to go ahead and make a harpoon here.
Does have, of course, those fins to potentially load.
Yeah, load up and just overpower with the hammerhead. That could buy a couple more gold. And I think having gotten so many on the horizons at this point, you feel a little bit better about that line.
Yeah, I think so. I think the gold economy just becomes so important for Ricky at that point.
4 cards left on both sides.
2 cards, effective 2 cards in hand for both. Ricardo, of course, picking up that harpoon. And an arsenal in.
Who's ahead right now, Hayden?
It's close.
Yeah, it is.
It's really close. I think because there's a line here to gain more gold for Ricardo this turn. Potentially. I think Ricky's just going for the pure damage route here.
Yeah, it is going to be Sikkim shot deployed here, and that means we're looking at an arsenaled harpoon here.
You spoke about getting, using harpoon to leverage damage and force cards out of Mortal's hand, but so does just raw damage. This is a red representing 4 damage. Mortal does have to respect this, either, again, give up some gold here and 4 health, or throw at least 1 card in front of it, give up a gold, or both cards, because of course Mortal is now out of defense equipment.
Yeah, Ricky does still have the 1 point of defense on that old knocker available.
And I think this is where these in-games become really complex, especially as both players flex. It's not clear that, one player does win by fatigue or not. Fatigue almost becomes a potential consequence of how each player responds to what the other is doing as they pass through these last few turns of the game.
Yeah, particularly the damage being offered. The higher your number, the more likely you are to push your opponent towards a fatigue state.
Mortal really trying to understand what the line might be here. I think what Mortal's trying to work out is Ricardo can crack a gold here after this. Use the chest. Gain that resource. Load the harpoon. So potentially Ricardo can have another 2 damage after this minimum by loading that, cracking that gold off the chest, loading the harpoon. And if there's even a buff on top of Ricardo's deck.
Yeah, it could get worse. Could get worse.
Mortal's got to work through every possible iteration here because what happens if you give the gold, if you don't give the gold? I'm honestly not sure what I would do in Mortal's seat. I think if I'm Mortal, you've got to try and win the game. I think because of that Harpoon and the fact that Ricardo still has 4 cards in deck and 8 life, you can't pressure enough of the cards that Ricardo can't set up and overpower. And at that point, I think Ricardo's going to fatigue you if you're Mortal. So I think here, Mortal might just... I think Mortal has to find a way to actually win the game, to kill Ricardo, deal enough damage. I think that's got to be the line.
Be one of those scenarios where what you're debating is playing not to lose versus playing to win.
Yeah.
I think it comes up so often in Flesh and Blood, where sometimes you just have to say, I can live with the consequences here. I will take my best shot. My best odds of winning are to play in this fashion and leave myself with some vulnerability.
Yeah, and of course, Mortal does still have that unicycle. So there is lines to set up some bigger turns that could be available here. But does have to be able to find it.
It's the first time I've felt Mortal just kind of get a little serious here.
Yeah.
Been very lighthearted, jovial, but you really saw him lock in on this decision.
I'm at 8. You were at 5.
And that's a big block, right? That's going up 7 damage out of the deck. Honestly, these hands have been a little bit awkward for Mortal. The blues haven't shown up when he's potentially wanted them.
And there is that Arsenal scar for a scar. And Ricky has worked all the way around to a big game trophy shot here.
He's going to give up
With double
Redfin.
blue as well. So we can get some big numbers on that Harpoon as well as overpower, Hayden.
Yeah, and the last card, and of course, sorry, the last card in Arsenal there is that yellow Harpoon. Can Ricky find enough overpowered damage?
Yep. And Ricky
to
just
take
says, send me the bill. He thinks he's got it here. He thinks he put together the pieces he needs. That buff, as well as the Cannon activation, might just be enough overpower to go ahead and push through. Should know the pitch stack from Mortal here. If nothing was hidden, should know the coast is clear as far as block cards.
Yeah, no opportunity to hide anything. So Ricky knowing that there's no block card left available for Mortal here.
Gold is cracked. Harpoon is made.
Play big game trophy shot. Discarding this Harpoon. Next thing gets +4. Or draw
Draw
a
the
card.
card.
Harpoon. Then I will
Doesn't need to worry about loading anything because that other Harpoon is already there, ready to go.
And coming for 10 overpower.
Is this discard the card?
Oh, sorry, draw a card.
Oh, you,
Draw the
you
discard.
discard it?
Discarding the other Harpoon.
okay.
Yeah.
Finds the big overpower attack here, does Ricardo. And what is left for Mortal? Are there defensive options? It looks like no. It looks like Ricky has put together the line to go ahead and clinch a 7-1 record here on day 1 of calling Taipei.
How good has this hammerhead been? I love this weapon.
Such a cool weapon, such a game changer for these Rangers.
Action. 5 to 3. Okay. 10.
Mortal desperately looking for an answer in this hand. Please don't be actions. Please, all of you, stop. Don't be actions. But they are, and that means the fist bump goes to Ricky Diaz as he gets the W with Marlynn.
Another notch on the harpoon.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Gravy bones. And yeah, I love that end game there from Ricky, just finding a few really strong cards in that end game. We talked about the Harpoon lines, but both players just had so many decisions in that game. And in the end, I think, Mortal saying, I'm going to try and run you out of threats. But Ricky had it covered. Ricky had that in-game setup, had the Harpoon. And I think was that our first usage of the Harpoon in the game was to win the game with it? The Hammerhead?
That may have been the only Hammerhead activation. I'll say, Hayden, we keep harping on these endgame states. You might think that, you get to the endgame state, it's rehearsed, it plays out the same way, and you just do this thing at the end. Nope. They are so diverse. There's so many different things happening, so many different factors. And you saw the players, despite all the good sportsmanship, the back and forth that was going on the whole time, when they got down into that state, they both buckled down and they wanted to explore every single possibility.
100%. This is what continues to bring me joy about this format, is that every single round I think we've had on camera today, the in-game has looked different. And a couple of games haven't gone into the in-game.
True.
But majority of them have been at least setups into the second cycle, if not into the second, third cycle. So, yeah, just fascinating to watch and see how each player individually comes up with their different lines, because I think it's one of those cases of there's no one true way to play each of these games. You can play it in different ways. You can find yourself with different setups depending on how you've built your deck, the cards you like to lean into, the ways you like to use those cards to set up final damage pushes, things like that.
Well, folks, I now have the easiest job ever. I have to convince you to go to your High Seas pre-release. And if you are here at this point and you've been watching all day, do I really have to do anything? You've seen these games. You've seen how good they are. I'm sure you're itching to go ahead to play Gravy Bones, to play Puffin, to hope you get a chance to go ahead and play Scurv, and of course to fire off some of those big arrows with Marlynn, and your chance will be at pre-release. Hayden, how many pre-releases are you looking to play? Are you just going to be stapled to your LGS all weekend long?
Minimum 2, I think. Minimum 2. I mean, I'm feeling very fortunate that I'm going to get to play at least some amount of games of High Seas. I got to play a Sealed yesterday, so this weekend I'm got a little bit of a head start on playing some High Seas. But I'll tell you what, I'm catching the bug, the High Seas bug, and I'm going to be wanting to play a lot more. And I tell you what, I can't wait for is Draft as well.
Yeah, and of course, Draft is available at your local game store if they choose to offer that format. A lot more flexibility this go around with pre-release season. Stores can kind of do whatever they want, honestly. Play the game how you love playing the game and offer the best possible experience to your players. Also, offer them these pre-release packs where we'll go ahead and get one of 5 rainbow foil weapons. Of course, there's those basic cards. All the tokens you might need to play a little limited, they're available to you in these packs. And then you pick up some equipment as well, and you can go ahead and play those in your deck. We talked a little bit about how the context changed with the disappearance of those equipments. I will say, though, every single time we saw someone in the feature match area, full equipment loadouts, no trouble finding all 4 here. And, that's something we play with a lot when it comes to Flesh and Blood. We use variable numbers of equipment available in packs. This go around, though, you can pretty much count on having the full loadout.
Yeah, I really like the use of pirate equipment, generic equipment, and of course the class-specific equipment in this set. It just, I think, plays really nicely in terms of giving players those options, potential options in different matchups as well.
Yeah, and like I said, this felt easy. You have to be at your High Seas pre-release. There's no way you can miss these events, and this is going to set the tone for what is going to be a long, beautiful High Seas limited season, and then we'll move on to CC after that. But for right now, all the focus is on limited, and the focus moves tomorrow on Draft. We're ready to take a look at our standings. We're going to see who's in prime position as we head into day 2 to go ahead and punch their top 8, participate in all 3 drafts that we will be bringing you tomorrow. And there you see at the top, it is our dual players from Thailand who played in that last round. Only, though, Chanon Puttaree moving on to 8-0, the lone undefeated player in the field.
And, a Scurv mirror there in that last round from the 2 Thai players, ultimately Chanon coming out on top. Just really interesting, though, as you look down. Again, just want to shout out the diversity of nationalities in this top 10. Some players we've seen on stream today already. A few players that we haven't. I look at Dale Lowe there. Gravy Bones we haven't seen on stream. Alexander Dobler we haven't seen. A few like we have. Christopher Iaali, for instance. On Puffin, that one Puffin, last sort of top remaining Puffin players come through. Chris's end of the day on 7-1 though.
Yeah, so we're looking at number 1 Scurv, number 2 Scurv, number 3 Gravy Bones, number 4 that is a Marlynn. I know Christopher Iaali in the 7th slot playing Puffin. I believe Xavier McLean
is on Gravy Bones.
Is picking up Gravy Bones.
Alex on Gravy Bones.
Yep, and Christopher Iaali, as I mentioned, on Puffin. So there's really beautiful diversity amongst these top tables. When we take a look at the second page as well and see who else is in striking distance here, these players have a little bit more work to do, but all of them in striking distance right now. And I again call out Pro Tour champion Shoma Yamamura right there in the mix.
Yeah, and Lee Ming Han there at 11th, another Puffin player. So the Puffin players have risen up at the end of the day to make a run. You spoke about Shoma, for instance, a few Japanese players on this list here. And Evan Tangai there from France in 19th.
Yeah, Alex Kitsu sitting there at 6-2, also on Puffin. So all of these players are going to need to buckle down, and they have their work cut out for them as they try and understand a format that basically nobody on the planet has played thus far.
Yeah, I heard a few people might have played it, but behind closed doors at this point.
Okay,
the
so
devs.
what happens in this scenario, Hayden? You've been here before. I was there. I'm sorry, we're going to bring this up right now. I was there in Queenstown.
Yes.
You went undefeated on day 1.
Yes, I was in Chanon's spot.
Okay.
And,
how did day 2 go?
I might have lost every game and missed top 8, unfortunately.
Unfortunate. Well, let's reflect for a moment.
Sure.
What happened there?
So I think speaking from experience, coming into this draft on day 2, I think there's a real tendency to lean on what you know, right? And honestly, to almost force a hero that you've played in day 1. And I think while that is a viable strategy, you've got to try and understand the totality of what's happening in this format. There is 3, possibly 4 heroes, depending on if there is of course this adds a new dimension, a Scurv opened at your table. Could be pack 1, might be pack 3, so who knows what that looks like. It's a bit of an added dimension there. But I think, let's say you played Marlynn in the World Premiere yesterday, you played Marlynn today, and you're sitting, like we saw there from Ricky, at 7-1. Do you go in with a real preference to play Marlynn tomorrow, or do you take some time this evening over dinner, familiarize yourself with the rest of the cards, talk to maybe a friend who played Gravy Bones today, maybe try and play some games with a Gravy Bones sealed deck or something? The other thing as well is that sealed is one thing.
Yep.
Draft is very different to sealed, especially with the 8-pack sealed versus, remember, just 3 packs per person that goes around the table in draft. It is a very different prospect.
I'll just put the warning out now. The context completely changes. Everything is totally different. I think we're going to see different weapons than we saw today. I think we're going to see different strategies. I think we're going to see some aggression start to show up. You know, this format has been pretty grindy, pretty slow. It often goes to second, third cycle. When we get in draft context, I think things can get ratcheted up a little bit if you get to put your pieces exactly together. And then, you know, the question of Scurv, in general, we should expect less Scurv tomorrow. Just because the Scurv is present doesn't mean it's necessarily playable. And I've seen my share of last pick Scurvs where it's just too late for anyone to actually go ahead and get into that archetype, and it just ships around the table and Scurv sits out this draft. That's going to happen depending on when this hero is opened. So now it's not only about is Scurv present in the packs, it's when did he get opened.
Yeah, going to be very important. And I think I just want to go back just lastly to who are those players we saw in that top 20? Players that can adapt, that can understand, maybe have been in this seat before. Don't make the same mistake I did. Don't adapt. You've got to adapt when you get there on day 2 playing this draft format. Of course, these players are going to have 2 chances to do that and trying to book their ticket into the top 8. We have 2 drafts tomorrow. So first draft, second draft, it'd be interesting to see how many players play the same hero, draft 1 to draft 2, how many players do. I think the players that are going to find the most success, etch their names alongside the OOs, the Darren Yings of the world, and win a calling on World Premiere weekend are going to be the ones that can adapt best and learn this format on the fly, because it is very complex and the complexion completely changes tomorrow. Yeah,
you mentioned 2 drafts, Hayden, but we're going to have a third one. We're going to have that top 8 draft as well. So we're just here for draft action all day long. I cannot wait to bring you this draft format. And I think the best thing is that we're going to make it snappy too. You're not going to be waiting around. We're going to be speeding through. We're going to watch the actual draft happen, and then we're going to be in it for the games battling immediately. So it's high stakes, high action all day long. And I do not think you're going to want to miss a single second of it, folks. Please join us first thing tomorrow morning. I believe we go live at 9 a.m. local time, but you will have to go ahead and check in with your time zone, figure out exactly what's happening. Check on YouTube. We go ahead and give you a countdown. Make sure you are there, you are liking, you are subscribing, you're clicking the bell, you're doing all those YouTube-y things, and you're enjoying High Seas with us. We will see you bright and early tomorrow morning.